Aziraphale walked with a sense of both trepidation and wonder through the iridescent corridors of heaven, his soft steps echoing soundlessly through the heavenly realm. Each footfall, though seemingly weightless, resonated through the divine expanse in a hallowed silence that veiled a facade of tranquility. Every stride he took bore a weight of disappointment as each hushed step seemed to collude in a lie of serenity, obscuring the tumult that churned beneath the surface. As he progressed, each footfall reverberated through his celestial being like discordant notes, mimicking the somber chimes that marked the passing hours on the earthly Big Ben. With each passing toll, vivid and poignant visions surged to the forefront of his mind, unfurling events from the preceding hours in a tapestry of agonizing introspection. Aziraphale suppressed the inner tempest as he continued his measured pacing, guided through the hallowed walls by the Metatron, the divine voice and presence of the Almighty. The Elysian voice addressed him as they progressed. Aziraphale, you have walked the earth for millennia, tasked with guarding the ineffable plan. Your heart, though it knows the complexities of humans, has always yearned for the divine. Today, your journey comes full circle. Aziraphale bowed his head in acknowledgement, although he couldn't help but feel an underlying sense of insecurity coursing through his being, uncertain of what lay ahead. As they reached their destination, the Metatron paused ahead of Aziraphale and extended a hand to usher him into his new office. You are now the guardian of heaven's will, the Metatron intoned. Your role is to ensure the celestial and terrestrial realms align in harmony as the second coming approaches. As the Metatron prepared to depart, Aziraphale couldn't let the opportunity for clarification slip away. Your Grace, he ventured, if I might trouble you, what, precisely is to be my, function in the second coming? The Metatron turned back, fixing their eyes upon Aziraphale with a knowing gaze. Aziraphale, they declared, your role is to be the bridge, the intermediary between heaven and earth. I'm sure that with your assistance, this time it will not falter. You must ensure that all the forces of good work together to bring about the destiny foretold in the great plan. As the Supreme Archangel, you hold within you the capacity to inspire goodness, even in the unlikeliest of places. Yes. Splendid. He nodded thoughtfully, though the answer was grand in scope, it left him with a persistent curiosity. It's only that I'm still a trifle uncertain, you see. Perhaps, if it's not too much trouble, you could give me an example? Something to, start me off? Your inaugural task, I surmise, lies in your intimate knowledge of humanity and Earth. The Metatron expounded distractedly as his gaze drifted, obviously not expecting to go into specifics at this time. Perhaps a good starting point would be to aid us in locating the most propitious starting point. An initial destination where we might make the greatest impact upon arrival. A soulless, populous habitation bereft of transcendence. A dark ravine within human dwellings, somewhere the light of the Almighty will burn at its brightest. Aziraphale responded without hesitation, oh, that's easy, Swindon. His swiftness betrayed a subtle impatience to probe for more information. Realizing his eagerness, he added, well, in my humble estimation, of course. Really, the Metatron interjected, their countenance momentarily touched by surprise. I would have assumed Los Angeles. Woof, rather too many firearms, Aziraphale replied with a knowing nod, eliciting a bemused agreement from the Metatron. Eager to delve into further specifics, Aziraphale leaned forward enthusiastically and pressed on, but what will my duties fully entail, might I ask? Trust in your love for humanity, the Metatron reiterated, for it is your greatest strength. Your empathy and compassion will serve as a catalyst for change. You must be a diplomat, a negotiator, and, when necessary, a peacemaker. Your role is to help Earth's inhabitants find their own path to redemption, to nudge them toward the better angels of their nature. The Metatron paused, gazing into the space he brought him to. I trust you will have everything at your disposal, but if you should want for anything, simply call on Uriel or Sarakael for assistance. Noticing the agitation in the Metatron and the subtle waning in their patience, Aziraphale nodded tentatively. With a delicate finesse, he shifted the conversation to broach another concern, aware that his time with the divine guide was slipping away. Just before you go, if I might be permitted, just the tiniest thing only, I do wonder if, I might have the odd brief word with Muriel. He hesitated, his words timidly stumbling forth. Just to ensure her adjustment to Earth is proceeding smoothly. She's awfully new to Earth, you know, and it does seem only right that we take care of her during this transition, don't you think? The Metatron's eyes bore into Aziraphale's soul, and for a fleeting moment, Aziraphale wondered if he had detected a hint of impatience in that celestial countenance as they responded, "Indeed, Aziraphale, a noble sentiment. I would expect nothing less from you." A pause that was just long enough to be unnerving hung in the air, before the Metatron's gaze softened. "I shall see to it that a discreet connection is arranged between your premises and heaven. Naturally, its use will be subject to oversight and prior approval. For urgent matters only." There was something in the careful emphasis on oversight that set a faint chill at the base of Aziraphale's spine, but he bowed all the same, murmuring a quiet thank you. The air held a lingering gravity as the Metatron departed, leaving Aziraphale alone to settle into the ethereal space. In the solitude of his new celestial office, Aziraphale's mind swirled in a thick fog of uncertainty. He took a moment to survey the surroundings as he absent-mindedly loosened his bowtie and sank wearily into the chair. The tumultuous thoughts and emotions amassed during the day's events resisted resolution, leaving him struggling for clarity beneath the weight of the monumental knowledge and decisions that had been entrusted to him. As the enormity of his newfound purpose pressed down upon him, his thoughts swayed back with a yearning for the familiarity and comfort of his bookshop. In the stillness of this moment, Aziraphale closed his eyes against the otherworldly radiance, seeking a fleeting solace in the sanctuary of those cherished recollections. The day had unfolded so far, much like the preceding days before, in a relentless whirlwind of introductions, endless orientations, and a ceaseless cascade of paperwork. It felt as if the universe itself conspired to keep him perpetually occupied, demanding his unwavering attention at every turn. Yet, amidst the cacophony of his new obligations, a tenacious thought tugged at the back of his mind, the promise to check in with Muriel. The thought of that promise reverberated through his conscience, nurturing a sense of urgency in its persistence. With a deep breath, Aziraphale realized that there would be no respite without assertive action to make the time his own. He placed his daily tasks and reports aside like the anchors they had become and refocused his attention to his commitment to check in with Muriel. Feeling like an earthly teenager arranging an illicit rendezvous at an underage party, Aziraphale began to craft his excuses. Navigating the cosmic bureaucracy with practiced finesse, he discreetly slipped away from the ceaseless commotion of the heavens, a tinge of trepidation accompanying each footfall. Stepping into the familiar embrace of his beloved bookshop, Aziraphale couldn't help but feel a profound sense of relief. The scent of ancient volumes welcomed him like an old friend, offering respite from the cosmic frenzy he had retreated from. A warm and radiant smile enveloped Aziraphale as Muriel greeted him with effusive enthusiasm. "Hello, it's so wonderful to see you. How are you doing?" "Quite well, my dear Muriel," replied Aziraphale, his eyes crinkling with affection. "And how are you adjusting?" Muriel's enthusiasm bubbled over as she responded, "I'm doing very well, thank you." With sparkling eyes and a near bounce of eagerness, she implored, "I can't tell you how grateful I am to be here, it's fantastic." Aziraphale glanced around the familiar shelves with a hint of worry. "You haven't been selling any of the books, have you?" Muriel's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness as she raised her hands in a placating gesture. "No, I haven't sold any books, just as you said." She brightened again as she added, "I have been reading some though." Aziraphale beamed at her. "Very good, Muriel, very good." His expression turned thoughtful as he ran his fingers over the well-worn spines of the books. "Has anyone paid a visit by any chance? Perhaps Crowley?" he inquired awkwardly whilst remaining focused on the tomes. Muriel shook her head in response. "No, I haven't seen Mr. Crowley, and no one's popped by or visited yet either." Refocusing on Muriel, Aziraphale replied earnestly, "Oh, splendid." Yet beneath the facade of diplomatic affirmation, a flicker of disappointment played across his celestial countenance. Curiosity gleamed in Muriel's eyes as she leaned forward, her voice quivering with near awe. "So, how's everything going upstairs?" "Jolly good, I suppose," he began brightly, but the words rang hollow, trailing off as if trying to find somewhere to land. Well, that is, I suppose, it is, he faltered. His voice cracked around the edges, his words cascading down like a crumbling castle wall, revealing the vulnerable honesty they concealed. Well, I have been tasked with assisting in the second coming, he admitted at last, the words dropping like stones into the warm stillness of the bookshop. Noting the subtle dissonance in his tone, Muriel's expression shifted to puzzlement. But, that's a good thing though, isn't it? Aziraphale lingered in silence, thoughts folding in on themselves, before exhaling a slow and weary breath as if surrendering to the gentle embrace of the room. The familiar aromas, the subtle play of lights, and the genteel company of Muriel's warmth and sincerity seamlessly melded into a comforting melody of familiarity and escapism. He rested a hand on the back of a chair, fingers drumming, eyes unfocused. The second coming, he began carefully, his voice carrying the weight of grave contemplation, is a concept that has captured the imagination of humans and angels alike, tempting us with the promise of heavenly peace. We imagine it as a triumph, but what does it actually look like, truly? He paced slowly as if trying to outwalk his own thoughts. Violent astronomical upheavals, the loss of all the earthly treasures humanity has crafted, the very symbols of their ingenuity and creativity. Gone. Cities swallowed by the seas. Fields turned to dust by droughts. Famine, war, desolation. Least of all, we cannot ignore the horrors they will face as demons walk the earth whilst heaven and hell engage in battle. The very fabric of their existence will unravel as our celestial acquaintances attempt to abolish the demonic realm. We will effectively be bringing hell into the terrestrial plane, to innocent souls who... His voice trailed off as he turned back to Muriel, observing the devastating shock overtaking her face. Suddenly realizing his words had flowed forth in overwhelming torrents, like a dam breached after days of tension. He concluded apologetically with a palpable sense of remorse. One might argue that the cost, is far too great to bear. Feeling uncharacteristically selfish at his impulse to unburden the thoughts he had so efficaciously suppressed, he confessed in a somber cadence, "Oh, my dear, I shouldn't have." The weight of his anguish resonated in his voice as he apologetically diverted his gaze. "I'm so sorry, Muriel, that wasn't fair. I didn't mean to." Muriel slowly sank into her chair, her eyes locked on her hands whilst the revelation of the impending second coming, and its implications, rippled through her celestial intellect. After a moment, she raised her gaze pleading for a glimmer of hope as she implored. "What can we do?" Aziraphale turned, his eyes filled with a desperate plea. "Oh, I didn't mean to encumber you with this, my dear," he beseeched. "This is not your burden to bear. But if there's anything we can do..." As the air around them remained charged with an uneasy stillness, she paused, searching for answers. "That's why you're here, isn't it? Why you were looking for Mr. Crowley?" Aziraphale sighed, his shoulders slumping with the weight of his confession. "Well, actually, no," he admitted as he sank into another chair. "I'm afraid there might not be much we can do, after all. It pains me to say as much, but I'm not entirely certain there's a solution at hand. The only course of action I can fathom is to do my best to safeguard the well-being of as many of the humans as possible." He admitted with a heavy heart, "Regrettably, my hands are tied." An ominous silence settled between them, for what felt like an eternity, before Aziraphale finally lifted his head from his lap, his brow furrowing in deep thought. "This time," he uttered mechanically, earning an inquisitive look from Muriel. "The Metatron," Aziraphale began, his expression thoughtful, "once articulated to me when advising on the second coming. With your assistance, I'm sure this time it will not falter. But to the best of my knowledge," he added, shaking his head gently, "there hasn't been a previous attempt at the second coming. I believe we would have had some inkling if such an event had occurred." Sinking back again in his chair, defeated by his thoughts, he added, "It's quite possible that the Metatron misspoke, or perhaps was likely referring to the apocalypse we averted." Muriel pondered for a moment. "Well," she began, "maybe they were talking about the training they did years ago." Aziraphale's eyes widened as he fixated on Muriel. "Training?" he inquired eagerly. "I think so. Well, I looked after the archives for thousands of years," she replied, shifting her gaze to a distant corner of the room as if trying to summon a long-forgotten memory. I remember something in the files about that eons ago, around the early 700s or so, but I just assumed it was an idea raised or training, or something. I'm not sure. She aired wistfully. Eons. But I haven't been shown any such documentation. One might speculate the relevancy would be highly advantageous to share at this moment. But, are you sure? Aziraphale probed. There's something in the archives about a second coming? I'm sure of it, Muriel nodded, answering with a satisfied smile. I never read the full documents, but I had access to the metadata for all files for cataloging, titles, dates, classification levels, and a brief description of the contents. But yes, I'm sure I've read those words. Aziraphale appeared skeptical. Well, one would think that there ought to be some record regarding the second coming, had it truly taken place. However, he mused, I can assure you, my dear, that it most certainly has not occurred. Well, no. Muriel affirmed with confidence, definitely not. Aziraphale looked pensive, lost in his thoughts, as he muttered near imperceptibly, this time. Springing from his seat with an abruptness that mirrored the urgency of his thoughts, he began to pace nervously. After a moment's restless agitation, he paused and redirected his focus towards Muriel. With his thoughts settling into a newfound resolve, his eyes filled with a sense of determination as he gently inquired, would you care to join me? Return to heaven. And endeavor to locate these documents. Muriel looked bewildered at the request but replied enthusiastically. Of course, I know where they're stored. I would have put them there myself. Meeting Aziraphale's eager gaze, she asked, now? Aziraphale's determination shone through as he nodded firmly. Yes, let us depart for heaven at once. Aziraphale swiftly made his way to the back room where the discreet connection, connecting the shop to his office, had been carefully arranged days earlier. Officially, it was to allow regular visits for offering earthly guidance to Muriel in her newfound responsibilities, kept carefully hidden away from accidental human intrusion. Though it had arrived with a rather officious letter from the Metatron's desk, bristling with clauses about express authorization slips and records of each traversal. A clear indication that this permission was not the liberating tether to Earth he hoped for, but another set of shackles, restrictions offered under the feigned kindness of supporting his work. However, earlier that week, he had dutifully filed the necessary paperwork to justify an earthly visit, which had, entirely innocently and purely professionally, led to a perusal of the heavenly authorization records. That was when he'd noticed something curious. The connection's activation left no trace in the official logs. Perhaps the Metatron had wanted it kept off the books for their own reasons. But as long as Aziraphale remained discreet, he surmised, it could serve his own purposes just as well. And in this case, sneaking Muriel back up to heaven without sparking awkward questions was quite the advantage. Muriel followed him in, eager and trusting, unaware of the politics wrapped around the glowing threshold as they stepped through into the vaulted corridors of heaven. They journeyed through the divine corridors of heaven, delving into the forgotten corners of the archives where, thankfully, few celestial beings cared to visit. As they ventured deeper into the ethereal maze of heavenly records, the air seemed to thicken around them. They could feel the weight of ages pressing upon them as they approached the ancient archives, their steps echoing desolately in these forgotten spaces. But when they arrived at the section where the records should have been stored, they found something wholly unexpected. Instead of busy files, bursting with records and meticulous accounts, they discovered empty entries, gaps in the ethereal parchment. It was as if the pages of heaven's ledger had been erased by some celestial hand. This is not possible, Muriel breathed softly, her voice echoing through the silent chambers. These records should be eternal. Nothing can erase them. Indeed, my dear, Aziraphale nodded solemnly. It is quite perplexing. The files do appear to exist as you supposed, yet they are entirely devoid of content. There's nothing to indicate why these files are here, except for your own recollections of storing them. He continued to examine the empty files, a puzzled expression on his face. The voids in the records spoke of something beyond mere negligence or accident. They hinted at a deliberate obliteration, a purposeful erasure of celestial history. And then, amid the emptiness, Aziraphale spotted something peculiar, tiny near imperceptible markings on the base of the spines. Squinting at a file clutched in his hands, Aziraphale inquired, "What is this?" as he handed the file over to Muriel for closer examination. Muriel, taking the file in hand, muttered, "Usually a reference code or a date." She peered at it, furrowing her brow and holding the file as close to her face as possible. "It looks like a word. Indus. Indus." She looked perplexed as she returned the file to the shelves. "Look, it's hardly legible, but it looks like that word is on the spines of the other empty files as well. Indus. Indus. Why does that word sound so familiar?" Aziraphale pondered, his brows furrowing in thought, his eyes distant and searching. Baffling. If it appears on all the spines, there must be a significance. Well, if the files were completely removed, alarms would have been raised. She offered matter-of-factly with a casual shrug. The entire heavens would have known about this. "I'm afraid I'm not quite as adept as yourself when it comes to the finer nuances of our celestial record-keeping," Aziraphale admitted apologetically, then a spark of realization flickered behind his eyes. "Are you saying that this word can only be present if it was part of the original file? Either removing the files, or completely erasing the content would have been automatically identified. The alarms would have been blaring," she mused aloud. "Well, I suppose, something must have been needed to anchor the files, to avoid detection." She cast a beseeching glance at Aziraphale. "Ingenious, really, when you think about it." Aziraphale gave a small appreciative nod. "Well, I suppose that gives us something." His voice held a note of relief, though it was faint and flickering. "Not a lot, I'll grant you," his expression crumpling quizzically, "but why the term Indus? Do you happen to be familiar with it?" Interrupting his thoughts, Muriel urged, "But why erase them? And by who? I don't think you understand. This isn't. It shouldn't even be possible." Aziraphale's countenance suddenly grew troubled as he realized the potential danger behind what they had just discovered. "I dare say," his words spilled in a burgeoning panic, "it seems exceedingly improbable that an angel of lesser standing than that of the highest of orders could have achieved such an extraordinary feat. Although we remain entirely in the dark about who might be responsible, or for what purpose, we can be certain that the motivations do not appear at all innocent." His eyes darted about as if the stacks and walls themselves might be listening. "I'm apprehensive that a more sinister objective might be at play, and it seems someone is quite intent on keeping it concealed, and going to great lengths to do so. It appears we're venturing into rather hazardous terrain. My dear Muriel, I beseech you to hasten back to the bookshop without the slightest delay." Muriel nodded, her face etched with apprehension as she readied herself to depart. "But please," Aziraphale cautioned, his voice tinged with deep concern, "exercise utmost caution until we know more of what has happened here. Do not engage in any action or utter a word that might arouse suspicion. This matter should remain between us." Muriel nodded once more, her resolve evident as she whispered, "Don't worry, I won't breathe a word." With that, she turned and left Aziraphale hurriedly, as he set to tidying and concealing their recent activity before retreating to his celestial office. Aziraphale found himself reeling from the revelation of the erased archives, his mind spinning with the sheer impossibility of such an act. He settled into a chair in the hushed confines of his celestial office, a rare moment of respite from the ceaseless demands of his newfound position. He couldn't help but replay the events in his mind. The word Indus had surfaced from the erased archives. But what did it mean? Who had removed the contents of those files, and why? The questions gnawed at his consciousness, the provocative mystery stimulating his determination to uncover the truth. He closed his eyes, allowing his mind to become lost in thought. In the depths of his recollections, a distant memory began to form. "Indus," he whispered, the word tasting strange and ancient on his lips. Indus was the name of a river that flowed through Asia. His brow furrowed as he corrected himself. "No, someone uttered that word to me." As he allowed his mind to drift, a striking vision unfolded as he saw Crowley, dressed in an intricately patterned silk, knee-length tunic, his trousers gathered into ankle boots, and his red beard grown into a wild, bushy tangle that bore testament to his unique interpretation of the contemporary garb. A faint smile tugged at Aziraphale's lips as he recalled his dear friend's unending attempts to blend in with the times. Yet, within this vision, Aziraphale's recollection sharpened on a specific moment, evoking a worried expression on Crowley's usually composed face. "What had troubled you so, my dear friend?" Aziraphale murmured. His eyes fluttered open as a name rushed to the forefront of his consciousness, unbidden but unmistakable. "Raphael!" Aziraphale exclaimed, the scene flooding back to him with an intensity that swept him back in time, into a chapter of their shared history. A rush of memories engulfed him as he remembered standing in a dusty street nearly 1,300 years ago in Ra, east of the Assyrian Empire known today as Turn. There, under a cloudy afternoon sky, he found himself examining figs at a stall when Crowley sauntered over, a wry grin curling his lips. Well, Aziraphale," he purred. "Fancy bumping into you here, of all places." Aziraphale looked up from the handful of figs he was inspecting. "Crowley. What a surprise." He turned and gave Crowley a warm, if slightly sheepish smile. "You know, I've been seeing the most remarkable things in Ra." Crowley arched an eyebrow. "Remarkable, you say? Do tell." Aziraphale leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "I'm near certain I've seen the Archangel Raphael. Right here, in this very town." Crowley's brow furrowed, a quizzical and perturbed expression etching across his face. "Raphael, are you sure?" For a fleeting moment, genuine concern shadowed his typically mischievous countenance. "What's he doing here?" Aziraphale shrugged nonchalantly as a glazed expression of intrigue washed over him. "I've come across some rather intriguing tales about a young man named Javid." His tone shifted to one of fascination as he recalled stories he'd heard from the locals. "I couldn't say for certain, but he seemed rather preoccupied. Perhaps an important mission from above." Crowley's demeanor shifted playfully, reminiscent of a schoolboy about to embark on a thrilling game. "Well, I best wrap things up quickly then," he declared with a sly grin whilst scanning the bustling crowds. Shifting his focus back to Aziraphale, he raised an enigmatic eyebrow for emphasis and added, "Up to some ineffable business, are we?" "Actually, I'll be leaving here shortly. There's a young chap in England wrestling with a marvelous Danish tale of heroism, monsters, the triumph of good over evil, and a strapping Scandinavian hero. I thought I might pay the poet a visit, offer a bit of celestial inspiration, nudge him in the right direction." Aziraphale's gaze wandered wistfully into the ether. Crowley rolled his eyes. "Oh joy, another tale of a hero saving the day. How riveting. Poetry has a way of capturing the essence of humanity, you know." Aziraphale allowed a pause to linger in the air before continuing, his voice edged with quiet conviction. "I think you'll find it will become quite a timeless masterpiece." "Satan help us all," Crowley muttered, shaking his head in mock exasperation. But his eyes kept sweeping the crowd, sharp and restless, the playful mask slipping to a solemn demeanor. Leaning in sideways, speaking out of the corner of his mouth so only Aziraphale could hear, he murmured, "Well, that appears to be my cue to leave. Perhaps I'll catch you next time, Angel." He straightened before turning away and sauntering through the bustling streets, leaving the angel alone in the market once more. Crowley's sudden departure left Aziraphale in deep thought. However, his contemplations were shortly answered by a soothing voice that gently interrupted his musings. "Is it not Aziraphale?" Turning, Aziraphale's eyes widened in awe as he beheld a tall figure approaching him, bearing a serene smile and moving with an elegant sway. It was indeed Raphael, the Archangel himself. Aziraphale's heart quickened its pace in reverence as he stammered, Yes, that's me. I mean, how may I be of service to you, Raphael?" Raphael's eyes twinkled with kindness. "I find myself here on various healing errands, in close partnership with Javid of the local Maristan. I hath most recently relieved his aged mentor of his blindness." Aziraphale couldn't contain his admiration. "Oh, I've heard the tales. I really ought to have realized it was you. Splendid work, truly. So then, what have you planned next, Raphael?" With an air of serene grace, Raphael responded, I hath received an invitation of most pressing urgency to embark upon a journey to the city of Indus, and I must set forth on this venture post-haste. Aziraphale was awestruck. Indus, you say? That is quite the undertaking. May your travels be safe, Archangel. He bestowed a reverent smile on the magnificent celestial being before him. Raphael nodded graciously. I do thank thee, Aziraphale. If in the providence of the Almighty, thou dost find thyself in the vicinity of Indus, I beseech thee, do not tarry in seeking my company. Aziraphale managed a weak chuckle. I'll keep that in mind. With a nod, he watched with dreamy fascination as Raphael departed to continue his mission. Resurfacing from his reminiscences, Aziraphale's celestial essence nearly pulsed with the newfound insight, anchoring him to the edge of his chair with the weight of the revelation. His fingers gripped the armrests, and urgency sparkled in his eyes as they darted through a Rolodex of options in his mind. Although he grasped the necessity of delving deeper into this new information, the perpetual demands on his schedule remained a constant obstacle. Seeming almost by design at this point, he pondered distractedly. Tapping his fingers on the armrest to recapture his fleeting focus, he couldn't help but deliberate that the conspicuousness of his actions posed a challenge. Conducting research in this plane of existence would surely attract unwanted attention. Muriel, he whispered to himself. Yes, Muriel, he thought, would be his best option. Hurriedly opening a celestial channel, he made contact. Are we alone, dear Muriel? There was no time for pleasantries now, not with what he was about to risk. We have no idea as to the identity of who's responsible for these expunged documents, their motivations for such actions, or whether they've realized that their actions have been noticed. And I don't know how long we have before someone notices us. Therefore, we must be swift to avoid arousing any undue attention. Muriel nodded quickly, her response resonating with the same urgency that infused Aziraphale's tone. Yes, we're alone. Indus, Aziraphale breathed, his eyes darted back and forth checking his surroundings for possible intruders to the conversation. I've remembered where I heard it. It's a city, Aziraphale continued, his voice a hoarse whisper. Raphael visited Indus around 722, after his work with Javid the physician. Please, Muriel, delve into the bookshop and uncover anything of significance from that time. He pursed his lips in assertion, his conviction unwavering. A divine visit, celestial records mysteriously vanishing. There's a connection, I am certain of it. Muriel snatched up a notepad and a pencil and began scribbling. Got it, I'll look, she reassured, tapping the pencil on the pad. Splendid, I'll leave that with you, yes? His eyes conveyed the finality of the conversation, and Muriel nodded fervently in understanding. With a sharp, almost desperate gesture, Aziraphale terminated the connection. He cast his body back into the confines of his chair, trembling hands cradling his weary countenance in near relief. The gravity of the perilous ploy he had just undertaken, directly under the noses of his celestial peers and potential culprit, weighed heavily upon him. What if someone heard? What if the wrong angel pulled the wrong report at the wrong time? He exhaled a deep, trembling sigh, as if trying in vain to dispel the lingering spectre of terror that had seized him in that moment. He didn't know how many more of these moments he could endure before heaven noticed. And if they did, well, Aziraphale suspected the matter would escalate somewhat beyond the sending of a polite memo. Muriel sat in the well-worn seat of the desk chair of the bookshop, forearms resting wearily against the desk. Her hands hovered over the scattered articles lying before her, as if she sought to beseech the knowledge forth through sheer force of will. Days had passed since Aziraphale had entrusted her with this arduous task, and still, she had unearthed nothing of significance. With a sigh akin to the release of a deflating balloon, she let her gaze wander from the stubbornly unyielding books and scrolls before her. She turned her attention to the window, unable to bear the mocking pages any longer. Exhausted and disheartened, she allowed herself to surrender to the comforting embrace of the chair, sinking deeper into its worn cushions. The weight of her failure pressed upon her, and she yearned for some sign, some hint that would lead her down the path they sought. In need of a distraction, a lifeline to pull her out of the depths of her research abyss, Muriel maintained her gaze out towards the bustling street beyond the window. She watched the humans bustle by, each absorbed in their own pursuits, busying themselves, caught up in the intricacies of their daily deeds. As Muriel observed, she found herself captivated by the rich tapestry of emotions on display that near danced on her celestial skin. The tension in a stiffened back, the whimsy in a fleeting expression, the clenched fists of determination, and the casual exchange of winks, blinks, and passing pleasantries all unfolded before her. Each person carried their own story, their own pocket of humanity, as they walked by. From her vantage point, Muriel caught sight of Nina, diligently cleaning one of the tables outside of her coffee shop. A thrilling notion caught her. Could she dare venture and try something from this earthly establishment? She had seen Aziraphale, and even the Metatron indulge in such things. Perhaps it was time she tried an earthly delight herself. Though nervous, and unsure of what to request, the familiar and reassuring presence of Nina emboldened her. With her mind set on accomplishing this new task, Muriel made her way across the street to the coffee shop with determined strides. Her pace slowed with burgeoning apprehension as she reached the door, yet with a self-assuring breath, she grasped the handle and stepped into the illuminated bustle of the shop. "Morning," Muriel greeted brightly as she approached Nina. "Hello," Nina replied simply with a warm smile. Noticing another familiar face, Maggie, the only other human she had encountered on Earth, standing at the counter with her own drink, Muriel shared a smile with both of them before gathering the courage to venture, "I thought I might try something." Nina folded her teacloth with a shrug, eyeing Muriel curiously as she asked, "Sure, what do you want?" Muriel's countenance dropped suddenly, uncertainty creeping in. "Well, I'm not really sure, I've never," her eyes flickered between Nina and Maggie in a silent plea for guidance. "Perhaps stay away from caffeine," Nina mockingly suggested in response to Muriel's obvious agitation. With a comforting smile, Maggie offered gently, "I'm having a chamomile tea, maybe try this." Encouraged, Muriel brightened, "I will have a chamomile tea please." Nina didn't hide the sardonic amusement on her face as she turned to prepare the order. "Coming right up, tea adventurer." Whilst she busied herself behind the counter, Maggie leaned in a little, her voice kind and steady. "How's Mr. Fell doing?" "Oh, Aziraphale? He's doing well, thank you, yes." Muriel hesitated, her eyes drifted, as though following a thought off the table. "He's away at the moment, helping run things with our boss." Maggie gave a knowing smile and whispered conspiratorially, "We know. We were there, the traders' meeting. When the demons attacked the bookshop." "Oh yes," Muriel sighed in relief, visibly relaxing and glad not to have to engage in subterfuge. "But, how about you?" Maggie asked, her curiosity light but sincere. "Are you settling in all right?" "Thank you, I'm keeping busy. Aziraphale has given me a research project to do." Resting her fingertips on the counter, Muriel bowed penitently, regretting revealing this fact at once. She had hoped for a respite from the bookshop's matters when she ventured out, but it seemed her own mind was refusing to relent to her wishes. Nina turned back, placing the tea before her on the counter as she asked, "And how is that going?" Earning a reproachful glance from Maggie, who had noticed Muriel's reluctance to discuss this matter. "Not very well," Muriel confessed sheepishly, "I think I've read every book in the shop, and I can't seem to find anything." "Well," Maggie tilted her head, thinking for a moment. "Have you looked on the internet?" Muriel echoed, her confusion palpable. Seeing Muriel's puzzlement, Maggie tried to explain, "Oh, the internet? It's a digital space where information is stored, like a giant invisible library where you can find and share all sorts of information, like books, pictures, and videos. You can even talk to people from far away and," her words trailed off, realizing that Muriel was completely unfamiliar with the concept, and her words were falling on deaf ears. Racking her brain, Muriel desperately tried to piece together what this mysterious internet might be. She ran through the shop's inventory of items in her mind, pondering whether Aziraphale might own something related to an information repository. Her thoughts settled on one item that sat amidst the books, something she had consciously avoided, not being sure what it might be. There's a plastic box, a computer, in the shop. Is that where it is? Muriel inquired, grasping at cerebral straws. With a patient smile, Maggie offered, I've closed my shop for a late lunch. How about I pop by with you now, and I can show you? Muriel's face lit up with excitement. That would be wonderful, thank you. As they prepared to leave the coffee shop together, Nina glanced up from the counter, dry amusement in her voice. Try not to start a theological incident before tea time. They made their way back to the bookshop. Once inside, Maggie couldn't help but exclaim, You have been busy, taking note of the haphazard piles of opened books, scrolls, and various papers scattered about the shop. Muriel, feeling a pang of embarrassment, admitted, Yes, it's quite urgent, so, as she began to clear the clutter from the desk, revealing the ancient computer beneath. I haven't really been able to keep things tidy. Maggie raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. Urgent? She ventured in a tone tinged with apprehension. Muriel waved her hand dismissively. Phew, she exhaled, it's nothing. Did I say urgent? It's not urgent, it's not important, not really. Maggie fixed her with a stern look, clearly unconvinced by Muriel's attempt to brush off the matter. The nervous energy exuding from Muriel only served to bolster her suspicions. Under Maggie's dubious gaze, Muriel's guard faltered as her words unfurled in an anxious torrent. It's just the second coming, the dead rising, seas boiling, demons walking the earth, the end of humanity. Her tone shifted, carrying a hint of hysteria as she added, pretty much nothing to worry about. At all. Really. She paused fretfully, cringing at the shocked expression on Maggie's face. Muriel watched as Maggie took a deep breath, visibly trying to compose herself after the shock of Muriel's revelation. Maggie's hands shook as she displayed them in front of herself in an effort to steady the racing thoughts in her mind. She finally spoke, her voice quivering. Well, okay. Firstly, that machine, she pointed to the aging computer with its yellowed casing and floppy disk drive, is not going to do the job, so, Maggie began walking gingerly backwards toward the door. So, I'll go get my laptop, okay? Her trembling hand fumbling behind her for the door handle, then I'll come back with Nina, and we can all sit down, and you can tell us everything. Okay. With that, Maggie all but fled the bookshop, leaving Muriel standing there, nervously clutching at her hands. Her heart raced as the consequences of what she had just done whirled through her mind, her stomach churning with a sense of panic. She had revealed the very secret Aziraphale had asked her to keep hidden. But, she reasoned to herself, she was desperate. Filled with guilt and a sense of impending doom, Muriel remained rooted to the spot, her mind and mobility frozen in time, waiting anxiously for Maggie's return. After an interminable span, the gentle jingle above the door chimed pleasantly as Nina and Maggie rushed into the bookshop. Nina immediately exclaimed, So, what's all this about? Maggie's just asked me to close the coffee shop early. Her accusing gaze focused on Muriel. Surrendering to the sudden turn of events, Muriel let out a deep sigh, dislodging her body and mind from its arrest. You might want to sit down, she murmured, her voice heavy with apprehension but edged with relief. The truth was coming out, whether she liked it or not. They all took seats in the bookshop, with Maggie looking nervous and Nina keenly attentive as Muriel began to explain everything from Aziraphale's new position to the impending second coming, the discovery of the missing files, and the investigation into Indus and its connection to everything, including the Archangel Raphael. The weight of the information settled upon them like a heavy shroud, leaving the group in stunned silence as they tried to digest the magnitude of what Muriel had just shared, and the dire consequences it implied. Nina finally broke the silence with a long exhale, eyes shifting between Muriel and Maggie. Right then, she exclaimed, patting the laptop decisively. We best get this thing fired up. She stood, already heading towards the door. I'll go and grab us some coffees. Looks like we're in for a very long night. Pausing at the doorway, she threw a glance back at the others, her tone assuming the commanding cadence of a seasoned marshal, don't you think? Receiving silent nods of affirmation, Nina set to embark on her errand, whilst Maggie began setting up the laptop. As Muriel stood absorbed in the moment, words eluded her as she was entwined in a delicate dance of gratitude and relief. Awestruck at the gift of receiving this spontaneous and eager assistance, she couldn't help but reflect that even in the realms of heaven, camaraderie had been missing. In that singular moment, it dawned on her that it was no wonder how Aziraphale had grown so attached to humanity. Muriel found herself drawn to the screen, captivated by the clatter of keys and the soft hum of the laptop as Maggie diligently set about preparing for their evening's exploration of the technological maze. The first part of their evening was dedicated to educating Muriel about computers, starting from the basics of turning them on to the intricacies of search terms. Very quickly, they found themselves explaining the concept of safe search and why it was essential to have it engaged. As eager as Muriel was to absorb knowledge about humanity and the wonders of the world, she conceded that, at least for the time being, the murkier, squelchy aspects could remain veiled in mystery. The trio focused their collective attention on the more practical aspects of navigating the digital world, ensuring Muriel had a solid foundation to begin her research. With Nina and Maggie's patient guidance, Muriel found herself stepping into a new world, one filled with endless possibilities and treasure troves of information waiting to be uncovered, and perhaps most puzzlingly, a ceaseless fascination with small furry creatures performing improbable antics on loop. With every passing moment, she couldn't help but marvel at the incredible tools the ingenuity of humanity had created. As the hours flew by, they delved ever deeper into their research on Indus, gradually unveiling a wealth of hidden information that even the vastness of the bookshop had been unable to yield. As the night sky began to surrender to the gentle caress of a promising dawn, their caffeine-induced focus was interrupted by a soft voice emanating from the back of the shop. Aziraphale ventured forward with uncertainty, a polite hello on his lips. "And how are we all doing?" His tone was pleasant but tinged with curiosity as he moved tentatively into the main shop area. Each step seeming to carry a question about what he had walked into. Startled by his sudden arrival, Muriel and Maggie rose quickly, their surprise evident, while Nina stood more deliberately, her expression steady but watchful. "Oh, we've been finding out so much about Indus," Maggie gushed as she straightened, unable to contain her excitement. Aziraphale's gaze settled on Muriel with inquisitively raised eyebrows, his stance carrying a hint of accusation and his tone laden with unspoken questions as he requested further explanation. Muriel, feeling like a guilty child caught in the act, quickly explained, "They've been helping me with the research and teaching me all about computers and the internet." "I see." Aziraphale's expression remained as skeptical as a headmaster interrogating guileless-appearing pupils uncovered behind the bike sheds. Yet, amid his scrutiny, there lingered a subtle tinge of warmth and encouragement that didn't go unnoticed by Muriel. Unfazed, she continued, "I know you said not to say anything, but..." Sensing a reprimanding undercurrent in Aziraphale's tone, Maggie interjected with a plea for understanding. "Oh, it's our fault, Mr. Fell. We were asking, and well, we just found out." Muriel blushed, catching a mocking look of disbelief etched across Aziraphale's face. However, there was also a glimmer of something else there, a touch of sardonic pride perhaps. Nina stepped forward, her voice calm but purposeful, eager to steer the conversation back to the task at hand. "The point is, we've uncovered a lot about this place Indus." Aziraphale reached for a spare chair and drew it closer to the assembly. With a practiced grace, he settled into it, gesturing for the others to follow suit and join him from their erected stances and take a seat. "Well," his tone laced with a hint of wry amusement, "it appears I am in need of an update, my friends. Pray, enlighten me." His eyes, filled with a mixture of curiosity and warm encouragement, were fixed on Muriel as she began to take him through everything they had discovered about Indus. "The city of Indus," Muriel began thoughtfully, "is located in what we know today as modern-day India and Pakistan. Indus wasn't as much a city itself but a civilization in the Indus Valley, which had two great cities, Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, and more than 100 towns and villages. We believe Raphael might have mistranslated a bit. Indus was more likely a state than a city." Maggie, unable to contain her insatiable curiosity, chimed in, "They were so clever," her fingers dancing through the notes she had meticulously gathered. With a gentle tap of her pencil on her notepad, she continued, "There's all this stuff about how they used precise weights and measurements, even really complicated math. Apparently, they had a high level of literacy, and were trading with people across the sea, woods, metals, textiles, Grains, all sorts. It's amazing. Nina enthusiastically added, we've also found out loads about the art they made, really stunning stuff, and how they actually lived. There's been so much interest lately because the British Museum has been pulling things together, all these artifacts from the Archaeological Survey of India, some from the 1870s excavations by Alexander Cunningham and even more from more modern-day excavations. Honestly, it's incredible. She blushed slightly and gave a sheepish laugh, a touch of guilt in her tone as she confessed, I've spent the past hour or so buried in their archives. But it is really quite beautiful stuff in there. Aziraphale observed the trio with a whimsical gaze, savoring the equal measures of information that were presented to him, like the harmonious notes of a celestial choir. Yet, his own seraphic core tingled with a subtle disquiet as he noticed the shadow that briefly crossed Muriel's countenance. Muriel, her voice tinged with solemnity, caught Aziraphale's gaze. We found references to the area being devastated by exceptional floods, she began, and in the older books of the Rigveda, there are mentions of newcomers attacking the citadels, which from the descriptions, could be references to demonic activity, but it's not clear. And, the whole area dying. All our research seems to point to Indus, dying. Aziraphale furrowed his brow into a portrait of philosophical intensity as he inquired, would that have coincided with Raphael's visit at all? Muriel's unease was palpable as she responded, yes, but I'm not sure why Raphael was visiting. You said he was asked to go. But, from what we've read, the local people were predominantly Hindu. Why, surely, they would have called upon Shiva. Aziraphale's expression took on a contemplative gravity. Maybe they did, my dear Muriel, he mused. Raphael revealed that he was called to Indus, but he didn't actually state by whom the request was made. Muriel concluded with a note of uncertainty, I suppose really, we haven't found out much. We know the city was lost. It seemed to thrive for hundreds of years, and then, all of a sudden, it just vanished around that time. The people, that is. It seems as if the city itself was just left abandoned. But there's nothing anywhere about Raphael or the second coming. She paused, her eyes seeking Aziraphale's, whose own gaze remained fixed on a distant point in the shadows of the bookshop, momentarily lost in thought. Unless you have some other mystical, magical library, I'm not sure we're going to find what you're looking for, Nina inquired cynically. Aziraphale refocused his gaze from the shop's dimly lit corners. You know, Nina. That is a very good idea. Nina glanced around at the others, her expression now a mix of bewilderment and amusement. I was being facetious, she asserted, her voice laced with a touch of incredulity. Aziraphale, however, appeared as though the dawn itself was blossoming within him, his eyes alight as a newfound realization flooded his being. Yes, Nina, my dear, he began with an air of profound wisdom, but that is in fact, a very good point. Muriel regarded Aziraphale with a growing sense of trepidation. No, she implored, her voice laced with concern, you're not thinking about. Her words trailed off, leaving the question hanging in the air. Aziraphale met her gaze with unwavering determination and raised an expectant eyebrow. Well, he declared calmly, if anyone would be in possession of the records we're seeking, it would be Matthias. Nina and Maggie exchanged puzzled glances, feeling as though they had stumbled into a cryptic conversation, privy to only a fraction of its significance. Muriel's expression twisted with incredulity. You can't be serious, she protested, her voice edged with disbelief, and it's Murmuck's now. He's a demon. If he has any information, it will be in hell, and there's no way we could access it. She regarded Aziraphale as if he had ventured into the realms of madness. Are you saying there's a library in hell? Nina asked mockingly, how do you get a card? Do you need a valid gas bill? Maggie shot Nina a reproachful look. Do you mean that there's someone in hell like you? No, Aziraphale fixed Maggie with an unwavering, serious gaze. Matthias, or rather Murmuck's, he corrected with an air of authority, does not hold information in reverence. The delicate craftsmanship of words and knowledge is lost on him. He accumulates information not for the sake of its beauty, but for the promise of personal gain, the leverage it bestows upon him, and the sway it wields over others. And, Nina, he added, turning his gaze to her, humans do, on occasion, beseech Murmux for his insights, but the price they pay is steep, often their very souls. Nina and Maggie exchanged horrified glances as the air in the bookshop seemed to thicken menacingly. Tentatively, Maggie spoke, fear lacing her voice. You mean, we're going to have to go to hell? Aziraphale looked placatingly at them. No, my dear, we certainly cannot stroll into hell ourselves. However, we do have an acquaintance who possesses that capability. Mr. Crowley, Muriel suggested. Indeed, replied Aziraphale. But, she shifted her weight awkwardly before nervously inquiring, have you heard anything from him? No, my dear, I've made an attempt to contact him, but alas, silence has been my only companion. Aziraphale appeared deep in thought. I should, by all accounts, be able to discern his presence if he is upon this terrestrial plane. Worry etched deep lines upon his countenance. He understood that should he embark on seeking out Crowley with greater intent, he must tread the path of utmost discretion to evade the watchful eyes of his heavenly superiors. All eyes converged on Aziraphale, their collective anticipation palpable. With their attention drawn, he leaned forward in his chair to address the group and bring their clandestine meeting to a close. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you. Your efforts have been nothing short of remarkable, and I genuinely believe that we wouldn't have made such rapid progress without your invaluable assistance. However, it is clear that we are in need of fresh insights. In my heart, I am convinced that we require Crowley's unique perspective. At the mere mention of the demon's name, Aziraphale sensed a palpable trepidation in their bearing. Softening his own gaze, he addressed their unspoken concerns with a reassuring tone. Thus, I implore you not to worry. His attention shifted briefly toward the grandfather clock with its hands pointing at 5:48 a.m., before continuing, Tonight, I shall extend my hand and seek his presence, and I promise to keep you informed of the outcome. Maggie's tone wavered with anxiety as she looked imploringly at Aziraphale. You will let us know, won't you? Aziraphale assured, Indeed, my dear, you have my word. But I must insist you make your way home now, and guard this secret like a precious treasure. Our situation demands the utmost discretion. With these parting words, Nina and Maggie exited the bookshop, leaving Muriel and Aziraphale sitting in a heavy air of uncertainty as they each reflected on the evening's conversation and revelations. After a few minutes of reticence, Muriel summoned her inner strength to confront the question she had locked away in her thoughts. She closed her eyes briefly, as if steadying herself, and with an unflinching determination, faced Aziraphale to ask the question she didn't really want an answer to. Have you looked into who might have removed the records in the first place? Aziraphale's very being seemed to tighten, tendrils of fear and doubt visibly gripping his celestial form. As he hesitated, the words appearing reluctant to escape his lips, he eventually released his arrest with a resigned sigh. I find myself with no pleasant musings to offer. The thoughts I dare not voice aloud. He shared a foreboding glance with Muriel, unspoken fears dancing between them. However, it is my belief that both you and I are aware that this deed could have only been perpetrated by an angel of the highest order. I dare say that it's quite likely the very same celestial being behind this endeavor once more. Muriel's voice quivered as she breathed, the Metatron, her eyes cast downward as if seeking refuge in the patterns of the floor. Aziraphale continued with a note of despair in his voice, we cannot definitively ascertain their intentions. It is entirely plausible that the Metatron has become wholly captivated by the alluring notion of peace and celestial harmony. Muriel's eyes held a glimmer of hope as she suggested, if you think they believe this will be good for humanity, then maybe we could talk and explain. Aziraphale rose from his chair, his gaze drawn to the burgeoning dawn beyond the window as he contemplated the idea. The soft, warm glow of the breaking day seemed to hold a world of possibilities. Yet, the scene bore down on his soul, laden with the dread that this tranquil tableau might transform into a vastly different image. As he recalled the words spoken to him, just hours earlier in his celestial office by the Metatron, a dread settled in his heart as he grappled with the implications of the words. Cruelty is now a common passion, the darkness in many hearts can't be ignored. As angels, our role in safeguarding humanity has brought us to the brink of fulfilling our duties in the great plan. The second coming of Christ will cleanse the world of the malevolence that stains creation. We can't shy away from our responsibilities any longer, Aziraphale. We must preserve the divine vision of peace, otherwise, the demonic realm's prolonged dominance will engulf us all. Breaking free from the enchantment of the sunrise, he turned toward Muriel, his countenance still shaded by uncertainty. I must apologize, my dear, he confessed, his voice heavy with the weight of their shared concern. While it remains possible, I fear it might not be probable that the Metatron has peace in their heart. I am fearful that a darker longing drives them, a yearning to permanently expunge all beings who dare to defy the divine will. Muriel's face grew pale as she pieced together the allegations of Aziraphale's words. You think that's what they really want? To completely dismantle the infernal realms? To destroy hell entirely? I believe they have grown fixated on the notion of eradicating all evil from existence. My concern, you see, is that they perceive evil. Aziraphale paused, allowing his next words to carry even greater weight, everywhere. Aziraphale's eyes held a resolute intensity, inviting the significance of his statement to settle in the air between them. You mean, Muriel began, her eyes widening with realization, they want the second coming because they see evil in the humans as much as the demons? Aziraphale nodded solemnly as he began pacing the bookshop floor. Over the past few weeks, I can't help but notice. His eyes filled with a profound sadness as he sighed once more. I dare say so, he admitted with a heavy heart. The Metatron's perspective is one of extreme absolutism. To them, it seems, the only solution they envision is a clean slate, a new beginning brought forth by the second coming. Muriel's shock was palpable, and she appeared ready to burst forth with a torrent of questions and concerns. But Aziraphale raised his hands in a gesture of caution, urging her to silence. This is very dangerous. It is imperative that we do not breathe a word. We cannot be sure who might be listening, nor allow anyone to suspect we might entertain such thoughts. He surveyed the bookshop, the evidence of their research laid bare before them. Our very actions must go unnoticed. Ensure you do not utter a word to anyone, and I dare say, in due course, we must be very careful as to what someone might stumble upon. Muriel's eyes darted guiltily around the cluttered room, realizing the gravity of their situation and transparency of their actions. I will tidy everything away, she assured Aziraphale. I have the perfect hiding place, no one will know. With a sense of urgency, Aziraphale checked the clock once more and sighed regretfully. I must get back, he murmured. Are you okay to deal with this? He gestured at the shop, and Muriel nodded, intimating her resolve. Hopefully, the next time we meet, Crowley will be joining us. Do let me know if he stops by. Muriel replied with her typical brightness. Yes, of course I will, everything is under control. Aziraphale offered a warm smile, touched by her dedication. Remember, discretion is our greatest ally in these troubled times. With their goodbyes exchanged, Aziraphale embarked on an ethereal journey back to the celestial realms. Once back in his celestial sanctum, the weight of forthcoming decisions pressed heavily upon Aziraphale's shoulders, but his determination remained unwavering. He recognized the dire circumstances, and that he was on the precipice of a journey that may challenge the very fabric of his divine existence. After dedicating an entire day to the meticulous crafting of celestial bureaucracy, Aziraphale had intricately woven the threads of the heavens, ensuring that his impending prolonged absence would remain an undetected anomaly in the divine ledger. Every angelic oversight had been addressed, and celestial paperwork impeccably filed. Then, in a moment marked by profound serenity, Aziraphale's being underwent a transformation with a silent invocation. His incorporeal form reached out, seeking communion with the ethereal realm that intertwined the fates of angels and demons, a realm where the threads of time danced with an unpredictable grace. The celestial spheres shifted in response to Aziraphale's plea, illuminating the path to Crowley's elusive whereabouts. Anticipation pulsed through the very essence of creation as Aziraphale resumed his corporeal form. He strode forth with purpose, prepared to confront the uncertainties lying before him and seek out his demonic counterpart. On the edge of a country lane, barely visible beneath the blanket of night, Crowley teetered with an air of manic energy, his steps unsteady as if swaying to some invisible rhythm. From his outstretched hands, intermittent bursts of brilliance erupted, a mimicry of lightning bolts that dared to streak their incandescence across the canvas of the sprawling fields. From the cloak of night, Aziraphale materialized, his voice slicing through the ether. Crowley. Taking brisk steps toward his friend, a sense of urgency in his quickening tempo. Crowley, I've been looking everywhere for you. What on earth? His gaze darted anxiously between Crowley and the electrifying emanations, while a constricting knot of worry tightened within. Like a diver grasping their nose before plunging into the waters, he clutched his lapels as though they might offer sanctuary from the challenging scene unfurling before him. Closing the distance between them, he drew to Crowley's side, his tone laden with urgency. In the name of everything holy, what are you doing? This conspicuous exhibition could attract unwanted attention. You're going to get into considerable trouble. Maintaining his gaze over the expanse, Crowley furrowed his brow, etching his features with lines of obstinate purpose. I am merely forging a legion of hellhounds on earth. He composed himself in a languid sway to confront Aziraphale, a dance from the unmistakable choreography of the overtly intoxicated. Naturally, he added with a hint of ironic sophistication before readjusting his posture and returning his focus back to his demonic work. Drawing Crowley's hands from their poised position, Aziraphale proclaimed, seeking answers in the depths of those enigmatic eyes, I don't believe it's actually possible to create a hellhound, my dear Crowley. But what on earth prompted you to contemplate such an endeavor? With a mix of curiosity and probing eagerness, his eyes darted over Crowley's form, as though he hoped his gaze alone might extract something recognizable from his friend's countenance. I'm a demon, it's what I do. My hellhounds will walk the earth amass, says singing. Crowley paused, staring into the middle distance with a dreamy smile, half raising a relaxed hand towards his shoulder, as if in anticipation to greet an emerging thought like an old friend when it finally arrives. You know, though, slurred Crowley, his eyes half-lidded and glassy, creating hellhounds, not as easy as it sounds. With his relaxed hand finding a new purpose, he began tracing invisible patterns in the air with his fingers as if he were sculpting something only he could see. Gotta give them teeth, and not just any teeth. Teeth that can tear through the very fabric of... He paused abruptly, mumbling, not fabric. More than fabric. Clay. Crowley proclaimed, a suddenness in his voice akin to someone who had just remembered the precise location of their misplaced keys. Molding clay, he continued, but with more fire and brimstone. But's not just about the hounds. It's about the pandas, spandamones, pomondiums. Chaos. Got to keep them on their toes. A demon struggles being noticed in today, with all their phones in faces, melting ice cats, and nuclear, everything, shooting each other for no reason any demon could have thought up. His voice dipped and swayed, dancing with the rhythm of his thoughts, only occasionally tripping over the words that sought to keep up. And your lot can't thwart everything, Crowley muttered, his gaze drifting aimlessly until it settled on Aziraphale. With an unfocused stare, he leaned in closer, his unsteady finger pointed accusingly at Aziraphale. Can they? Won't notice me amongst all this, nah, see this coming. Aziraphale sighed, his patience tested. Oh, I think everyone will be able to see this, he lamented. Now, be sensible. With an unexpected burst of vigor, Crowley snapped to attention, his words erupting in an unrestrained torrent. His hands came together in a fervent clap, punctuating his declaration. One wrong move and poof. He let the words linger in the air, pregnant with significance. Next thing you know, everyone's on high alert. It's what we do, isn't it? You and I, all of us. All of this, find the beauty in the chaos, he gestured grandly, encompassing the vast cosmic expanse, and swayed momentarily. Regaining his posture once more, he returned his attention to his peculiar task, as if his own words had provided the spell to rekindle his determination. Aziraphale's gaze shifted towards the field, confusion and alarm etched across his features. The initial surge of dread that seized him found itself somewhat mollified by a fragile thread of understanding weaving its way into his heart, a quiet plea in Crowley's words, an almost desperate yearning to be seen, to be noticed amid the tumult. That faint aching desire, tugged gently at the angel's empathetic nature, softening his judgment just enough to make him pause. There was little denying that the purpose of this act was to draw attention. And yet, true to the unfolding spectacle, every lightning bolt hurled across the expanse was accompanied by a distant squeak. Just as suddenly as another scintilla burst forward and appeared to land its mark, a frog was propelled into the air from the depths of the undergrowth. A gentle pop resonated as it underwent a remarkable rabbit-like transformation, ballooning in size until it resembled an engorged fluffball, with long ears and a puffed tail. Following this otherworldly metamorphosis, the creature descended back to the ground with a soft bounce, moving like a weighted helium balloon in its newfound form. Aziraphale's eyes roamed the unfolding scene before him, and despite the subdued light, he finally allowed himself to embrace the whole experience. His countenance transformed into a canvas of intricate emotions, painting a vision of astonishment and whimsy across his face as he absorbed the fullness of the spectacle beyond the lane's immediate grassland. A multitude of fluffy spheres bopping across the outlying fields, an orchestrated chaos that painted the landscape in a most surreal pantomime. A wry thought flitted through his mind. Well, isn't this quite the infernal spectacle? The corners of his lips curved upward in silent amusement as he pondered, half seriously, whether this was a manifestation of a demon's equivalent to the human phenomenon of haunting pink elephants parading through inebriated minds. With a soft sigh, part sympathy and a smidgen of impatience, his former tension seemed to slip away like a discarded coat. His attention, a compass needle, swung back to the figure of Crowley. Right, now then, his tone a blend of gentle urgency, there's a matter of utmost importance that requires your immediate attention. Aziraphale's eyes bore into Crowley's, earnest and unyielding. It's time to sober up, old friend, and put an end to this. With a wave of his outstretched fingers, a gesture both elegant and commanding, the bizarre spectacle dissipated like morning mist beneath the sun's gaze. The bouncing fluffballs reverted to their original forms amidst the undergrowth, as if they had been mere winks of a fantastical dream. Crowley's countenance shifted, a slight disgruntled snarl surfacing across his face akin to a child whose enjoyment had been curtailed by a parental intervention. Unperturbed, Aziraphale pressed on, his voice firm yet gentle. Now, come along, he encouraged, his eyes a beacon of unwavering support, let's make our way back to your flat. Crowley's hands found their way to his temples, his posture swaying with a touch of unsteady elegance. His murmured words escaped his lips in a smug, self-indulgent cadence. You'll need to catch me first, angel. An exasperated sigh slipped from Aziraphale's lips, a testament to the trials of dealing with the incorrigible demon. Honestly, this is a matter of great importance, he retorted wearily as his gaze swayed back towards the fields, an arched eyebrow silently questioning the wisdom of Crowley's words, as if to convey, really? After countless eons in Crowley's company, he half expected the demon to metamorphose into one of his freshly conjured hellhounds at any given moment. Yet, the futility of such a venture was plain, considering Aziraphale's swift reversion of the creatures to their original state. Before he could ponder further, a snap of Crowley's fingers accompanied the all-too-predictable vanishing act. Aziraphale let out a frustrated sigh, his head tilting backward and eyes closing briefly in a portrait of vexation. With a resigned air, he peered downwards, anticipation mingling with the threads of exasperation. Yet, the scene that met his eyes was a departure from the expected. No fluffy ball of whimsy bounced before him. Instead, sprawled upon the ground was a creature that defied categorization, a rabbit, to be certain, but bedecked with snake-like skin. The creature seemed to have succumbed to slumber, lying motionless before him whilst emitting soft, serpentine-like resonances. Aziraphale couldn't help but muse, do rabbits snore? Well, this one certainly does. A mirthless chuckle escaped him, as he pondered whether fate itself was toying with the narrative. And perhaps it was. A rabbit snake? The peculiarities of the universe never ceased to amaze him. However, it occurred to him that this unusual twist might, in fact, be a fortuitous one. Convincing Crowley to accept aid was akin to coaxing water uphill. I suppose this does simplify matters, he murmured, a soft smile touching his lips as he scooped the slumbering hybrid into his arms. His gaze wandered with a distant vagueness, like a man who held conversations with the ether. "Ah, there it is," he noted, as if acknowledging a presence long awaited. With purposeful strides, he moved in the direction of a black Bentley, Crowley's vehicle discarded carelessly by the roadside. Gently placing the befuddling creature onto the passenger seat, the engine purred to life at his command, and with the creature now an unwitting companion, he navigated the streets back to Crowley's London flat. Aziraphale arrived at Crowley's flat, cradling him in his arms as he navigated through the dimly lit surroundings with caution. A feeling blossoming within him, a gnawing awareness that something was out of place. Yet, he reasoned as he advanced, that mystery could wait for a more opportune moment. Pushing the burgeoning unease to the periphery of his consciousness, he recognized that for now, his primary concern was the safety and well-being of his friend. Cocking his head inquisitively, he pondered for whose safety this might be. Arriving in the bedroom, he lowered the creature beneath the sheets on the bed, his brow knit with a genuine concern. Content with his efforts thus far, he strode toward the door, shaping reality en route with the fluidity of a conductor guiding an orchestra, shifting Crowley back to his human form. As Aziraphale pivoted to close the door behind him, preparing to witness the resolution of his efforts, he was greeted with an unexpected sight: Crowley, ensconced in nothing but the sheets, the fabric extending modestly to his waist. "Oh, I do wish you'd buy clothes rather than wish them into being," he commented with a disapproving glance accompanying his words. A wiggle of his fingers, and a nightshirt materialized upon Crowley's form, earning a nod of approval from Aziraphale. Much more presentable, he noted, before turning his attention to exploring the flat. While Aziraphale traversed the flat, he wandered through scenes of devastation. Moving from one room to another, he set chairs upright, repaired shattered windows, and erased scorch marks from surfaces that once gleamed immaculately. An understanding settled within him. There had been no battle, no invasion, no intruder. The truth was more unsettling in its simplicity. With each wrong righted, Aziraphale battled against the sense of suffering that had etched itself onto the afflictions scattered throughout the space. With each repair, with each restoration, Aziraphale felt a tug on his heartstrings, a constant reminder of the afflictions he couldn't help but feel an undeniable responsibility, a pain he yearned to heal. With his cleaning task accomplished, Aziraphale took a moment to appreciate his efforts, inhaling deeply as he absorbed the transformation he had wrought in the once chaotic space. A self-satisfied grin twitched the corners of his mouth as he savored the sense of accomplishment. Yet, as he stood there, a fleeting doubt brushed against his thoughts. His gaze wavered toward the closed door of Crowley's room. A disquiet settled in, the weight of expectations pressing upon him. Yes, ensuring Crowley's safety was vital, sharing his revelations was necessary, and preventing his friend from indulging in a centuries-long slumber as he had done once before, was crucial. But if his location was discovered, his celestial office would hardly look favorably upon his staying here, beneath the roof of an enemy they opposed. Caught in contemplation, he shifted on the balls of his feet, uncertainty casting a shadow over his expression. His eyes flicked from the main door to his current position within the flat, a silent debate fighting within. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. With a nod of affirmation to himself sealing the decision, he turned on his heel and made his way to Crowley's room. A rustling of bedsheets and other nocturnal sounds greeted him from the outside. He paused a moment, a quiet prayer that his presence would comfort the restless slumber of his friend. Entering the obscurity of the shadowed room and settling into the vacant spot on the bed, he reached into his inside jacket pocket to retrieve a small book, The Anatomy of Legerdemain, the first edition. Within a mere handful of minutes, the hush around him grew profound, enveloping him in a cocoon of stillness. Amidst the quietude of the room, he surrendered himself to the pages of the book before him. Yet, within this reverie, a flicker of sound in a muffled moan pierced the silence. Aziraphale's thoughts momentarily shifted from the book as his quizzical eyes lifted, drawn by the unexpected interruption. He searched the room, curiosity etching lines of concern on his face until his gaze rested on the source of the disturbance. Crowley shifted, stirring in his sleep once more. He rolled over towards the angel, one arm extending across Aziraphale's waist to clutch a part of his shirt. He nestled his face into Aziraphale's side, his grip unexpectedly firm, reminiscent of someone desperately clutching to avoid a fall. White knuckles twisted into Aziraphale's side with a further discordant groan. He gazed down at his friend with a mix of fret and fondness settling upon his slumbering companion. As though seeking consolation in his own thoughts, he let his mind ruminate over past conversations. If, upon the morning sun's return, he regales me again with tales of demon dance troupes decked in sequins, he mused, I fear I might be compelled to take drastic measures. The dreamy countenance that adorned Aziraphale's face darkened, as if the relentless truth demanded its entrance, gently pushing through the veil of memory. Rebellious against the confines of introspected sanctuary and driven by the events that unfolded in the preceding hours, his contemplation unfurled like tendrils of smoke, slipping through the cracks of his cogitation. Refusing restraint and haven, his mind pondered further to what chasms of disturbance could ripple through a demon's being who has trod the shadowy corridors of the truly infernal. This isn't custard, Aziraphale murmured, his words slipping from his lips like a lover's whispered confession. Over the course of many evenings spent in Crowley's company, amidst far too many bottles of wine, Aziraphale had increasingly become aware of the demon's irrational fear, or at least disdain, of custard. It was a peculiarity he would never dare discuss in the harsh light of day, fearing the explosive consequences such a revelation might entail. Yet, within the sanctuary of his own thoughts, he couldn't help but wonder about the origins of this curious phobia. Within Aziraphale's deep introspections he had long deduced that the inexplicable anxieties harbored by humans were, in essence, fragments of ancient truths woven into the fabric of their collective psyche. Just as the superstition of walking under a ladder was considered unlucky due to the logical risk of encountering falling paint or inadvertently dislodging the ladder, he'd concluded that custard must have had its own origins in oral tradition. In his vivid imagination, Aziraphale envisioned families gathered around the dinner table, telling stories as they enjoyed their meal. That these narratives, as they unfolded, would inevitably reach their peak where beloved characters teetered on the precipice of ominous fates at the point where dessert would be served. In such a peculiar and precarious setting, custard would be the logical lifeline woven into the tales by the children, employed as the elixir of salvation, the magical agent capable of banishing the shadows and breathing new life into even the most foreboding of tales. It was, in Aziraphale's reckoning, in the arcane recesses of a demon's psyche, custard must have, over the eons, metamorphosed into a symbol not of indulgence but of all things restorative, an emblem of hope and illumination. In the shadowy corners of demonology, where light was an anathema, custard stood as an unexpected beacon of hope, a creamy, golden icon of redemption. Cloaked in a tapestry of doubt woven with threads of compassion, Aziraphale attempted to push the matter of custard to the periphery of his thoughts. Yet, a smouldering ember of guilt found its home within his heart once more and began to flicker. He couldn't help but feel a weight of responsibility for the pain that seemed etched into the very fabric of the physical world around him, as well as the turmoil plaguing his friend. In the midst of this peculiar confluence of emotions, a thought, stranger than any sequence of words he had ever entertained, slipped past his lips. Am I more detrimental to you than custard, my dear friend? Uncertain, yet suffused with tenderness, Aziraphale gingerly lowered his arm, allowing his fingers to brush against Crowley's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. As Aziraphale's touch made contact, Crowley's grip gradually relaxed, and his arm slipped into a more resting position. Feeling the tension leave Crowley's body, Aziraphale felt his own burdens begin to melt away, leaving in their wake a familiar, soothing sense of comfort in their closeness. With a concluding punctuation of a soft squeeze, he allowed his arm to come to rest on Crowley's shoulder to offer further solace. As he seemed to drift even deeper into a tranquil state within this relaxed embrace, Aziraphale returned his attention back to the book still cradled in his free hand, its pages a sanctuary against the renewed quiet of the room. Morning began to infiltrate the room, its wisps of light sneaking through the gaps in the curtains. Aziraphale gently extricated himself from his friend's side, his mind resolute on the task ahead. This would not be easy, he knew, but he was determined. He embarked on preparing breakfast, hoping to soften the impending revelation with a touch of comfort to aid the conversation. As he added the finishing touches to his culinary preparations, a sudden exclamation that near shook the building pierced the air. The forceful declaration "Angel" reverberated from the bedroom as the door swung open in an almost theatrical flourish, and there stood Crowley, a vision draped in a pastel blue, pinstriped Victorian nightshirt that cascaded like ethereal mist around his ankles. "What have you done to me?" Crowley's voice was a symphony of astonishment laced with vexation, a melody only he could compose. With each word, he tugged indignantly at the seams of the nightshirt, a gesture at once irate and perplexed. His gaze shifted from his bedclothes to the spread on the table, his tone carrying an octave of disbelief. "And what, in the name of infernal realms, is this?" Aziraphale, unfazed by the tempestuous entrance, responded with cautious diplomacy. Breakfast." His arms gestured in an almost fragile motion toward the spread on the table. Pausing, he considered the angelic-like attire that adorned the demon, weighing the mistake. "I thought a pleasant beginning might be appreciated," he continued, tilting his head in invitation as he settled into one of the chairs with the grace of a courtly dance. "Do join me, won't you?" Crowley stood in a stance that defied compromise, his exterior unyielding despite the faint telltale tremor beneath the surface that belied an ember of genuine appreciation of his friend's presence. He reached for a mug of coffee, refusing the chair's embrace, choosing instead to lean one hand on the chair's edge in an insolently casual pose, as if declaring his disapproval of the situation. His gaze, sharp and probing, swept the room, taking in every detail with a mix of curiosity and silent skepticism. The seconds hung taut in the air as Aziraphale summoned his courage. "Listen," he began, urgency tinging his words, "there's something that needs to be addressed." Crowley's focus, momentarily roosted in the corner of the room, was drawn back to Aziraphale, whose eyes pleaded with an intensity that sought passage through his defenses. Crowley's expression was a montage of audacious nonchalance and unspoken challenge, a silent dare for Aziraphale to proceed at his peril. Aziraphale hesitated, and then began anew after a fleeting moment of contemplation. "The course of events, my dear Crowley, might not have been quite as they appeared." The room seemed to hold its breath as Crowley's stance grew rigid once more in response to this opening declaration. Lamenting his choice not to start with a more casual topic, he pressed on with the colloquy commitment he had made. However, sensing an increasing resistance to this discourse, the words stumbled over each other like a fumbling dance. "Plans are set in motion, and I find myself requiring your assistance, as you see." But before he could continue, his sentence was swept away by the tempest of Crowley's response. It surged forth, a torrent of pent-up emotions finding an unexpected release. The coffee mug landed on the table with a sharp thud. The chair, previously a prop for his casual defiance, was thrown aside as Crowley surged forward. Aziraphale, ever attuned, had already begun to rise, one hand bracing the table, the other raised in a gentle plea for calm. "Crowley," he began, his voice imploring for reason. But Crowley was already moving, already there. In 2 strides, he closed the distance, seizing the lapels of Aziraphale's coat with trembling hands. The gesture pulled the angel the final few inches upright, out of the chair into Crowley's space. Their breaths mingled, the distance between them paper-thin. "Need me?" Crowley's voice hissed with a bitter, venomous whisper. "I thought you were with them now. Aren't you?" The hurt behind the words was unmistakable. Aziraphale didn't flinch. He met Crowley's gaze with that same maddening calm, that endless patience. But Crowley was already turning, propelling Aziraphale backwards almost mechanically, ushering him toward the doorway as if trying to eject the very idea of him. After all this time, the words dripping with disdain, "You show up, not for some noble cause. No. It's because you need something." His eyes softened in submission as he reached out a hand and yanked the door open with a snap. "Now tell me, Angel. What kind of friend is that?" "Please, my dear friend, there's no need to be upset." Aziraphale urged softly. "I owe you 1,000 apologies. I had no idea you would be so affected." "Affected? Is that what you think I am, affected?" Crowley snapped, frustration seeping through every word. With a sharp exhalation, Crowley released his lasting grip in a gesture of gentle surrender in stark contrast to the turbulent chaos that had erupted moments before. For Satan's sake, I had no idea what might have happened to you. The last time you, or I, well, you. Shaking his head to dismiss, rejoining a neural pathway fraught with temporal obstacles and thorny contradictions, which, quite frankly, made his demonic mind bleed. He expelled the overwhelming notion from his mind with a sigh of resignation and closed his eyes briefly to ground himself in the moment. Refocusing, he continued, well, what they thought was you went back up there with that lot. Things didn't exactly go in your favor, or do you not remember being cast into hellfire by your esteemed peers? I didn't forget, Aziraphale began quietly, and I do of course appreciate what you did for me. But it didn't cross your mind to tell me anything. Not a word. Not a sign. Nothing. I wanted to. I truly did. But it has been too dangerous, still is. We have to. We. Crowley's voice silenced him, a snapped response dripping with sarcasm and scorn. Have to? Each word an incision, each syllable a puncture in the fragile membrane that held their alliance. Crowley's posture, previously taut and furious, now sagged with an air of resignation, his tone a final note in a symphony of severed connections. You made your choice, Aziraphale. And that choice had no room for we. Aziraphale's gaze bore into Crowley's, his eyes shimmering with regret, his voice now softened and laced with melancholy. Crowley, I know it seems that way, but there are forces at play beyond what you and I ever imagined. He stepped closer, his fingers reaching out to touch Crowley's cheek, but the demon flinched away as if burned. Aziraphale withdrew his hand, the rejection a physical ache in his chest. I did what I had to do to protect us both, to protect Earth, Aziraphale continued, his voice wavering. But it doesn't mean I wanted to lose you. His gaze pleaded for understanding, for a glimpse of the Crowley he had known. Crowley's visage clung to the shadows, an intricate tapestry of pain and anger, protecting us? Heh! His words dripped with that trademark sarcasm, a cloak concealing the vulnerability beneath. You've got a funny way of showing it, he snarled with a wry twist of his lips. It seems to me that you chose your allegiance and put your trust in them, despite the countless eons of, he waved his hand dismissively and paused, allowing a moment to gather his thoughts. Rather than having faith in all we've achieved, all we've built, everything we've worked for. And now you come to me, what? Surprised. Surprised that once again, they're making a mess of things? Are they? His voice remained resolute, the formidable barricade he had erected showing no signs of crumbling. With a non-committal shrug, he cast off his own question, declaring in a matter-of-fact tone, I don't want to know. Aziraphale took a step closer, his voice barely more than a breath. Crowley, something didn't seem right. I had to know more. I'd give anything to go back, to change what happened. But right now, we have to put aside any differences and face this together. The demon's eyes, bereft of mercy, halted Aziraphale's words in their tracks, suspending them in the charged atmosphere. Each syllable seemed to wither and expire under the oppressive weight of tension that coursed between them. Aziraphale lowered his gaze, hands trembling with nervous energy as he tugged at his coat sleeves. He half-turned from Crowley and the flat, the weight of defeat setting heavily on his shoulders. You can find me at the bookshop when you're ready, his voice low and defeated. Our lives, our existence, may rest upon our cooperation, almost too quietly to catch, he added, Muriel knows how. Then, with shoulders bowed beneath the burden of what remained unspoken, he stepped away, his footsteps echoing his shattered hopes. With a resounding thud, Crowley forcefully shut the door behind him and pivoted to face away from it. His hand trembled slightly as he pressed his clenched fingers against his mouth, a quivering breath momentarily betraying the angry facade. Composure regained, he cast a disapproving glance downward at his nightshirt and emitted a frustrated tut. A snap of his fingers later, his attire shifted seamlessly to his preferred wardrobe. He re-entered the flat, grumbling and groaning, his irritation a symphony of vocal disapproval. Every corner held evidence of angelic meddling, and Crowley's words swirled in the air like dark smoke. "What happened to this?" he muttered with a theatrical sweep of his hand, in a gesture that defied definition. "And where is all the blasted alcohol?" His tone teetered on the brink of exasperation as he scoured the once chaotic surfaces, now bereft of their bacchanalian allure. His irritation mounted, punctuated by a snide quip that hung in the air. Did he ever consider I might have wanted it that way? Each word dripped with the venomous cocktail of bitterness and rebellion, challenging the sanctity of the angelic influence. His strides led him to the room filled with plants that had once been mere smoldering remnants, now luxuriating in their vibrant greenery. Here, Crowley stood, his lips drawn into a stubborn line, his pride preventing him from openly displaying the gratitude that simmered beneath the surface. A huff of frustration escaped him, and he turned away from the lush scene, his gaze locked onto his study. With a determined resolve, he flung himself into the desk chair in a silent proclamation of his unyielding defiance. Slowly, the tautness in his frame relented, yielding to a touch of contrition that mingled with the echoes of his earlier fervor. His eyes became ensnared by the dance of his fingers, a somber spectacle of introspection as if they were a needle, tracing past events etched into the folds of his skin. Yet, as moments passed, his preoccupation was suspended by a peculiar interruption. An anomaly that persistently teased the periphery of his sight, coaxing his thoughts from the reverie. The visual oddity tugged at his attention, eventually compelling him to divert his gaze towards a small box resting on his desk. He adjusted his posture, pushing his elbows against the chair's armrests to regain a seated position as his focus shifted. "Hello," he drawled with an air of curiosity directed at the inanimate object. "You're new." He lifted the box, cradling it delicately in his slender fingers as he observed it from various angles. A contemplative hum escaped him as he mused aloud. Actually, you're something quite old, aren't you?" "6,000 years earlier." Aziraphale gingerly peeked his head around the corner, his voice soft as he greeted, "Hello," accompanied by a subtle wave of his hand. "Ah, it's you," Crowley replied with a languid indifference, his tone casually acknowledging his presence. Aziraphale, cloaked in the guise of curiosity, observed Crowley's attire. "You seem rather prepared for a sojourn," he remarked, his gaze lingering on the radiant celestial finery that adorned him. A buoyant excitement laced Crowley's response. "Indeed, my dear Aziraphale, just a minor escapade across the cosmic tapestry." Aziraphale caught the faintest smirk playing on Crowley's lips and narrowed his eyes suspiciously. He glanced around warily, as if afraid the walls might overhear. He stepped closer, his voice hushed. "You're not suggesting you're heading down there, are you?" His gesture indicated a downward trajectory. Crowley's smile remained affable as he clarified, merely a brief dalliance to witness the grand spectacle of creation. A tremor of unease rippled through Aziraphale's being. His stance mirrored his trepidation, his words laden with worry. "But to leave, now? There's talk. A rebellion. Whispers of exile. This isn't the time for sightseeing." Crowley shrugged, waving off the concern with a casual flick of his hand. "Worry not, Aziraphale. They barely acknowledge my existence. They don't even deign to respond when I inquire about, well, any of this." His sweeping gesture encompassed the celestial realms around them. "They care not for my whereabouts." Aziraphale's expression shifted, his distress becoming more palpable. He pleaded, his voice tinged with a touch of desperation, "But departing now could mean forsaking all that we are, forever. It may be seen as taking sides, even championing the rebellion." Crowley's grin remained steadfast as he attempted to allay Aziraphale's concerns. "Taking sides implies someone ever told me which side I was on. I'm merely planning a rendezvous with Lucifer and the rest of the guys. Just a friendly catch-up, nothing sinister." His words took a thoughtful pause, his earnestness shining through. "Honestly, they value my input more than this lot does. You worry too much." Despite his calm exterior, there was an unease that gnawed at Aziraphale's soul. He knew well enough to understand that a friendly catch-up with Lucifer and the latest denizens of the netherworld couldn't be as simple as it sounded. Crowley had a knack for skimming past troubling details with a smirk and a shrug, and for getting entangled in situations far more complicated than he initially let on. His thoughts raced, and a sense of foreboding settled over him. He couldn't let Crowley go without at least attempting to make him reconsider. With determined strides, Aziraphale followed in Crowley's wake, catching up with him just as they reached an ethereal corridor in the fabric of reality itself. Aziraphale's voice was low, filled with genuine concern. "Crowley, you must reconsider this journey. The consequences could be dire. What if they discover your presence? What if they—" Crowley cut him off with a sigh, his exasperation evident. "Aziraphale, you worry too much. I've traversed the cosmic boundaries for eons, and I've always managed to slip under their celestial gaze." Aziraphale stepped in front of Crowley, slowing his departure. His eyes bore into Crowley's, pleading for him to understand. "But this time, it feels different. This isn't like exploring Kokabiel's new star systems. This hell they speak of, it's not a metaphor anymore. If you're wrong, it won't just be exile. It will be something else. Something terrible." Crowley's shoulders slumped as he exhaled slowly, and for a moment, his facade cracked, revealing the uncertainty that lay beneath. "But sometimes, I can't help but feel that there's more to all of this so-called plan than we've been led to believe. I just need to see it for myself." Aziraphale studied him for a long moment, then spoke with unwavering determination. "Then let me accompany you," he affirmed, nodding resolutely. "We can face whatever awaits down there together. You've always been the voice of reason." Crowley's eyes softened approvingly in response. "I couldn't ask you to come along and risk your standing in heaven." Aziraphale offered a soft and reassuring smile as he placed a hand on Crowley's shoulder. "My dear friend. If you're determined to go, then I'm determined to go with you." Crowley stepped back, slipping from under Aziraphale's hand and his unwavering offer. "No need, Aziraphale. This is something I have to do alone." With those parting words, Crowley took his leave, striding away purposefully, leaving Aziraphale to grapple with the magnitude of his impending journey. Left standing there, Aziraphale struggled to collect himself. He pressed his fingers into his palms, anxiety coursing like needles through his celestial form. He couldn't merely stand by idly. The prickling converging in his mind would not be sublimated, it demanded a thread of understanding, a lifeline to hold onto within his tempestuous internal struggle. Why the rush? Visiting, or fleeing? Surely there must be a catalyst for this haste. After a contemplative pause, Aziraphale's curiosity propelled his feet mechanically towards a place that held a special significance, a place Crowley had once proudly introduced to him to showcase some of his finest creations. Peeking his head inside, Aziraphale couldn't help but inquire, "Pray tell, what is unfolding in this corner of existence?" The scene that met his eyes resembled a frenzied going-out-of-business sale. Angels bustled to and fro, arms full of scrolls and unlabeled boxes. Desks were being cleared with near-military efficiency, drawers emptied, parchment fluttering to the floor in the rush. A tense hum of purpose hung in the air. "This section is shutting down," one angel remarked matter-of-factly as they passed by, balancing a precarious stack of ledgers. Watching the controlled chaos unfold, Aziraphale responded with a simple, "Ah," as a seed of understanding took root in his mind. Another angel called over their shoulder, moving everything over to records. Nodding politely, and a quiet "very good," Aziraphale wove his way through the bustling activity, dodging the hurried angels. He eventually arrived at Crowley's desk, his fingers tracing the surface with a contemplative touch. His attention became fixated on a particular box, its label catching his eye, Alpha Centauri Model Version 3.128, obscured by an official approved stamp. Intrigued, Aziraphale delicately lifted the box, holding it close to his chest. Casting a quick, furtive glance around to ensure no prying eyes were on him, he carefully pried open the box's lid. An exquisite, vibrant display blossomed forth, an artistic rendition of the star system, a cherished favorite that Crowley had once shared with him. As the colors and wonder washed over him, Aziraphale's sense of panic deepened, his heart thumping in his ears, drowning out the noise of the disturbances surrounding him. An irrational sense of dread welled up within, urging him to protect the item as if it contained some precious portion of his friend's very essence. Glancing around discreetly once more, Aziraphale's determination solidified with a new sense of purpose. He surreptitiously tucked the box beneath his robes, securing it close against his form. Each step he took away from the area carrying a hint of haste, a reflection of the urgency he felt to safeguard these memories from the events unfolding around him. Seated in his office chair, Crowley let his lean frame sink back into a recline, his lithe body seemingly surrendering to the enveloping comfort of the chair. The soft material cradled him as if offering a sanctuary from the tumultuous thoughts that tugged at his mind. He tapped absent-mindedly on the box placed before him on the desk, his fingers taking refuge beneath his chin. "It's not the same," he murmured aloud, a trace of discontent etching his features as a frown creased his brow. The crease deepened, and it was as if the very act of confronting the box had stirred up a storm within him, a tempest of emotions he had long tried to evade. With a pang of realization, he confronted a pivotal juncture he had avoided acknowledging for far too long, the decision to plunge into the depths of the demonic realm without sparing a thought for the bond he shared with his celestial counterpart. A flicker of memory danced before his eyes, the image of Aziraphale's countenance, a portrait of heartache and abandonment, as Crowley had walked away from the gates of heaven without a second glance, or more truthfully in Crowley's case, strolling away with all the nonchalance of someone ditching a boring party. In an attempt to shield himself from the piercing pain of that vision, he shut his eyes tightly, as though sealing them shut could lock away the past. The words escaped his lips again, accompanied by a continued rhythmic tap-tap-tapping of his fingers on the box's surface. "It's just not the same," he muttered, "for Satan's sake. We didn't even really know each other back then." His voice carried the weight of regret as the thoughts reverberated through him. How could it be the same when they had been practically strangers in those distant days? Definitely not the same, he thought, his head swaying from side to side as if attempting to ward off an unwelcome thought from taking root. As his lips moved once more, shaping words that he had buried deep within him, "I didn't choose, I just hung around the wrong people," he sulked, the words carrying a mixture of frustration and resignation. His thumb began to trace the contours of the box's exterior, his touch gentle as he observed it with newfound appreciation. His eyes seemed to see beyond the material, recognizing the significance it held. Circumstances had shifted, time had flowed on, yet Aziraphale's steadfast friendship remained an unwavering constant. He couldn't ignore the weight of the fact that his friend had carried this keepsake for 6 millennia. A fracture seemed to cleave within him, but he swiftly veered away from delving too deeply into its nature. Instead, a swell of anger, an old and familiar companion, surged forth, filling the void that the fracture had exposed. The box landed upon the desk's surface with a sharp thud, as his relaxed posture gave way to a taut stance. Crowley sat hunched over the desk, forearms planted firmly on either side of the box, his gaze locked on it, coiled as if ready to strike. With a sudden, almost violent motion, he stood, the chair's legs scraping against the floor in protest to the storm that raged within him. His voice emerged, laden with frustration and accusation. "What have you gotten us into now, Aziraphale?" The words hung in the air, a mixture of concern and a hint of fond exasperation. Exiting his flat with an urgent stride, he snatched his car keys from a nearby table. His destination was clear, the bookshop awaited his arrival. As Muriel pored over the worn and tattered bus timetables, each page festooned with an array of sticker notes bearing guidance in Aziraphale's immaculate handwriting, a soft jingle from the bookshop's doorbell roused Muriel as Crowley strode in. The unmistakable scowl etching Crowley's face sent a shiver down her ethereal spine, and she couldn't help but jump to attention, her nervousness immediately apparent. Though two humans sat quietly on the sofa, Maggie and Nina murmuring over a folder between them, Muriel felt suddenly very alone in his presence. Heedless of the considerable distance between them, she took an involuntary step back from the imposing demon, her voice trapped in the back of her throat that suddenly seemed too dry to make any sound. Crowley removed his glasses, revealing yellow, vertically slit eyes that bore intensely into Muriel. "Oh, hi there," she stammered, her voice quivering as she anxiously wrung her hands, her discomfort palpable. "He said you might be visiting. I didn't expect you so soon." A contemptuous curl tugged at his lip. "Well, I was told this was urgent," he retorted, leaning casually against one of the bookshop's pillars, making it abundantly clear that he had no intention of venturing further than a foot from the front door. "Maybe you could get the angel." "Right, yes, of course," Muriel replied, thankful for the excuse to escape. A soft hello emanated from the corner of the room. Crowley turned his head toward the couch, where Maggie and Nina sat, and then back to the rear of the shop where Muriel had departed. Maggie and Nina exchanged uneasy glances, noting the sudden tension that had invaded the room. Moments later, Muriel returned with Aziraphale in tow. "Well, good to see you." "I'm glad you came," Aziraphale welcomed with a warmth that seemed to flicker in the shadows of uncertainty. Before Aziraphale could continue with polite introductions, Crowley abruptly cut in, his voice laced with sharp annoyance. Without so much as a glance, he gestured vaguely toward the sofa and demanded, flatly, "What are they doing here?" Aziraphale responded tentatively, his tone diplomatic, "I believe they've been very helpful with Muriel's research." Maggie and Nina exchanged glances again, wondering if Crowley's terse demeanor would ever soften during this unusual meeting. Crowley didn't bother responding. Instead, he tilted his chin in a silent request to avoid pleasantries. "So, what's all this about?" he asked impatiently. Aziraphale launched into explaining everything they had learned so far, from their concerns about the Metatron, the looming Second Coming, and the newfound connection to Indus. "You see, we believe that there might be more records elsewhere," Aziraphale concluded with a sense of trepidation. He lowered his voice and raised his eyebrows conspiratorially, asking, "I believe you might know what I'm thinking?" An unspoken understanding flowed seamlessly between them. Crowley mused. After a moment of contemplation, he leaned in with a sardonic grin. "So basically," he began, his voice dripping with a touch of derision, "you're saying that you want me to waltz into the deepest bowels of hell, have tea and biscuits with Murmux, one of the highest Grand Dukes of Hell and master of 30 demonic legions, make polite small talk, natter about the kiddies, and casually inquire if he wouldn't mind lending us some ancient Indus scrolls, no questions asked. Is that about summing it up?" Aziraphale couldn't help but appreciate the succinct, albeit dark summary. "Well, I dare say it might require a bit more subtle planning, but yes," he conceded. Crowley shrugged non-committally. "Yeah, all right. You mean you're going to help us?" Maggie asked, a note of hope in her voice. His eyes still fixed forward, Crowley sighed as his expression darkened. "I don't think this will be a walk in the park for me either. I mean, the Second Coming, that's just Armageddon rebranded, isn't it? It's like hitting Control-Alt-Delete on existence." Muriel, excited by her newfound understanding of human technology, exclaimed, "Oh, I know that one," but quickly retreated into the shadows, silenced by Crowley's snapped glare. Aziraphale furrowed his brow as he pondered the situation. "But how could we gain access to their archives?" "It won't be as simple as," he waved his hand vaguely, searching for the right words, checking out a book from the local library. "We'll need to formulate some sort of plan." Crowley drew a slow breath. The only demon who could even approach Murmux's archives without raising suspicion, he paused, then added with a shrug, would be Furfur. He could pop in without a fuss. "But Crowley," Aziraphale interjected with concern, "Furfur loathes us. He's hardly likely to trust you, is he?" Crowley smirked devilishly. "Oh, don't you worry, I've earned some favor recently for assisting an entrepreneur that must not be named." He chuckled at his own pun, clearly pleased with himself. Nina's shock was overwhelming. "That was you?" she exclaimed in sheer disbelief. Her attention suspended on Crowley, her fingers twitching with the urge to confront him, but Maggie's soothing touch on her lap served as a grounding lifeline. Maintaining his unwavering gaze on Aziraphale, Crowley raised an eyebrow and affirmed, "Yup. Leave it with me." Repositioning his glasses, with a subtle final adjustment, he signaled his readiness to depart and headed for the door. Aziraphale, still worried, called after him as he reached for the doorknob, "But Crowley, we need to come up with a plan." You can't, his voice rose beseechingly, you can't do this alone. But Crowley, hand already on the door, gave a dismissive wave. Leave it with me, he reiterated curtly, as the door shut behind him. Left in silence, the remaining four exchanged concerned glances. Nina finally broke the silence with a touch of irony. Well, he's as charming as ever. Aziraphale nodded absent-mindedly in agreement, his usually serene expression now tinged with apprehension. He instinctively wrapped an arm across his waist, fingers brushing the phantom sensation in his side, an echo from Crowley's knuckles imprinted only a few hours ago. A tumultuous mix of emotions churned in his stomach, a brew of guilt and responsibility that he couldn't easily shake for the demeanor and well-being of his friend. Unable to shake her doubts, Maggie turned to Aziraphale, her eyes filled with worry. Are you sure we can trust him, Mr. Fell? He doesn't. I'm sorry, but he doesn't seem well. Trying to ease Nina and Maggie's growing nervousness, Muriel offered gently, well, he is a demon. Though the expressions on their faces indicated that this observation was anything but comforting. Aziraphale considered his words carefully, understanding the gravity of the situation. I'm certain we can still trust him, my dear. Trust is a fickle thing when dealing with demons, he admitted with a heavy heart. But remember, Crowley has a certain fondness for humanity. He has his own motivations as well, and for now, they align with ours. Maggie and Nina exchanged hesitant glances, an air of uncertainty lingering from the afternoon's fraught exchanges. Sensing the collective trepidation, Aziraphale reassured them with a warm smile. Do not worry. I must return for now, but please, ensure you lock the doors. Watch out for one another. And Muriel, he added, turning to her, do let me know when Crowley returns, won't you? Muriel nodded earnestly. Of course. After a quick glance at the clock and a few final pleasantries, Aziraphale left once more towards the back of the bookshop. The remaining three sat in silence, gathered in the quiet room, each of them acutely aware that they were stepping into a world of uncertainty, where alliances could shift like quicksand and the fate of existence itself hung in the balance. In the shadowed depths of the infernal abyss, Crowley strolled through the twisted corridors of damnation, his movements sinuously fluid as he glided amidst the bustling throngs of diabolical denizens. A wry, devilish grin curled upon his lips as he contemplated the intriguing new game he was about to embark upon. He sought an audience with none other than Furfur, a great Earl of Hell, whose insatiable thirst for ambition oozed from his very essence. An invitation so conspicuous, it was a delectable morsel Crowley simply couldn't resist partaking in. The air hung heavy with the scent of disgrace as Crowley entered Furfur's sanctum. Furfur allowed his gaze to momentarily wander from his infernal scrolls, regarding Crowley with a cynical eye. What brings you here, Crowley? Furfur's voice was a slow, skeptical whisper that resonated through the chamber as he refocused on the infernal documents that consumed his attention. Crowley lowered his head, his serpentine eyes glinting with cunning. I've uncovered something, he murmured, his words meant only for the ears of this demon. A revelation that may spell doom for all of hell. Reluctantly intrigued, Furfur glanced up from his work. Speak. With hushed tones, Crowley disclosed his newfound knowledge of a looming second coming. So, in short, he concluded, Satan's overthrow, the eradication of all demons, and the abolishment of hell itself. His words hung heavy around them like a mist of daisy chains and singing cherubs. Furfur's eyes blazed with infernal fervor. So, what are you proposing? I propose, Crowley purred, that we merge our talents and unearth any intelligence that might thwart this angelic endeavor. He leaned in closer, his eyes glinting with malevolent intrigue. It could be quite the infernal feather in one's cap. When it's time to dole out gratitude. He arched an eyebrow conspiratorially. Don't you think? Furfur dropped his pen on his desk, crossing his arms as he leaned back in his chair, now giving Crowley his full attention. He was clearly assessing him, his countenance etched with deep suspicion. It would indeed, he replied, his voice a deliberate drawl. But, why come to me, Crowley? I believe that Murmucks might possess crucial records that could shed light on the situation, and you're the only demon with the skills to get in and out of his archives without raising suspicion." He added with a sly grin, "I mean, we wouldn't want anyone else getting any undue credit for this, would we?" Furfur leaned forward, placing an elbow on his desk, and stroked his lips contemplatively as he weighed the tantalizing offer. The allure of the proposal was undeniable, and Crowley couldn't help but smirk as he awaited Furfur's predictable response. "When would you require this favor?" Furfur finally inquired. Casually leaning against the chamber's wall, arms folded, Crowley adopted an air of nonchalance to conceal his triumph and eagerness. "Well, Furfur, you see, it's called the Second Coming. Not the wait until you're ready and maybe we'll think about it coming," he quipped dryly, fixing a pointed gaze upon Furfur. "I mean, we could always wait here until the angels abolish the entire demonic realm." With a resigned huff, Furfur pushed his chair back, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "I suppose, Crowley, that I'm off to do your bidding now, am I?" He snatched a set of hefty keys from the wall with a clank, shooting a scathing look in Crowley's direction. "Anything in particular I should be looking for?" "I have a hint." Crowley leaned his head back against the chamber wall, an undeniable wouldn't-you-like-to-know teasing smirk played upon his lips, a calculated maneuver, meticulously honed to sidestep probing inquiries. This trick hadn't failed him yet. No one in hell ever wanted to pose a question that could imply an admission of ignorance and risk exposing any hidden vulnerabilities. Something significant may have occurred in a place known as Indus roughly 1,300 years ago that, if my information is correct, will provide us with a considerable advantage over heaven. Of course, Indus. Around the 700s. "Very well," he declared curtly, his contempt palpable. "Wait here," he snapped at Crowley, "I'll return in a jiffy." With that, he turned to depart, casting a final warning shot back at Crowley. "Oh, and rest assured Crowley, I know precisely where everything is in here. If anything goes missing, I'll be the first to know." "Clear." Crowley shifted his stance with an air of mock innocence. "Stealing from you, dear Furfur? Perish the thought." Furfur tutted disapprovingly as he stormed out of his office, leaving Crowley to wait his return. As Furfur navigated the winding infernal corridors, he made a calculated detour through Shax's domain. Furfur, ever ambitious and inherently suspicious, mulled over Crowley's words carefully. He was not one to act recklessly, and passing this information along to a demon of equal mind could be strategically valuable. It would be handy if she were out and about, he thought, fingers twitching with impatience. Winding his way through the shadowy passages, Furfur paused at several doorways, each silent and empty. A faint flicker of frustration tugged at him. But just as he began to consider his next move, a familiar figure appeared, striding confidently through the gloom. Shax, a great Marquis of Hell, exuded her typical commanding presence. Furfur dropped into step beside Shax, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, "Pest, I need a word." Shax's eyes rolled in annoyance in his general direction. "What is it?" she snapped, her dark, velveteen voice dripping with impatience. Ensuring no eavesdroppers lurked nearby, Furfur hissed, "Crowley." He gestured with a subtle finger nudging under his chin, inviting her to follow. Reluctantly, Shax followed Furfur into a hidden alcove, where they engaged in hushed conversations. In the netherworld, trust was indeed an odd bedfellow, but Furfur was acutely aware that Shax's aspirations relied more on leveraging favors than heedlessly incinerating bridges for mere short-term gains. Together, they discussed everything Furfur had learned from Crowley. Scheming in the shadows, they formed their unholy alliance, driven by a shared hunger for ascension. "He may be telling the truth about the Second Coming," Furfur admitted to Shax, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "But something doesn't sit right. He spends far too much time with that Aziraphale. It makes me uneasy." Shax nodded, her eyes glinting with malice. "If that's where he's getting his information, from that angel, then all we need to do is keep a close eye on him. We'll learn whatever he learns, rather than relying on the scraps he decides to toss us for his own ends. And amid the chaos to come, we might just find the perfect moment to expand our reach. Earth's always been wasted on inefficiency and squabbling." Earth could become more than a playground, she smiled coldly. It could become an outpost of hell itself. Furfur's eyes glimmered with ambition and a malevolent glint. If he was hearing his infernal colleague correctly, they could take Crowley's offer as a starting point, and craft their own diabolical plan. They would bide their time, watch Crowley closely, and exploit the inevitable turmoil that would ensue. So, what you're proposing, Furfur whispered eagerly, isn't just to prevent the second coming and revel in the Morningstar's gratitude, but actually organize the legions of hell and seize even greater dominion over the earthly realm? Precisely, Shax hissed. We let the chaos bloom and then we take control. But we must tread softly, we cannot risk Murmucks discovering what we're up to and snatching the opportunity, Shax cautioned, her thoughts racing as she licked her lips in anticipation. Shifting her gaze intently on Furfur, she summarized the action points from their discussion, retrieve the documents. But create 2 duplicates. The originals must be returned surreptitiously back to Murmucks' archive as soon as possible to avoid detection. As for the other copies, deliver one as Crowley requested, but make sure the second copy is delivered to my desk, immediately. If we're aware of their activities, we can stay one step ahead of this situation. Furfur nodded in agreement, absorbing the instructions. Of course, he affirmed solemnly, furrowing his brow to convey a sincere determination, I best get off to it then. Without another word, he departed, leaving Shax in the concealed alcove, wearing an expression that suggested all her diabolical dreams had suddenly come to fruition. With an uncharacteristic bounce in his step and a tuneless hi-ho whistle on his lips, Furfur retrieved the scrolls from Murmucks' archives and set about making copies. His savage heart swelled with elation at the prospect of outsmarting Crowley for once, relishing the exquisite satisfaction of the scheme that lay before him. Returning to his office, Furfur found Crowley still casually leaning against the chamber's weathered stone, exuding an air of boredom as he lazily dangled his glasses from a slender finger. Furfur placed the valuable scrolls in Crowley's outstretched hand before swiftly and theatrically snatching them back with a practiced motion. Now, we have an understanding, do we not, Crowley? Furfur's voice held a hint of triumph, locking his eyes onto Crowley's with a determined intensity. Crowley arched an eyebrow, remaining stoic and unperturbed until, with a derisive huff, Furfur returned the papers back into his grasp. Of course, Crowley replied with a mirthful glint in his eyes. He pushed his weight away from the wall with a casual grace, offered Furfur a sly nod, and saluted him with the scrolls as he leisurely sauntered out of Furfur's office. With a deliberate flourish, he slid his glasses back into place and strolled out of hell, back into the bustling streets of London. Muriel paced the bookshop, cradling one of the cherished volumes she had recently begun to explore. The world around her seemed to dissolve into wisps of smoke as she whispered words from the page, as if reciting a sacred incantation. Her door was locked on the inside, and she declares that no one has entered her room since she locked it. She was about to dress for the street when she was surprised by the face at the window. It looked in, and she fainted. When she recovered her senses, and opened the door, the face had gone. Just then, a deep and deliberate voice shattered her concentration. Morning, Crowley declared, intentionally louder than was strictly necessary. Muriel let out a startled screech as the book she held took flight, landing a foot away from her. Her heart raced in her chest as she gasped, Crowley. Crowley couldn't contain his mischievous delight, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Maybe fetch your boy for me, dear. I've got those scrolls you were after, he sniggered. Muriel nervously collected the fallen book, her hands still trembling as she swiftly retreated to the back rooms to call for Aziraphale. Moments later, she returned with him in tow, concern etched upon his face as he took in the clearly unsettled demeanor of the young angel. Crowley, with an exaggerated flourish, waved the scrolls in a beckoning motion and placed them on the desk. He declared with a smirk, got the scrolls you asked for. Aziraphale shifted his gaze between her anxious visage and the mischievous grin etched across Crowley's face, immediately grasping the source of Muriel's unease. With a stern, scolding gaze, Aziraphale conveyed his displeasure, which Crowley countered with sardonically raised eyebrows in response to Aziraphale's silent reproach, a defensive what? Etched across his expression. Fingering the edge of his waistcoat, a gesture both reproachful and final, Aziraphale quipped, "Thank you, Crowley. It wasn't too challenging, was it?" "Nah," Crowley replied with a smug hint in his tone, clearly impressed with his own cunning. After a brief pause, he narrowed his eyes. "Hang on, were you in the back rooms?" No. Not exactly." Aziraphale looked blustered. Crowley waited. "Well," Aziraphale began, "we have a new entrance to heaven back there. You know, a strategic maneuver, considering events to come. A bit of forward thinking to assist Muriel with her blessings. So, they let you stroll back in here whenever you like." Crowley sounded impressed and slightly taken aback. "How very magnanimous of them." "Not exactly. Technically," Aziraphale hesitated, hands half raised. "Technically, it's only for urgent blessings or assistance. To be used with express permission and a special slip, and I'm meant to inform the Metatron before every use." He glanced around sheepishly. Crowley slid his glasses down, peering over them in silent, skeptical inquiry. "Aha! I might have," Aziraphale admitted awkwardly, "accidentally, you understand, discovered this particular passageway doesn't appear on any reports. At all." His eyes darted everywhere before reluctantly meeting Crowley's with the sort of guilty expression that was waiting for an "I told you so" to land. Crowley let the moment hang, then took off his glasses and gave a slow, sideways look. "So, they've got a direct link to the shop. No detection. They can pop in, completely unseen, whenever they want. And nobody knows." A long silence followed. Muriel stared at her shoes. Aziraphale gave the tiniest of nods. "Well now," Crowley exhaled, releasing the sort of posture you only see in front of headlights. "Under a watchful eye, are we?" He didn't wait for an answer. He just sucked in a sharp breath and gave his head a small, involuntary tilt as if the news had just flashed its lights and honked twice. "If I'm getting this right, Metatron thinks they've got you on a short leash, but to furnish their own means, they've left a gate to heaven completely unlocked." He paused just long enough to raise his eyebrows and lower his tone in a smug cadence. "Sounds perfectly sensible." Aziraphale offered a shrug so slight it might have been the twitch of a nervous thought. Crowley rubbed his forehead, as if forcing himself back into the present, then declared, "Right, now," before giving the scrolls a pointed shake. "I must warn you, Furfur probably kept a copy for himself to try and figure out what I was up to." "Indeed. I trust you didn't divulge an excessive amount, did you?" Aziraphale asked, contemplating the cost the exchange may have necessitated. Crowley exhaled. There wasn't much to give away, offering a faint, dismissive shrug. "It's not like we know everything, or much of anything, ourselves." Muriel looked astonished as she realized the extent of the exchange. "So, you mean the demons know everything we know, and they have the scrolls as well?" "He's quite correct, I'm afraid," Aziraphale concurred, his tone soothing as he attempted to alleviate her mounting fears. "I dare say Furfur would have offered assistance without comprehending the dire consequences for hell. I didn't divulge anything concerning Raphael or there possibly being a past second coming," remarked the demon, his languid drawl thinly veiling his satisfaction as he opened one of the scrolls and presented the contents. "We do possess one other minor advantage," he continued, his tone dripping with smugness. "I hardly believe any of our lot possess a knack for deciphering an intricate web of ancient Hindu script, particularly when their talents in languages ancient or otherwise don't exactly extend beyond grunting and guesswork." Aziraphale donned his glasses and leaned in to examine the writing more closely. "Dravidian," he corrected, his voice gently chiding. A quizzical expression danced upon Crowley's serpent-like countenance. "Not like you to swear, Angel," he retorted, his surprise genuine. No, my dear Crowley," Aziraphale tutted in gentle correction. "The scroll is written in Dravidian." Well, proclaimed Crowley with a triumphant grin, clapping his hands together in a manner that seemed to declare, mission accomplished. "Looks like you lot are already off to a flying start." Delicately tracing the edges of the ancient manuscript, Aziraphale mused, Translating this will require a considerable time and effort, my friend. I must admit, I cannot simply stroll back into heaven with it without drawing some unwanted attention. Muriel, dear, he turned with an inquisitive gleam in his eyes, do you suppose you might attempt to decipher these cryptic texts for us? A hint of uncertainty crossed Muriel's features, her eyes darting about the room as she hesitantly proffered, well, you see, I did spend a fair bit of my time in heaven sorting through files. So many files. Of course, there were quite a few I couldn't open, she admitted, offering a sheepish smile. But general field reports from all over Earth and various sundry documents. Her voice trailed off as she took stock of the expectant gazes fixated upon her. I mean, yes, of course, I will give it my best effort. Wonderful Muriel, simply wonderful, Aziraphale beamed, his eyes reflecting gratitude. Please, do keep me apprised of your progress and don't hesitate to seek assistance if you encounter any difficulties. I dare say we shall soon be ahead of the game, and well positioned to see this whole unfortunate business resolved. Crowley interjected with a sly tone, that is, of course, unless some demon happens to suggest that our dear friend Murmux lends his talents to this task. In which case, he added, his voice curling into an ominous drawl, I dare say things might escalate quite expeditiously. His eyes gleamed with something unreadable, delight perhaps, or warning. The look earned him 2 matching frowns from Muriel and Aziraphale. Crowley's smirk faltered, he straightened like someone remembering they'd left the oven on. Well, I've done my part, I'll be on my way. He scowled at the room in general and strode toward the door. I'll return later for an update, he called over his shoulder. I'll need something to include in a progress report for this one. He threw Aziraphale a glance which, in fairness, probably made sense to exactly one person in the room, yanked the door open, and added, ciao for now, before the door slammed behind him. A shiver of anxiety coursed down Muriel's spine. She turned to Aziraphale, her face etched with judgment, and beseeched reassurance lacing her tone. Are you absolutely certain we can trust him? Aziraphale met her scrutiny with a soft, steady smile. Of course, I'm quite certain, he replied gently. Crowley's sense of humor can be rather challenging at times, that's all. His eyes remained calm, full of trust that didn't waver, despite the doubts that lingered in the air. As the issue of trust resurfaced, his thoughts began to drift into the intricate dance he played with his celestial peers, pondering whether they engaged in similar conversations regarding his own intentions. Muriel watched Aziraphale intently, as if she could pluck his very thoughts from the air and examine them like a kaleidoscope of celestial contemplation. How far along are preparations for the second coming? She probed, her curiosity tinged with a hint of apprehension. As if releasing himself from some reverie, Aziraphale refocused on Muriel, his brow furrowing in thought. Collecting intelligence reports, from what I gather, he shared with a coy smile. He paced the worn, creaky floorboards of his shop and brushed a hand against his waistcoat, a self-calming gesture that didn't go unnoticed by Muriel's bright, discerning eyes. There's a surplus of paperwork and preparations, it seems. Fortunately, there's no shortage of tasks. Uriel has been diligently crafting strategies for the various settlement areas, and Michael is delivering a campaign meeting by next week's end, and he sighed, allowing a beat of theatrical resignation. There's been talk of me making some grand announcement regarding the big event. His tone was flat with the weight of implication. Aziraphale slowed to a halt, his shoulders sagging under the invisible weight of divine bureaucracy. But I regret they're keeping me so busy with paperwork, I barely have a minute to even think. At least that's giving us some time, Aziraphale, Muriel offered, trying to sway the tired-looking angel before her. She couldn't help but notice the small twitch in the fingers he held behind his back, betraying his nerves, and the slight roll of his shoulders, revealing the weariness of his celestial soul. I most regret that I'm hardly able to offer you any time, my dear, Aziraphale voiced regretfully. But I dare say that's anything but by design. We are all under watch, I'm afraid, and time is a scarce commodity in these extraordinary circumstances. With a heavy heart, he turned to Muriel. Once again, I must leave you with this burden. Muriel, however, looked at him with bright enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It's quite exciting, though, her voice filled with anticipation. I haven't seen this language for a while. I'm really looking forward to translating them." In a swift and eager motion, she reached for the scrolls and cradled them to her chest, her whole face alight with purpose as she gazed expectantly at Aziraphale. Momentarily forgetting that her passion for the archives nearly rivaled his love for books, Aziraphale found himself uplifted by Muriel's genuine eagerness. "My dear Muriel," he conveyed with a warm smile, "with your insight, we shall surely uncover the secrets within these scrolls, and perhaps, they will provide us with the guidance we seek." Filled with confidence that Muriel would unlock the answers they needed, Aziraphale left the sanctuary of his bookshop and strode back to heaven with a renewed sense of purpose. Muriel, Nina, Maggie, Crowley, and Aziraphale were all gathered around a table covered with ancient scrolls and various books. It had been 2 days since Muriel had been entrusted with the scrolls and had successfully translated them. Yet, curiously, only one of these arcane documents appeared to be connected to the second coming in Indus. The atmosphere was tense, and the room buzzed with anticipation as they reviewed the once pristine translation, now marred by the odd notations and frantic scribbles that the group had added as they strove to decipher its hidden meaning. Aziraphale took a deep breath and looked at the others. "I believe it's abundantly clear," he continued, "that the Archangel Raphael must have played a significant role in these proceedings. He visited Indus, and the apparent summoning of his celestial might to unlock this key cannot be a mere coincidence. Raphael possesses the knowledge of what they sought and how to employ it." He paused, his brows furrowing in deep thought. "But there's a problem. Raphael has been absent for millennia, wandering the earth in his human form. His whereabouts are unknown." "Yes," Muriel nodded in agreement, determined not to let the worrying revelation derail their conversation. "The section a formidable healer, endowed by heavens must mean Raphael. And, as he told you he was going to Indus, it can't be anyone else." "Unfortunately, that much we already knew," Nina added with a hint of frustration in her voice. Leaning back in his chair, balancing it precariously on its 2 back legs and staring despondently at the ceiling, Crowley shared, "The details in there about the sky bleeding, seas boiling, seems to suggest that we're definitely looking at an attempt to bring about the second coming, and that this Indus place was the epicenter. According to the text, it was averted because the Indus people believed the second coming was against Shiva's wishes, so they reached out for Shiva's help." Crowley grinned wickedly. "I suppose they decided it would be rather daft to talk to your lot." He beamed at Aziraphale as he allowed gravity to pop the chair back onto all 4 legs. Aziraphale responded dryly, "Yes, thank you, Crowley, for your insightful commentary." Undeterred, Crowley leaned forward, a hint of genuine curiosity in his voice as he inquired, "But why can't we ask for Shiva's help in this?" Aziraphale arched an eyebrow, considering the question. "Well, my dear Crowley, it's not quite as simple as picking up the celestial phone and dialing Shiva's number. Deities of Shiva's magnitude don't tend to respond to casual summons. Especially from us." Crowley frowned. "But they obviously contacted." Sensing yet another impending episode of bickering, Nina interjected before the conversation could spiral. "The scroll states that they reached out to Shiva. The Indus people made a collective spiritual appeal. Devotion, prayer, sacrifice. It wasn't exactly a celestial conference call. And if I'm reading this right, it was Shiva who responded to them and then guided them toward Raphael." Muriel nodded. "The connection wasn't initiated by Raphael or heaven. It was the humans who had the connection, not us." Aziraphale added gently, "Quite so. And, if Shiva is aware of the present difficulty, we cannot say whether he intends to act again. And well," he hesitated, "we may not be regarded as entirely welcome guests in his domain." Maggie, who had been quiet for a while until now, finally spoke, her voice steady but somber. "So, we're on our own." Albeit a truth they were already aware of, voicing this reality aloud draped the table in a heavy silence as the weight of this certainty settled over them. After a few moments, Nina straightened a little, her tone shifting with quiet resolve. "Well, so," she began, tapping the text gently, "we all agree this is telling us about a previous second coming, and that Raphael was there. Her voice took on a thoughtful edge as she glanced around the room, but the scrolls also contained Shiva's advice that to fully unleash the power of the key and protect Earth, the people of Indus needed a celestial being on Earth to channel the divine energy to Shiva above. She gave the others a meaningful look. Correct? A flicker of impressed surprise crossed Aziraphale's face. Yes, that's quite right, he responded warmly. You've grasped that rather faster than most angels would, I assure you. Nina pressed on, but it's after that point when it states that Shiva knew about a celestial being in Ra who could help. She glanced around, capturing the rapt attention of her companions, who leaned in with anticipation. It sounds to me that Shiva suggested Raphael only because he happened to be an angel on Earth, and thought Raphael would help them. So, Shiva was saying that an angel, any angel who was willing to help, would have been able to use the key? That is a valid point, a very valid one, indeed. Aziraphale pondered this revelation. However, it could still be prudent to attempt to locate Raphael. After all, he possesses prior experience in this matter and might prove to be a valuable source of assistance. Muriel interjected. He is also not just an angel. He's a very powerful archangel. We might need a higher order angel than ourselves to make it work. Shiva might have suggested Raphael because he is one of the most formidable of all angels. Muriel cast an apologetic glance toward Aziraphale. Aziraphale was also in Ra at the time. Aziraphale nodded in agreement, his gentle gaze directed at Muriel with understanding. Indeed, it would be wise to search for Raphael, he concurred. However, our quest for Raphael's guidance mustn't overshadow our need for this key. According to the scroll, it implies that they crafted a divine device, a key imbued with godlike powers of strength and fertility, under Shiva's instructions. He let out a weary sigh, running a hand through his hair in frustration. But even in that pursuit, the search for an unspecified artifact, from a lost city, presents itself as an exceedingly formidable undertaking. We have no idea where to start. Maggie's eyes lit up as a memory ignited a spark within her cognizance. Wait a minute, she exclaimed. When we were searching for information about Indus, we read pages and pages of information about their religion, culture and everything. I remember reading that they revered bulls as a symbol of strength and fertility, and the scroll says powers of strength and fertility. Is it possible that what we're looking for is a bull? Crowley, hooking his feet back up on the desk and folding his arms in mock defiance, quipped, "Oh, splendid. So, we're simply in search of a bull figurine amidst the countless other bull figurines scattered across the earth. Can't be more than several thousand of those. Anyone have a spare millennia or so for a treasure hunt?" Shooting a mildly reproachful glance at Crowley, Aziraphale nodded. That does bring us a step closer to a solution. Well done, Maggie. A most perceptive observation. Nina rubbed her temples, her mind racing with a burgeoning idea. She began slowly, when we were conducting research at the British Library, I do remember seeing a bull figurine among the artifacts related to Indus. It's possible, slim, but possible that this bull figurine could be the artifact. The room fell silent as her words lingered, suspended in the air. Each member of the group took a moment to digest the weight of this revelation. The idea that the key might be hidden in plain sight, tucked away in a collection of historical relics not far from their own doorstep, was nothing short of tantalizing. Muriel broke the silence with a spark of excitement. "Oh, that's actually really exciting, Nina. If the bull figurine is the key, then we might have something to go on." Exhilaration filled the room as they swiftly gathered around Nina and the computer. She scrolled through the British Museum's extensive archives on the Indus collections, sifting through 658 entries until she triumphantly displayed an entry featuring a bull figurine adorned with an etching of Shiva, strongly suggesting it was indeed the key they were searching for. Muriel, her eyes sparkling with amazement, couldn't help but bounce with unrestrained enthusiasm. "I can't believe we've actually found it. Well, if it's imbued with divine powers, I dare say it might possess some protection and even likely hold some allure for humans as well." Aziraphale mused whilst looking over Nina's shoulder. "Oh, indeed," Crowley chimed in with a mischievous grin, his voice laced with glee. "The allure of temptation has wielded its influence over humanity for countless ages. A divine effigy would undoubtedly stoke the fires of human desire and ensure that it remained a coveted treasure. Ignoring the demon's quip, a habit she was growing accustomed to, Muriel straightened from the computer screen to address Aziraphale. "Do you think the museum would let us borrow that?" she inquired, earning amused looks and exchanges of knowing glances amongst the group. Nina leaned toward the desk, her chin cradled despondently in her hand, her brows furrowing with concern. "I'm afraid borrowing such a valuable and historically significant item from the British Museum would be near impossible. You see," she continued, gesturing towards the screen, "institutions like this are incredibly protective of their collections. They'll have stringent protocols and a multitude of security measures in place." She glanced up, shooting a sardonic look at the group, then added dryly, "Even Tom Cruise might find this one tricky." Sinking back into her chair, Nina sighed despondently. "Getting our hands on this thing won't be easy. We might need to consider." She gave a nearly imperceptible, helpless shrug, palms open in a silent plea. "Other avenues? Anything? It's not even on display in the museum by the looks of this." Maggie pointed at the screen. "I think that means it's in their archives. It also says they're in the process of building the display." She looked up from the screen, engaging Aziraphale's gaze with worry etched across her features. "Mr. Fell, I'm not sure how we're going to get it." "Don't you worry, Maggie," Aziraphale assured gently. "We'll think of something." "Fantastic," Crowley declared, his eyes glittering with a devilish spark. His enthusiasm erupting. "I believe a heist is in order." He rubbed his hands together, practically vibrating with excitement. Aziraphale gave him a warning glance. "Perhaps something a bit less dramatic, Crowley. Some of the tour guides who visit my coffee shop work at the museum," Nina proposed, half to herself. Then, after a pause, she added more decisively, "I might be able to get us a couple of security passes." Crowley's grin widened as he spread his arms theatrically. "And so it begins." Aziraphale sighed, already regretting the direction things were going. Still necessity won out. "Very well. But we must proceed with utmost caution. Securing this artifact won't be a simple task. And we can't risk arousing any suspicions in hell." Crowley snorted. "Or any meddling from heaven." Aziraphale grudgingly agreed. "Yes, or heaven, for that matter." He paused, glancing toward the ceiling as though trying to summon patience. "I'm not entirely sure how much longer I can convincingly remain away, to be honest. As far as they're concerned, I'm still coaxing Sandalphon out of his sanctum. He'd barricaded himself in again, something about the ninth choir going flat, and no one taking the situation seriously." Another hesitation ensued as he seemed to be weighing the situation. "It is technically true. The ninth did slip half a tone, but honestly, it took me 10 minutes and a well-aimed tuning fork to sort out. I've been spinning out the recovery time ever since." He gave a weary shake of his head. "And before that, I leaned heavily on the Virtues in gold piping fiasco. Poor souls were just trying to be festive. Still, it made for a convincing enough distraction. Thankfully, a throne filed a formal 11-page vestment violation, which made the whole thing seem far more serious than it was. That bought me plenty of time." Another sigh. "But I'm running out of credible excuses to pad the ledger. Even in heaven, there are limits. You know what Michael's like. It doesn't take much for her to start cross-referencing leave slips the second anything smells faintly irregular." Crowley leaned in, smugness written all over his face. "Right then, I've wriggled free from hell for a bit, and this isn't quite your cup of tea anyway, Angel. So, how about you pop back up to those pearly gates and leave the skulking about to us?" "Pearly?" Aziraphale spluttered, his brows knitting in affront. Honestly, he broke off with a deflated sigh. "Oh, very well." He glanced around at the 3 alarmed faces watching him. "You will be all right with Crowley whilst I'm gone?" "Oh, come now." The demon scoffed, his voice dripping with mock indignation. "We're going to have a smashing time," he added, his slow, mischievous grin widening. With a nod of agreement, Aziraphale left the bewildered assembly to make their plans. He made his way back to heaven, ready to resume his celestial duties, all the while hoping that his absence wouldn't lead to anything too smashing or, indeed, apocalyptic, while he left his dear friend in charge. Crowley turned back to the stunned faces and declared, "Well, seems we're on our own now. Better get started." "Right," Muriel uttered apprehensively, "but where do we even start? It's not like any of us are seasoned diamond smugglers." Nina quipped sardonically, unable to hide her skepticism. Crowley leaned against a nearby table and looked at the group with an air of assurance. "This isn't a bank heist, you know. It should be fairly straightforward. We'll obviously need to keep the miracles to a minimum to avoid detection by either heaven or hell. So, it might need a bit of plotting. But subterfuge and precise planning are our friends here." Maggie, her worry still apparent, voiced her concerns, "But what if we get caught?" Crowley waved a dismissive hand. "Oh, don't worry about that," he replied confidently. "You lot won't be part of the heist. Only Aziraphale and I will actually be doing the stealing. We need you all to help with the planning, but Aziraphale would never forgive me if I put any of you in harm's way intentionally." "But we want to help," Muriel protested. Crowley grinned. "And you will help," he assured them, "with the plans. We need to bypass security and outwit the museum guards without resorting to miracles. Satan knows some of those security guards look like they could do with being put out of their misery." He paused, his disappointment evident, but Aziraphale would probably prefer a more discreet approach. Ignoring the horrified expressions on their faces, Crowley continued, "Nina, you can look into acquiring those convincing passes for us you mentioned to get us through the door, and Muriel, work on the floor plans to help us navigate through the museum and into their storage area. We'll also need to know precisely where the icon is being stored. That should give us a good start." As the days passed, Muriel and Crowley meticulously crafted their strategy. Muriel's acuity for navigating the heavenly archives, combined with her newfound expertise in computer systems, proved to be an invaluable asset. She deftly accessed the information networks, extracting floor plans, security codes, and personnel schedules for the British Museum. In a series of short and discreet visits, punctuated by Crowley's need to maintain his hellish facade, they devised a plan that would bypass the security and take advantage of the museum's intricacies, each step meticulously designed to keep both heaven and hell in the dark about their activities. Meanwhile, Nina leveraged her connections at the coffee shop to secure forged passes and work uniforms that they would need to infiltrate the museum as valid staff, allowing them to slip invisibly amidst the employees and visitors. With their preparations complete, the stage was set. The Archangel Michael paced back and forth in front of Aziraphale's desk, radiating an air of authority. "The Metatron has informed me that you've been making frequent visits to the bookshop, Aziraphale," she declared, her tone edged with accusation. Aziraphale couldn't help but shrink back slightly in response. His fingers danced nervously upon the desk surface, betraying his unease as he replied, his voice quivering just slightly. "Well, naturally," he glanced around the room cautiously, "by the divine blessing of the Metatron, indeed. It is absolutely imperative that we maintain a vigilant watch over Muriel, especially given her recent arrival on Earth. As the Supreme Archangel of Heaven, one must ensure that all our stations are impeccably prepared for the impending events, wouldn't you agree?" Michael fixed her gaze on Aziraphale, clearly assessing the depths of his sincerity. "Of course," she conceded, resuming her measured pacing, "but I've noticed that you've missed my last few training sessions. As you say, it is essential that we are prepared for the events to come." Aziraphale nodded eagerly, swiftly pressing a hand against his chest to quell a faint vibration rising from his breast pocket. "Oh, I understand completely, Michael," he responded with feigned innocence. "I'm afraid that, with my position," his eyes briefly caught hers, calm and unwavering, "and the responsibilities now entrusted to me, I find myself rather absorbed in the preparatory works required here. Which, as you surely appreciate, must be reviewed with a keen eye. And, considering Muriel's proximity to the principal location, well, one must be especially vigilant." Michael's attention was momentarily diverted to Aziraphale's pocket. Her raised eyebrow accenting her suspicion. "Did your pocket just vibrate?" Aziraphale hastily withdrew his hand, chuckling sheepishly. Oh, that. He deflected, just my pen slipping. Steering the conversation away from his mysterious pocket disturbance, he continued, I do believe that the Metatron themselves has graced the bookshop with occasional visits. It underscores the paramount importance of fortifying the security of our humble outpost, doesn't it? Michael abruptly halted her pacing, seemingly caught off guard by Aziraphale's knowledge of the Metatron's inspections. She shifted a piercing gaze towards him. Have you seen anything of the demon Crowley? Her tone carrying an obvious air of insinuation. Aziraphale feigned innocence, his expression one of wide-eyed surprise. Crowley? He inquired. I must admit, I've not received a whisper from him. I've made only the occasional, exceedingly brief, visit to the bookshop, merely to provide our dear Muriel with some assistance regarding blessings, you understand. Anticipating that his response would match perfectly with the Metatron's own reports, he met Michael's gaze with an air of triumph. Michael regarded him skeptically but, choosing not to press the matter further, conceded, right. Well then, pausing briefly, her eyebrow still arched in doubt, I expect to see you at the next training session. Aziraphale nodded eagerly. Certainly, he responded, his voice filled with feigned sincerity, unless something of paramount importance descends from on high, I shall be there without a smidgen of uncertainty. Michael offered a final guarded nod, then departed as abruptly as her arrival. Aziraphale let out a sigh of relief once she was gone, his head falling into his hands on the desk. He reached into his pocket and clicked the pen to finally silence the vibrating device. Opening a celestial channel to Muriel in the bookshop, he spoke in hushed tones, his voice fraught with tension. That was rather a near miss, he admitted. Michael paid a visit just now, and I am not so sure this pen trick was such a good idea. The strain of the impending doom, and the ceaseless frenetic activity in heaven were taking their toll on Aziraphale. His once stoic countenance was now marred by evident worry and tension. I'm sorry, Aziraphale, Muriel declared, but I had to report back. Noticing that the usual brightness in Muriel seemed to have dulled, Aziraphale fixed a searching gaze on her. How are things progressing your end? He inquired, his voice laced with genuine concern. Muriel seemed to be weighing her response before finally settling on a course. We've completed the plans for the museum, and everything is set for tomorrow evening. I've input your details into their system's work schedule, so you'll be expected if anyone checks. And the passes, uniforms, and maps are all arranged for you to collect. Aziraphale nodded, a glimmer of relief crossing his weary features. That's absolutely splendid news, my dear. I've made my arrangements to be absent. Now, do tell me, what seems to be troubling you? Muriel hesitated, her tone measured. Crowley mentioned that Furfur has managed to decipher the scroll, Aziraphale. They now know everything we do. Aziraphale's expression turned somber, and he nodded knowingly. They do seem to be a good number of days behind our current position, but I understand your concern. Muriel continued, her voice filled with worry. Yes, but it does seem that Crowley has spent a lot of his time down in hell with the demons. He does have to keep up appearances, we know that, assured Aziraphale. Muriel bit her lip, hesitating. But he has been very, demonic himself lately. Muriel confessed, just the other day, when Maggie offered him a custard cream that she found in the shop, he threw the packet out of the window and nearly tore poor Maggie's head off. Aziraphale subtly pressed his fingers to his lips to stifle a smile that threatened to betray their shared secret. His mind wandered to the memories concomitant to the packet of custard creams he kept tucked away in his desk drawer. Other than an occasional delightful treat, the biscuits served an auspicious additional purpose. On the exceedingly rare occasion that the demon failed to grasp the subtle social cues indicating he'd overstayed his welcome, the packet played a vital role. Offering the biscuits as a gesture of hospitality would prompt the demon into a silent glare, fixated on the closed drawer where the packet was promptly returned. It was as if his glower had the power of articulation, silently commanding the treats to stay buried where they belong. Assured that they would remain imprisoned in their drawer-bound exile, the demon would eventually stir from his trance, his cool demeanor intact but his departure swift. As the peculiar yet predictable ritual concluded, Aziraphale would sometimes wonder whether it was a waste to use the biscuits in such a manner. After enduring Crowley's intense stare, the atoms within the golden center of the baked goods would get hot under the metaphorical collar and convulse so fervently that they transformed into scrambled egg biscuits, a taste palatable only to the least discerning donkey. Furrowing his brow in a display of feigned concern, he encouraged Muriel to share more. "Oh dear, and what else has he done?" Muriel leaned in even closer, her voice barely a whisper. "He even suggested, well, permanently dealing with the museum guards, if you know what I mean." This revelation promptly wiped away the amusement that danced in his eyes. With a determined resolve, Aziraphale mustered a forced smile. "I dare say, my dear," he offered, his words carrying a hint of reassurance. He must have intended that as a jest. Beneath the desk surface, his fingers betrayed his unease, their subtle intertwining a testament to his discomfort at his friend's uncharacteristic remark. Shifting his attention, he discreetly regained his composure and attempted to steer the conversation elsewhere. "Now, what news have you of the others?" Muriel scrunched her nose in contemplation before confessing, "They're scared of him at the moment as well. He's been different, Aziraphale. Very dark. He sits in the corner of the bookshop away from us and hardly says anything, like he's only there to observe us. But, when he does speak, his comments have been, well, questionable." "I see," Aziraphale nodded, trying to hide his surprise at the transformation of his dear friend. "I did intend to inquire about Nina and Maggie, but do accept my gratitude for imparting that information. Maggie and Nina are fine, thank you." Muriel continued, her worry intensifying. "But how do we know Crowley isn't just gathering intelligence for Furfur? Hell could exploit this situation to its advantage and could be preparing legions to battle for Earth when the Second Coming arrives, and possibly even be looking to overthrow Heaven themselves." Although this idea had insinuated itself into his mind when they acquired the scrolls, Aziraphale hadn't given it full consideration since that meeting. Although troubling, confronting such unsettling theories also meant conceding the possibility of their failure, something he was loath to do at this time. Pushing aside the worrying thoughts, he looked at Muriel earnestly. "I understand Crowley quite well, my dear," he assured her. "What has he shared about Furfur?" Muriel checked her mental list of information. "He mentioned that they know about Indus." Aziraphale offered a soft of course nod. "They've figured out that it was Raphael who stopped it last time." His brows lifted in a faintly impressed expression. "Crowley said that he told them the scroll was about a previous attempt to bring about the Second Coming." Muriel continued. "Quite right," Aziraphale asserted, "that's reasonably obvious. I'm sure they would have figured that out soon. Yet, best he appears to be offering something to the conversation. Well, also," she paused briefly, "he also told them that he suspects we're part of some faction meant to tie up loose ends, to clear the way." She blinked, visibly puzzled by the sheer absurdity of the lie. "And they are now aware that there's an artifact that can stop it. However, they don't know what the artifact actually is, or where to find it. But, Crowley said that he thinks they believe, he knows, more than he's letting on." Muriel's words ignited a flicker of faith in Aziraphale's soul. Crowley's lie was ludicrous, transparently so, but that was precisely what made it brilliant. Hell now believed they were working toward the Second Coming, not against it. If Heaven began sniffing about, they'd find Hell's account aligned with official celestial goals. In a single lie, Crowley had shielded them from both sides. Aziraphale exhaled softly. He couldn't help but acknowledge the creeping sense of coldness that had permeated their interactions since he had assumed his new celestial appointment. Crowley had undoubtedly been lurking in the shadows recently, almost like a safety net, and Aziraphale couldn't deny that it had given even him cause for concern. However, he also knew that Crowley possessed a sharp mind and a profound grasp of Heaven and Hell's intricacies in a way few did. If Crowley believed they were being observed, then Aziraphale trusted that his dear friend would play his infernal role to perfection. He desperately hoped that Crowley's darker change in demeanor was nothing more than a performance, a facade designed to deceive any prying eyes. But above all, he contemplated that what mattered most at this juncture was the safety of Nina and Maggie. Aziraphale knew that they needed to be kept far away from the unfolding events, shielded from prying demonic scrutiny. Recognizing the potential for perilous entanglements, he was aware that they could inadvertently become perceived as vulnerabilities to be used as leverage. Muriel noticed a spark of hope flicker in Aziraphale's eyes, and a faint smile tugging at his lips as he replied. It wouldn't surprise me if the demons are keeping a close eye on us, but I doubt they will be able to decipher the references to the key. His voice adopted a more commanding tone as he continued, however, it's absolutely imperative that you make sure Nina and Maggie steer clear of the bookshop from now on, you understand? He emphasized the importance of his request with a piercing stare and a meaningful pause before his countenance softened, and added, "Now, is there anything else that requires our attention?" Muriel nodded in agreement, though she couldn't quite fathom why Aziraphale seemed to find hope in her assessment of Crowley. However, his sincerity provided her with a sense of reassurance. She hesitated before proceeding, her tone filled with apprehension. "Well, the Metatron has visited again," she revealed. "I showed them the train timetables that you showed me and said how you've been instructing me to get to the blessings, just like we talked about. They don't seem to suspect anything. In fact, they seem very, very pleased." Aziraphale took in this information and offered a reassuring smile. "Well, that's rather splendid, Muriel. You're doing an exceptional job." He paused for a moment, then continued, "With all your preparations meticulously arranged, I believe we shall carry on with our museum plans as intended tomorrow." Concluding the exchange with a handful of pleasantries, he closed the celestial channel, surrounding himself in the calming ethereal space as he took slow, deliberate breaths to prepare himself for the daunting task that lay ahead. The night of the heist had finally arrived, and Aziraphale found himself standing in the shadowy embrace of the museum's entrance. The towering pillars that framed the doorway cast elongated shadows that seemed to stretch toward him like ancient sentinels safeguarding the secrets within. His heart pounded like a drum in the silence, crafting a peculiar soundtrack to the muffled footsteps of the departing museum visitors. In different circumstances, he might have chuckled at the juxtaposition, and even relished the notion of sharing this anecdote with Crowley later. He could envision Crowley's delight at his own trepidation serving as a Foley artist to torment him further. Yet, in this moment, his mind was incapable of such wistful thoughts, his senses were heightened to a knife edge as he stood waiting, his eyes scanning the shadows for signs of movement. An unexpected serpentine hiss echoed from the depths of the darkness, and Aziraphale's heart skipped a beat. He swiveled his focus toward the source of the disturbance, narrowing his eyes as he tried to pierce the stark gloom cast by the ground's floodlights. His voice was barely above a whisper as he inquired, "Crowley, is that you?" A figure slinked out of the shadows, moving with a sinuous grace that was unmistakably Crowley's. He emerged from the darkness clad in a maintenance uniform that appeared a touch too small, a striking departure from his usually well-groomed appearance. Aziraphale couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Might I inquire as to the purpose of your lurking around there?" he asked, a touch of amusement in his voice. Crowley huffed with a hint of irritation. "This is embarrassing," he snarked, gesturing to the uniform. "Well, it is absolutely imperative that we assimilate with the surroundings. After all, blending in is of the utmost importance, is it not?" Aziraphale continued, cutting off Crowley before he could protest further. "The key to our success lies in maintaining a low profile, and these uniforms, my dear fellow, which are truly authentic, shall undoubtedly serve as our ticket to discretion. Together with these passes, and of course, Muriel's maps, we shall certainly be able to navigate our way to the vaults without requiring too much celestial intervention. At least, that is," his voice dipping into a conspiratorial timbre as he added, "until we find ourselves in the more secure areas. I do believe we'll slip through utterly undetected." Crowley grunted his reluctant agreement and followed Aziraphale as they slipped into the great court. Pressing a hand against the imposing brass handle, Crowley sensed the shadows recoil from the incursion of light that breached their concealed sanctuary. In another time, in another frame of mind, he would have noticed the shadows' peculiar behavior. He would have noticed the inky swells undulating rather than retreating, their dark forms whispering provocation in response to the encroachment of the entranceway's illumination. Yet, on this particular evening, he dismissed the uncanny occurrences as mere distractions, his thoughts too preoccupied with the prize they were pursuing. Once within the museum, the air hung heavy with the fragrance of ancient relics and forgotten history. As the main lights dimmed into obscurity while security spots held their vigil, the disproportionate statues and intricate carvings cast an eerie, otherworldly ambience. They moved stealthily through the halls that stretched out before them, their footsteps barely audible on the marble floors. As they progressed, Aziraphale consulted a small notebook with Technician WO logbook inscribed neatly on its cover. His finger traced a map while he followed the step-by-step notations detailed in Muriel's elegant handwriting that outlined their route through the museum, guiding them towards the private areas concealed within its halls. Exiting the main visitor areas, they advanced through several doors marked private staff, dutifully keying in the covertly acquired codes where needed, nodding politely as they passed remaining uniformed guides leaving for the day, and the odd smartly dressed individual whose faces echoed vacantly on their chests. As they navigated the long corridors, they arrived at a door of a more formidable stature, locked by another keypad and marked, "Curators and Technicians Only," a clear sign that they had indeed been heading in the right direction. Aziraphale gracefully keyed in another security code obtained by Muriel's newfound expertise. But this time, the keypad responded with a subdued buzz. Consulting the notes, which read, "This code changes weekly," might not be accurate. He waved his fingers over the keypad, and at his command, the door yielded with a satisfying click, granting them access. Crowley arched a brow, clearly amused. "Well, since miracles are now on the table," he drawled. With a snap of his fingers, the borrowed human uniforms shimmered out of existence, replaced by their familiar attire. Aziraphale, appearing unfazed by the supernatural wardrobe change, guided them inside. Upon entering the secure area, he turned to Crowley, his tone tinged with exasperation. "You could do something helpful other than snark." Crowley scowled, his serpentine eyes narrowing. "I'm here, aren't I?" he snapped back, his irritation palpable. "Are you though?" Aziraphale replied sardonically, his gaze filled with a touch of concern. He struggled to pinpoint the source of his worry, but contrary to the other's assertions, Crowley didn't appear any more demonic than his usual self. Instead, he seemed oddly detached, as though he were absent even while present, a heavy ghost haunting the moments they shared. Crowley let out an exasperated huff and followed reluctantly behind as they entered the poorly lit corridor. The feeble glow of emergency direction signs provided the only source of illumination and guidance through the gloom to the vaults beyond the locked door. The underground archives embraced them with a chilly air, akin to a wintry caress, casting an unsettling ambience over their journey. "Let's just get this done, shall we?" Crowley muttered, his voice devoid of the usual warmth and camaraderie that defined their interactions. Aziraphale couldn't help but shiver, not from the chill of the underground vaults, but from the unusual coldness that had seeped into Crowley's tone throughout the escapade. The frost that had built up over the past hour culminated in that moment, sending icy tendrils down his ethereal spine, leaving him uncharacteristically nervous in this high-stakes situation. Muriel's meticulously detailed maps and instructions in hand, they continued to meander their way through the extensive vaults of the technician's archives. It was a maze of antiquities and relics, a treasure trove of human history tucked away from the prying eyes of the world. Aziraphale's face positively glowed with delight as he reveled in the experience of exploring these carefully curated caches. His joy was nearly tangible, and it only served to exacerbate Crowley's mounting irritation. As they delved deeper through the halls and their vaulted chambers, Crowley couldn't help but roll his eyes at Aziraphale's childlike wonder. The angel's enthusiasm was infectious, but for a reason he couldn't quite place, it grated on his nerves like an incessant itch. "Can we focus, Aziraphale?" Crowley snapped with an uncharacteristic sharpness. Aziraphale looked up, the joy in his eyes dimming as he registered Crowley's tone. "Of course, my dear. Let's proceed," a tinge of hurt in his voice as he replied. Unbeknownst to Aziraphale and Crowley, their every move was being meticulously observed by unseen eyes lurking in the shadows. As they navigated with purpose, their attention firmly fixed on the maps, they remained oblivious to the fact that they were being closely pursued and their actions carefully scrutinized. The demonic observers watched on with a quiet satisfaction, comforted by Crowley's behavior, which did not appear to convey a strong allegiance with the angel he was traveling with. It was becoming increasingly evident to the followers that everything was unfolding precisely according to their own designs. As Aziraphale and Crowley delved deeper through the complex vaults, the watchers maintained their concealed positions, their identities shrouded in darkness. They were acutely aware that the pursued beings had no inkling of being shadowed, and the secrets they were on the verge of uncovering seemed tantalizingly within reach. Aziraphale studied the notebook intently. "I think we're here," he whispered, his voice barely audible in the oppressive silence of the museum's depths. As he lifted his gaze, he found his assertions confirmed. He pointed to the sign engraved on the door, Indus, and after keying in another surreptitiously acquired code, this time with success, he gestured to move inside the large chamber. "How many items did Nina say were here?" Crowley inquired, his voice a low murmur as they navigated the aisles of the underground vault. Aziraphale took a moment to recall the information they had gathered in their research. "Over 600 items, I believe." The lines of contemplation softened as he returned from his musing, adjusting his lapels whilst his expression shifted to quiet determination. "We best commence our search," he declared with a note of conviction bracing his tone. Crowley grunted in agreement as he walked over to the far side of the room, nimble fingers dancing over labels attached to drawers and units, whilst his sharp eyes scanned the rows of shelves and displays. Suddenly, his eyes darted to the floor, his form frozen as if seemingly in deep thought. Dismissing the intrusion on his concentration, Crowley resumed his search, refocusing on the task at hand. Aziraphale couldn't help but notice the shift in his demeanor, leading him to inquire with concern lacing his voice, "Something the matter?" Thought I," Crowley started, however, he was quickly distracted from this passing thought by a sudden siren call of discovery. Found it," he declared, plucking the artifact from its hiding place. His eyes glinted with infernal satisfaction as he held their success aloft for inspection in the ambient glow of the sterile room. The elation from their success had only just begun to bloom when Aziraphale's excitement was abruptly snuffed out. Shax, one of the denizens of hell, appeared next to him at the chamber's entrance, her presence chilling the air. Aziraphale's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, "What? How are you here?" Shax's face twisted into a sinister grin, as she drawled out her words with a malevolent delight. "I think we'll be taking that," she declared, nodding towards the artifact in Crowley's hand, her voice echoing ominously in the large, domed room. With her proclamation, Furfur appeared at her side, and a cadre of 10 others followed suit. The room itself seemed to recoil at their arrival, as if the very air grew heavier in response to their dark presence. Aziraphale turned to face Crowley at the rear of the chamber, imploring fervently, "Crowley, don't give it to them," desperation clear in his voice. The demons appeared to take a perverse pleasure in Aziraphale's steadfast defiance, as his plea was met by a chorus of sardonic taunts and gleeful mirth from the only point of ingress. Their malevolent intentions became apparent as Shax, with a flourish of her arm, unleashed a bolt of demonic energy, a declaration of their intent and stark illustration of the futility within the closed space. The destructive force shattered the nearest display case and its sturdy concrete pedestal, sending glass and debris flying in all directions. The room erupted in a chaotic cloud as dust and shrapnel enveloped the duo, the jagged projectiles cutting through fabric and flesh with ruthless precision. The explosion forced Aziraphale and Crowley to instinctively raise their arms, shielding themselves from the blast. When the turmoil subsided, Aziraphale turned back towards the cause of the commotion, gracefully regaining his posture as he faced the entrance with unwavering determination. Crowley, on the other hand, standing further back in the room, remained fixed on a slender stream of crimson slowly meandering its way down the back of Aziraphale's ear. The droplet clung to his collar, blooming as it touched the fabric. In that singular moment, everything felt strangely numb, as though the world itself was disintegrating, every trivial concern and fleeting distraction dissolving into the ether, leaving behind only the haunting spectacle of blood tracing its delicate dance along his friend's skin. A jolt of interruption pulled his attention away as the drawl of Shax's voice resonated in the entranceway. "Oh, I don't think you have a choice in the matter," Shax jeered, her voice thick with contempt. Aziraphale, determined to protect the artifact, focused austerely on the demonic group, his resolve etched upon his countenance. He began to gather words of reason, a plea for sanity amidst the chaos, but before he could complete a single utterance, Furfur surged ahead of the infernal line, striding several paces out into the open. Then, with a sudden burst of fury, he struck Aziraphale with a powerful blow that sent him sprawling to the ground. The angel lay dazed, struggling to rise, his head spinning from the impact. With a singular guttural roar, "No!" Crowley threw himself towards the entrance of the room, instinctively racing forward. Yet, his actions were met with a tremendous force striking him in the center of his chest, knocking him off his feet and sending him flying to the other side of the room with an inhuman intensity. Colliding with the chamber's unforgiving concrete wall, a racking cough was forced from Crowley, expelling a splatter of blood into the palm of his hand. The chill of the tiled surface provided a fleeting sense of cool relief as he leaned against its unforgiving expanse, his gaze lingering on the macabre expulsion. His vision blurred and body aching, Aziraphale managed to regain his stance, his resolve unshaken as he heard Crowley being propelled backwards by an attack he could not see. But he was still too close to the malevolent throng of demons to risk any decisive moves. As he struggled to formulate a course of action, another ruthless blow landed, forcing a cry from his lips as he was struck down once more, leaving him exposed and disoriented. As he crumpled to the ground, his body protesting in agony, rough hands seized him, dragging him relentlessly toward the seething horde, wrenching his arm into submission. That scream wrenched from Aziraphale shattered Crowley's dazed fixation on the contents within his palm. The sound tore through the haze, lashing invisible chains around his core, constricting his very breath. His head swam in the suffocating grip, his thoughts clouded as he struggled to grasp the unfolding scene. A gut-wrenching snap followed, the dull sound reverberating through his demonic soul. In that instant, he comprehended the shocking effect of those human contraptions designed to snatch each other from the precipice of oblivion as an electric surge of his own making coursed through him, catapulting him unceremoniously into the present moment. In that moment, everything intensified, his very touch tingled with newfound sensitivity, his diabolical heart pounded stridently in its infernal chamber, and his ears perked up with the acuity of an owl's. But above all, an incandescent rage, an otherworldly fury, seethed in the pit of his being. His insides smoldered with an infernal wrath beyond measure. "Stop!" he commanded, with such force that the room seemed to freeze in shock. The dust and debris that had clouded the room, suspended midair as if the laws of nature had just been abruptly revoked. Then, all at once, the particles plummeted to the vault's floor with an otherworldly immediacy. The air, dense and crackling, vibrated with unnatural energy. A thunderous hush fell over the chamber. The floor quivered. The walls trembled in response to the undeniable power of his words. As the demonic group shrank back in obvious terror at this display of commanding talents, Shax alone regarded Crowley with a sly, knowing smirk that played across her features. She subtly shifted her stance, indicating her dominion over the situation. Her dark obsidian eyes shifted from Aziraphale, ensnared in her merciless grip, to Crowley, alone and cornered, and then to the figurine clutched in his hand. She tilted her head, resembling a cat evaluating its prey. "Now, why would we want to do that?" she purred, her voice dripping with malevolence. With a cruel twist, she strained Aziraphale's obviously broken arm, extracting a suppressed moan at the earthly pain from the angel. "He's their supreme archangel," Crowley asserted with conviction. "If you lay another claw on him, you'll start a war with heaven. Right here. Right now." He straightened, regaining his usual air of confidence and authority. "Are you truly prepared for those consequences?" His gaze bore into the assembled demons, a silent challenge hung heavy in the air, a reminder of the disastrous repercussions that could be unleashed with a single wrong move. Crowley's devious mind raced through the possibilities, calculating the best strategic move before settling on the only obvious tactic at his disposal. "You can have the thing," Crowley declared, his voice carrying an air of calculated indifference. "This is what you came here for, isn't it?" He held the artifact with an air of nonchalance, as if it had always been his intention to place it into demonic hands. Making eye contact with Furfur, Crowley proffered a conspiratorial wink as subtle as a foghorn on a still, summer's evening, to underlie his forthcoming proposition. "Release him, and the key is yours," Crowley declared with a calm and matter-of-fact tone. The ensuing silence gripped the vault with a suspenseful breath as Crowley's eyes bore into Furfur with an expectant and encouraging eagerness, reminiscent of a stagehand cueing lines to an actor frozen in the spotlight. A flicker of fractured contemplation danced in Furfur's infernal eyes as he stared blankly towards Crowley. At last, he raised his chin in a silent agreement, recognizing the unspoken understanding that had piloted its way between them. "Oh, yes," Furfur drawled, elongating each syllable with a forced and artificial tone. His voice dripping with arrogance as he continued, his words extruding like a viscous substance as he savored the moment. "Of course, Crowley," he added with an exaggerated, surreptitious wink of his own, "I think we can agree to that." Furfur's intent was crystal clear. Crowley could almost see the cogs of Furfur's cognition revolving before him. Despite evidently needing a good oiling. It was also apparent that he understood the deal. They could simply hand over the angel, shielding themselves from divine retribution, and in return, they could take possession of the key, getting exactly what they desired. Furfur's inability to act convincingly to conceal his duplicity only served to reassure Crowley that his own deception was succeeding. They were buying into his plan. A bit slower on the uptake, Shax shot Furfur a venomous, incredulous look, her eyes brimming with suspicion and distrust. However, noting his attention was diverted elsewhere, her gaze followed his sideways glance at her feet toward Aziraphale, and suddenly everything became clear to her. They both observed the angel, his eyes clenched shut, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek, his head bowed in a heartbreaking display of apparent betrayal. What neither of them noticed was the faint, exasperated huff Aziraphale had let out moments earlier, followed by a long-suffering eye-roll as he begrudgingly realized the role Crowley was nudging him into. With evident reluctance and no small amount of dramatic flair, he'd slumped further, adjusting his expression to one of poetic anguish. Shax and Furfur, oblivious, drank it in with fiendish delight. To them, the angel was broken, his fate dangling on a string. And Crowley, their clever little puppet, was orchestrating this theatrical delight at the expense of the defeated angel, whose destiny appeared to hang intoxicatingly at their whim. With an air of graceful confidence, Crowley stepped forward and extended the coveted key. "A more paranoid demon might think you didn't trust me," he remarked cuttingly, a playful hint in his tone as he relished Furfur's near-apologetic expression. "I believe our business is concluded." "I agree," Furfur concurred, sneering gleefully down at Aziraphale, who made no effort to conceal the pain of the treachery etched across his countenance. To the watching demons, it was the sting of betrayal. In truth, it was the sting of Crowley's boot. As he'd swept toward the throng, Crowley had delivered a sly, deliberate kick to Aziraphale's leg, a wordless jab at the angel's lack of acting prowess. In response, the angel cast a sharp glare with a flicker of smoldering resentment, which only added fuel to the illusion. A divine delectation served unwittingly, yet perfectly timed, for the demonic throng who savored every morsel of discord in this celestial drama. "We'll leave you to deal with that, then," Furfur jeered, a mocking gesture toward Aziraphale. He then shifted his focus toward Shax, engaging her in a gloating look that proclaimed his infernal prowess in the part he'd played in their plans. Satisfied with the spectacle they had orchestrated, Shax, Furfur, and their diabolical horde vanished into the shadows. As a stillness fell upon the scene, eerie in its stark contrast to the events that had unfolded mere moments before, Crowley breathed a resigned sigh. "Right, we best leave as well," he ushered whilst reaching his hand toward Aziraphale in a silent offer of assistance. Aziraphale snapped his arm away, avoiding any semblance of eye contact with the demon before he clambered to his feet, fixing his arm with the graceful, almost artistic motion of an old master. In the aftermath of the chaos and their near brush with death, an innate dread had taken root in the pit of Aziraphale's stomach. Had the demons following them this particular evening been mere happenstance? Or had they known where they were going and what they were after? Were Crowley's interactions with Furfur rooted in any truth? Above all, they had failed in their mission, That much was painfully clear. The very thing they had set out to retrieve had slipped through their grasp. The impending consequences of this failure were rapidly filling him with a sickening sense of foreboding. As Aziraphale steadied himself, Crowley commented softly with an air of regret. "We had no choice, Aziraphale," he muttered softly. "Angel," his gaze assessing the angel from head to toe, "a heavy vision to bear. We must get out of here." Aziraphale swiftly brushed himself off, miraculously erasing all evidence of his former trials. His eyes, still averted from Crowley's, held the weight of his own remorse. While he longed for the comforting warmth he sensed in his friend's newfound tenderness, he knew he must maintain his resolve to navigate their way out of this situation. With a hint of resignation, he replied, "Yes, we do," as he began retracing their steps out of the museum. Following suit, Crowley suggested, "Perhaps we should avoid returning to, just in case they're following us. We wouldn't want to lead them to anyone. They'll be waiting, even though we told them to stay away." This considerate sentiment comforted Aziraphale, and his posture eased, if only slightly, as they strolled onward. "So, where to then?" he inquired despondently, still distracted by his prickling anxiety. "My flat, Angel," Crowley proposed, prompting a suspicious arched eyebrow from Aziraphale. "Oh, pray tell, will we find any more of your charming associates lurking about there?" he inquired, his tone tinged with accusation. "Oh, come on," Crowley retorted playfully. "What precisely do you anticipate me to ponder upon?" Aziraphale shot back, not quite in the mood for jesting, a trace of exasperation creeping into his tone. The line between reality and theatrics had been blurred, making it challenging to discern his genuine sentiments amid the evening's elaborate performance. After all, Aziraphale was an angel, and lacked the practiced finesse of his diabolical friend in these intricate games. In this very moment, he found himself torn between his longing to fully embrace the shift in Crowley's demeanor, and the lingering doubts gnawing at the pit of his stomach. "I would expect a little something, Angel, after how many thousands of years?" Crowley deplored, his gaze dropping to the ground. Aziraphale responded with measured restraint. "Well, you are still a demon. And might I add, a mean you have been voraciously advocating recently." "You knew," Crowley snarled in a drawn-out rejoinder, his voice dripping with the weariness of one who had danced this dance far too long. Aziraphale sighed, the frustration and longing in his demeanor palpable. "I understand, things have not been easy. There are indeed things that require further discussion." "Well," he tutted, a mixture of irritation and affection in his voice, "doesn't mean I have to endorse or relish your methods," he huffed indignantly. "At times, they come a little too easily for my taste." "Whatever, Angel," Crowley sulked, slipping his hands in his pockets as they trudged on in silence toward the flat. After a few minutes of continued reticence, Crowley ventured, "It was fun though," his voice softening, as he extended his elbow toward Aziraphale, nudging him gently. A subtle twinge at the edge of Aziraphale's lips hinted at a shared understanding and reconciliation. As they walked, Aziraphale grappled with a whirlwind of emotions in a chaos of his own thoughts. It was as though 1,000 threads of his reality had unraveled in less than a heartbeat. The chill that had emanated from Crowley over the past few weeks had left him profoundly unsettled. He had confronted his deepest fear this very evening, enduring the tormenting prospect of losing Crowley to his demonic nature. Amidst the turmoil, Aziraphale couldn't escape the undeniable truth. He knew the demon too well, the fallacy of Crowley's supposed betrayal was all too clear, and he had not hesitated to rush to his aid when danger loomed. Despite the chaos and uncertainty, Aziraphale couldn't help but feel an inexplicable and undeniable happiness return in the past few minutes that had eluded him over recent weeks. The oppressive darkness that had enveloped his dearest friend seemed to have lifted, replaced by the comforting, familiar warmth that flowed between them. If bearing this ordeal was what it took to regain the Crowley he cherished, if enduring this momentary pain was the price for bringing him back, then it felt like an exceedingly small cost to pay for the return of the Crowley he knew and held dear. Yet, an ominous dread lingered, casting a shadow over his soul, a haunting reminder of the potential cost of their evening's failure. It felt as though he had been trapped within a spinning top, whirling through chaos, only to be abruptly released into a harsh reality he couldn't ignore. With a heavy heart, Aziraphale professed, "But, I don't need to remind you that we are not in possession of the key, the very thing this evening was all about." As Crowley turned to face him, mouth open and finger poised, Aziraphale quickly continued to avoid any defensive protestations from the demon. "Finding a place of safety where we can deliberate on our next course of action would be most wise. Let us proceed accordingly." His tone carried a note of finality. Yet, recognizing his own abruptness in the subtle flinch that his words received, he allowed his tension to give way to a more cooperative tone. "And what of your own well-being? Are you faring quite all right, my dear?" he inquired, casting a caring gaze toward Crowley. Recognizing the shift in Aziraphale's attitude, Crowley responded with a warm, inward smile. "I'm fine, no need to worry about me, Angel," he reassured. "We're almost there," he added, gesturing ahead as the entrance to his flat came into view. With a flare of exasperated self-assuredness, Crowley made his entrance into the room. His jacket and shirt, bearing the marks of turmoil, were discarded with an almost cavalier sweep. With a graceful pivot, he descended upon a lounge chair, his lithe form seeming to meld into it. Sarcasm and amusement dripped from his words like honey, his voice a symphony of wryness as he drawled, "Well, that went swimmingly." Aziraphale followed in his wake, a touch more cautious in his approach. "Indeed," he began, his words tinged with a hint of hesitation, "I suppose one could argue that the situation might have enjoyed a more seamless resolution." His voice wavered slightly, and a blush of embarrassment crept upon his face as he sought solace in his twisting hands. "You needn't have surrendered the key. I would have managed perfectly well." Despite his reservations, he couldn't help but profess the nagging suspicion that had seeped into his celestial soul that evening. "But did you, perchance, orchestrate it this way, intentionally?" He cleared his throat as if trying to physically remove the weight of shame that clung to him. Crowley interjected with unwavering resolve, "Of course not." His forceful denial washed over Aziraphale like a soothing balm, banishing the inner demons of doubt that had plagued him. The weight of their shared history and sincerity in Crowley's voice were undeniable. "You know I'd never align myself with them, Angel. The real challenge was liberating the key from the museum, and that task, my dear, has been accomplished." Aziraphale let out a relieved sigh, grateful for the demonic absolution that washed over him in response to his confession. With fingertips lightly touching his temples, he let his mind roam, sensing their surroundings. "It appears, at least for now, our infernal pursuers have decided to spare us this particular chase," he remarked, his response tinged with a hint of unease. His gaze, no longer fixated on his hands, darted around as if searching for stable ground, any spot where his eyes wouldn't inadvertently settle upon Crowley's partially undressed form. Detecting Aziraphale's discomfort like a sixth sense, Crowley locked his mischievous eyes on him, his lips curving into a subtle, knowing smirk. He recognized that peculiar mixture of intrigue and resistance within the angel's gaze, an attempt to resist an allure that lay before him. In the wake of that evening's unsettling events, the once seemingly impregnable barriers had crumbled like ancient ruins, and the serpentine essence of the demon stirred, rousing from its slumber. He found himself powerless to contain the emotions surging within him as the unraveling defenses, once suppressing his impulses, rekindled the smoldering fire of his true self. He lowered his glasses with a deliberate slowness, his gaze laden with an unspoken message. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Crowley, an irresistible temptation to tease. Aziraphale continued his train of thought. "One could even venture to suggest that we find ourselves in a state of relative safety. Perhaps it's best if we return to the bookshop now and update Muriel. I must revisit Matthias's scroll of Indus, inspect if there's anything further." His words met an abrupt halt as Crowley, with a graceful flourish, dropped his glasses aside and rose from his seat, gliding effortlessly to intercept the sentence that was emerging. He prowled towards Aziraphale, his every step imbued with a devil-may-care nonchalance. "Indeed," Crowley agreed softly, a suggestive lilt woven into his words, "whatever you need, my angel." The word need hung in the air, laden with a layered implication, as Crowley took Aziraphale's hand and guided it, with a gentle yet purposeful touch, to his exposed chest. Aziraphale's hand, almost as if spooked by the bold move, darted back to his own shoulder. Crowley slid his fingers beneath Aziraphale's retracted touch, as if a key had finally discovered its home in a long-forgotten lock, enfolding Aziraphale's shy fingers within his own in an almost reverent caress. In a graceful sway of circuitous elegance, he drew nearer, his other hand gently encircling Aziraphale's waist, creating a silhouette reminiscent of a dancer's embrace. A fragile pause held the space between them, a silence filled with unspoken questions and untamed tensions. "Crowley, this is silly," Aziraphale eventually ventured, his voice a nervous lifeline breaking the silence. Crowley, undeterred by the awkwardness, maintained his stance, as if lending weight to the suspended question hanging in the air. Aziraphale struggled within himself, caught in a crosscurrent of emotions, each one vying for expression. His mouth moved soundlessly, a silent jumble of choices, while his gaze remained tethered to his hand, nestled in Crowley's grip. After an extended pause, Aziraphale's posture appeared to ease, his lips settling into a tentative, shy smile. As Aziraphale's gaze met Crowley's, he caught a glimmer of triumph flickering within those eyes. With effortless grace, Crowley proceeded to unburden Aziraphale of his jacket, meticulously observing every nuance of reaction. A soft sigh of contentment escaped Aziraphale as his jacket slipped away, Crowley's smirk deepening in mirrored satisfaction. Having gently placed Aziraphale's jacket aside, he turned his attention to Aziraphale's bowtie, his fingers a rhythmic dance upon the silk fabric. The demon could feel the subtle longing in Aziraphale's movements, a quiet desire for more intimacy, mingled with apprehension. He relished every moment of this intricate dance of temptation, the tantalizing game they played. Crowley released Aziraphale's top shirt fastening, before trailing his fingertips down the placket of his shirt in a deliberate and measured gesture. As Aziraphale pushed into his touch, Crowley couldn't help but smile, his eyes alight with a hint of devilish charm. He could sense the angel's yearning, the almost imperceptible tremor in his breath, as Aziraphale poised himself in eager anticipation, as though prepared to embrace the tender touch of their lips, the warm connection that seemed so close and yet remained just out of reach. But Crowley held back, his movements refrained with artful finesse. He wanted to draw this moment out, savor the delicious tension that hung in the air between them, that was far more intoxicating than the surrender. Their breaths whispered close, a steady rhythm mirroring the languid tempo of the unfolding scene. Button by button, Crowley navigated Aziraphale's waistcoat, a deliberate exploration of each fastening that lent an air of charged intimacy to the moment. On the final button, a soft gasp from Aziraphale punctuated the proceedings, an amalgamation of trepidation and yearning. Crowley paused, his inquisitive gaze meeting Aziraphale's, the demonic impulse to tease momentarily supplanted by a surge of genuine affection. Aziraphale responded with a softly encouraging smile, a shy offering that served as the unspoken answer to Crowley's silent query, an eloquent, quiet affirmation. Crowley took solace in Aziraphale's response, yet there was an unspoken challenge met in that moment, a threshold crossed. He proceeded to slide Aziraphale's waistcoat from his form to join the jacket on the sidelines, but rather than continuing to remove the shirt, as Aziraphale might have anticipated, Crowley chose a different path. With a deliberate slowness, he leaned in, his arms slipping beneath Aziraphale's, wrapping around him in an embrace that radiated tenderness and a fierce protectiveness. It was as if, in that intimate moment, Crowley sought to shield not only Aziraphale's body but his very soul from the complexities of their world. Their bodies entwined in a merging of warmth and exposed vulnerability. Heads found solace on each other's shoulders, and in that gentle embrace, their heartbeats blended into a harmonious cadence, a silent symphony of unity. Time, in that stolen moment, seemed to stretch, carrying with it the weight of all the unspoken words they had shared over the centuries. The delicate facade of restraint that had long masked the angel's vulnerability seemed to shatter like fragile glass as Aziraphale's silent tears trickled down Crowley's shoulder. Crowley's arms, far from confining, tightened with a fierce yet gentle resolve, a commitment to collect Aziraphale's fragile fragments and cradle them close, a silent promise that they would navigate this uncharted territory together. In the wake of that emotional relief, a pause settled between them. It was a pause that spoke volumes of the significance of the moment, the breaking of barriers, and the emergence of something profound. With their embrace softened, Their connection remained unbroken as they traced delicate patterns along each other's backs, as if exploring the depths of each other's souls. In that sacred silence, they found a sanctuary within each other's arms. A place where vulnerability was cherished, promises were unspoken, and the boundaries of heaven and hell melted into insignificance. When Crowley finally relinquished his hold, his hands cradled Aziraphale's face with a gentleness that bordered on reverence. With a tenderness that conveyed unspoken devotion, he swept away the tracks of tears that marked Aziraphale's cheeks, each touch an implicit vow that he would be there to catch every tear, to erase every sorrow, and to stand as an unwavering pillar of support. With meticulous care, Crowley repositioned the waistcoat. His attention descended as his nimble fingers rethreaded the buttons. He then offered the jacket, a delicate choreography as Aziraphale extended an arm, slipping gracefully into the first sleeve of the jacket, and then pivoted to insert the other. Yet, just as Aziraphale was about to complete the motion, Crowley's arms enveloped him from behind in a cocooning embrace that drew him close once more. Crowley's lips grazed Aziraphale's ear, his voice a deep, reassuring rumble as he whispered, "Are you all right, my angel?" Aziraphale turned, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he met Crowley's eyes. "Perfectly," he breathed, his trembling fingers expertly retying his bow. Retrieving his own damaged shirt and jacket, Crowley performed a deft motion that restored them to their original, impeccable state. Stepping with a fluid grace, he positioned himself ahead of Aziraphale, his strides purposeful as he approached the hallway. In swift succession, he redressed himself, his attire returning to its former elegance as he reached the doorway. "Well then, shall we?" Crowley's words carried an air of mock formality. "We'd better get going and look at this scroll again, then angel," his tone a blend of amusement and invitation. Holding the door open with an ironic flourish, he gestured for Aziraphale to proceed. Snapped from his reverie by the gesture, Aziraphale stepped forward with renewed determination. As the duo entered the bookshop, Muriel, Nina, and Maggie sprang to life like meerkats on the savannas, their expressions laden with trepidation and hope. Taken aback by Nina and Maggie's presence after explicitly forbidding them to be there, Aziraphale greeted the trio with a feigned smile, discreetly diverting his eyes as he made his way to the rear of the shop to discard his coat and metaphorically hang up his concerns as a storm of dread clawed at his stomach. He kept his gaze steadfastly fixed upon the floor, determined to shield the group from the tumultuous whirlwind of disappointment and irritation at their presence lurking in the corners of his soul, from the needling dread of what could have been. Yet, despite it all, a profound sense of relief and quiet joy swelled in his heart, grateful to witness in that moment that his dear friends were safe and sound. The room itself seemed to hold its breath, gripped in the tension of their silent reunion. Unable to endure the suspense any longer, Maggie broke the charged atmosphere. Her voice trembling, and her hands locked against her chest as she voiced the question that hung in the air. "How did it go?" she asked breathlessly, her eyes wide with anticipation. Aziraphale's response dripped with disappointment. "Not so good, I'm afraid," he lamented as he walked back towards the group. His words lingered, infusing the room with a palpable sense of unease. Nina reached out, her hand landing gently on Maggie's shoulder, offering a supportive gesture as the weight of Aziraphale's words settled ominously among them. Muriel steadied herself against the edge of a desk, her eyes filled with concern as she posed a series of questions that mirrored their collective worries. What happened? Was there something wrong with the plans? Did we get the wrong vault? Muriel's words tumbled out in a rush, reflecting the anxiety that gripped them all. Aziraphale, still gathering himself, struggled to find the right words to deliver the grim news. Amidst the heavy silence, it was Crowley who broke the tension, leaning casually against a pillar, his arms crossed as he spoke, his gaze fixated on the floor. "No, worse," he replied cryptically, his voice barely above a whisper. All eyes snapped to Crowley, as he answered in a single word that sent shockwaves through the room. "Demons." Audible gasps filled the space as Maggie sank back into her chair, her hand pressed to her chest. Muriel, attempting to quell the rising panic, chimed in, But you're both okay, that's good. Isn't it? Aziraphale's soft eyes, filled with gratitude, met Muriel's. Yes, we are both okay, he assured. Thank you, Muriel. We're fine. He hesitated for a moment before adding, well, relatively fine. Regrettably, we were trailed by Shax and a group of demons, though we remained blissfully unaware until it was too late. It could have been much worse. He paused as a fearful shudder of what might have been coursed through his essence. We could have lost far more. If any of you had been there, the outcome might have been far grimmer. Nina's ears perked up as she leaned forward, a hint of curiosity in her voice. More? She inquired, her gaze darting around the room to gauge the reactions of the others. Lost more? She pressed, sensing that there was more to the story. Aziraphale recounted the events at the museum, painting a vivid picture of the evening's proceedings. As he concluded the tale, the weight of his words settled upon the room like a dark portent. We don't have it, he pronounced simply, the gravity of those words sinking in. We don't have the key. Nina, sharp and perceptive as ever, fixed her gaze on Crowley. Despite his nonchalant posture and the casual way he leaned against the pillar, she couldn't help but notice a diabolical grin lurking beneath his downturned head. Unable to contain her suspicion, she exclaimed, You, her voice rising, you did this, didn't you? Her accusatory tone hung in the air, adding an electrified hum in the room as everyone seemed to prickle with a heightened tension at the sudden twist in revelation. No, Nina, I'm certain that's not the case. Aziraphale stepped forward, his hands raised in a calming gesture. Crowley, he implored, his voice a mixture of sternness and pleading, don't play games now. This is a delicate moment. While he couldn't claim complete certainty about the truth of the situation, Aziraphale's long history with Crowley had made him finely attuned to the demon's unique mannerisms, and he was not buying into this particular act. Well, nonchalant as ever, Crowley inclined his head and added dryly, She's absolutely right. His voice carried an enigmatic resonance that left everyone in the room astounded, everyone except Aziraphale, who met the statement with a scolding gaze. In that moment, he had intended to regale the group with an elaborate tale about how it would be a breeze to slip into the fiery pits of hell, embark on a battle with hordes of demons, and snatch the coveted artifact from a sulfuric abyss, all the while savoring the spectacle of their anguished expressions. However, even with all the willpower he could muster, he couldn't resist the urge to flaunt his own cunning. And, although that was certainly true, he was also driven by a desire to sidestep any further reproach from Aziraphale. Though he'd rather chew glass than admit it, one thing he would admit was that he had no intention of enduring a few millennia's worth of pointed reminders about this transgression. Which, in a strange way, did offer a modicum of vindication for his immediate urge to show off. With a theatrical flourish, he plucked a small figurine from his pocket and held it aloft between his forefingers, as if presenting a precious gemstone. Squinting at it dramatically, he then concealed the figurine back in his palm, visibly reveling in the reactions of the awestruck assembly. She's absolutely right. I did it, he proclaimed with an air of unrivaled smugness. His satisfaction was palpable, practically radiating with the thrill of his cunning deception as he concluded, I substituted a phony effigy with fur and pocketed the genuine artifact in the process. Forgive me, declared Aziraphale with an air of mock indignation, but you, my dear Crowley, are an absolute arse. Try as he might to suppress it, a mischievous grin began to stretch across Aziraphale's lips, mirroring the devilish smile that adorned Crowley's. Maggie beamed with excitement at the revelation, and Muriel's joy was nearly tangible, her impulse to applaud the momentous discovery barely contained in her involuntary soft bounce, as she pressed her palms together at her chest in a physical act to quell the exhilaration. In contrast, Nina breathed a sigh of relief, slumping onto the couch, relinquishing herself exhaustively from the grip of the demon's mind games. But how can we be certain that this is the key? Nina wondered aloud, her skepticism evident. It doesn't look very impressive, does it? Muriel, her eyes gleaming with delight, responded confidently, Oh, even I can sense its divine nature from here. That's definitely a celestial instrument. She paused, a mischievous twinkle in her eye as she exclaimed, I believe I've learned what we do in these situations now. With a playful grin, she reached for a hidden bottle of single malt scotch. Observing her intentions, Maggie swiftly fetched some tumblers, and soon they were passing around celebratory drinks. Reunited once more in their improbable alliance, a sense of camaraderie and relief enveloped the room. As they settled into their seats, Aziraphale turned his inquisitive gaze toward Crowley. "But, however did you manage to get it?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. "Well, we were surrounded by old bits from Indus, weren't we?" He stalled whilst adjusting his jacket, "and I couldn't hang around you for a few millennia, and not pick up some tricks, Angel," Crowley remarked with a devilish grin, his eyes dancing with mischief. He leaned back in his chair, casually spinning the small, intricately carved effigy in his hand. "I just swapped it for another figurine. They hadn't the faintest idea what we were after in there after all," he explained, delicately setting the figure upon the occasional table. With an ironic raise of his glass, he offered a mock salute before indulging in a self-satisfied sip. "But I saw you hand it over," Aziraphale remarked, the pieces of the puzzle slowly falling into place, his eyes flickering as his astute mind pieced together the mysterious riddle of his actions. As his countenance settled, like a bearing finding its mark on a roulette wheel, he began, "You mean to say," his voice tinged with a sense of realization before pivoting into an incensed pitch of exasperation, "you did human magic?" Crowley swirled his tumbler thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the intricate patterns of the glass. "Well, they would have noticed a miracle, wouldn't they? Sometimes, a little sleight of hand goes a long way. I believe you taught me that, Angel." Aziraphale, unable to suppress his irritation, his voice laced with the weariness of countless disputes, exclaimed, "But you've always supposed it was demeaning Crowley." A mischievous twinkle sparked in Crowley's eyes as he looked at Aziraphale, a fondness in his voice as he purred, "Oh, you should know by now that I'm full of surprises." Aziraphale's voice quivered with disbelief and a simmering undercurrent of frustration as he began, "I find it rather difficult to believe, truly. I cannot fathom how you could possibly." His initial shock and amazement momentarily swallowed his words. Then, with a determined gaze that conveyed his unshakable determination, he refocused on Crowley. "Why?" Aziraphale inquired, his voice carrying both a sense of incredulity and a touch of reproach. "Did you not think to inform me that you had switched them?" He leaned closer to Crowley, adopting a conspiratorial stance, and whispered with deliberate emphasis, "We certainly had ample opportunities for you to mention this." His tone carried a certain weight, making it clear that he expected a satisfying explanation. "We couldn't be sure who was listening." Crowley gave a sly, knowing wink. "Had to make it believable, Angel. And well, it was more of a harmless little deception, really." Nina's eyes darted back and forth between Aziraphale and Crowley, with the intensity of someone entranced by a high-stakes tennis match. She raised a finger, pointing accusingly between them, skepticism oozing from her every pore. "Something's different," she declared in measured tones, her voice dripping with suspicion. "What happened?" Aziraphale, drawing his posture into a picture of befuddled innocence, stammered forth, his expression oscillating wildly between alarm and sheepishness. "Oh, nothing," he started, his voice betraying none of the calm he was attempting to feign. "Nothing out of the ordinary. There's nothing like a life-and-death situation to rekindle old friendships." However, Nina wasn't buying it. Her gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on Crowley, who sat there smirking into his glass as if the glass itself were privy to the joke. "Right," she drawled, her tone a gauntlet flung down, challenging belief. Aziraphale, trying valiantly to redirect their discourse, urged, "We still have other pressing matters," he continued, "it's rather late, and I've been away from the heavens for far too long. I'll need to get back. And, of course, there's still the issue of finding Raphael." He paused, gazing into the middle distance with the air of someone contemplating a profound enigma. "I do believe that is crucial," he murmured. Maggie, noting the heavy shift in the room, ventured, "Any luck at all?" "No one's seen him for eons," added Muriel, a hint of resignation in her voice. "He could literally be anywhere in the cosmos." "Eons." "But yes, indeed," Aziraphale concurred with a dark solemnity. "I fear I've nearly exhausted all possibilities thus far, but I'd be better placed to locate him back up there." His brow furrowed in deep thought once more. "I'd better get back. If we can reconvene tomorrow," Say, early afternoon, around 2ish, I should be able to make it back then. A knowing glance passed between him and Crowley as he explained, Michael's conducting some sort of defense fitness class again. I dare say I will be able to easily slip away. Crowley nodded despondently, as if recalling a particularly unpleasant memory from the celestial archives. The lunch rush won't be over by then, Nina remarked, her tone tinged with regret. I won't be able to pop in. She gestured a nod toward Maggie. Maggie's helping me out as well. I'm still short-staffed. Aziraphale's expression remained warm and reassuring. Oh, not to worry. Muriel can share notes and revisit the scroll, see if there's anything more that can help us with the key. You've done wonderfully, and at this time, I regret there's nothing much more you can do. His words carried a genuine appreciation for their efforts. That's my cue, Crowley declared with all the dramatic flair of someone about to make a grand exit, settling his glass and preparing to leave. You will be back tomorrow? Aziraphale's eyes pleaded with an earnestness only an angel could muster. Crowley turned back, somewhat begrudgingly. Yeah, sure. Not sure what good I'll be if you're doing book stuff. He stated as a subtle implore for a waiver to the request, but as he noted the look in Aziraphale's eyes, he relented. Fine, I'll pop by for 5 minutes, but I've got to make a good appearance back in hell after tonight's escapade. He raised an eyebrow, a serpent's grin playing on his lips. Keep them off the scent. Yes, good thinking, remarked Aziraphale with a nod that was more of a benediction. And with that, Crowley sauntered out of the bookshop. With her accusatory gaze still fixed on Aziraphale, Nina began to speak, but he cut in before she could delve into further questions about the museum antics. So, Muriel, he interjected, changing the topic with the elegance of a maestro orchestrating a symphony, are you sure you have a good enough hiding place that the Metatron or the others won't be able to discover? Muriel responded with a bright, otherworldly smile. Oh yes, definitely. The Metatron has popped down a few times to check on me, and they've not suspected anything. There was a fleeting hurt in her eyes as she added, I don't think they try too hard to see if I'm concealing anything, to be honest. Their shortcoming, my dear, not yours, Aziraphale reassured her, his words carrying the weight of a guardian angel's solace, and Muriel's radiant optimism returned. As the summit reached its end, they found themselves once more reflecting upon the modest strides they had taken, and the elusive enigma of Raphael continuing to slip through their grasp. For Aziraphale, the constraints of time weighed heavily, he couldn't afford an extended stay away from the hallowed confines of heaven. Regardless of how diligently he maintained his paperwork, the divine bureaucracy had a knack for detecting prolonged absences. Fearing that his meticulous records would not stand up to much scrutiny if given any cause for deeper inspection, Aziraphale reluctantly bade his regrettable farewell to the assembly, committing to reconvene the very next afternoon. Their collective resolve remained unshaken, and as they dispersed, each member carried their own unique burden of newfound knowledge and heightened anticipation. The following day draped London in an ominous veil, unfurling an eerie shroud of grey that seemed to cling oppressively to the city beneath. It was as though the very air had turned taut with apprehension, humming with an electrified current reminiscent of the moments before a train pulls into an underground station. A strange, charged sensation setting your nerves on end, accompanied by a palpable suction in the air that feels inexplicably ethereal, an incongruity recapitulated by the ominous display of rats disappearing as though someone just called last orders at the local fromagerie, and you somehow missed the memo. In short, it had been an odd start to any morning, the kind of oddness that makes you reconsider any ambitious plans for the day. Entranced by the peculiar nebulous scene that had been lingering all day, Muriel stood transfixed at the window. Tentatively breaking the silence, her voice trembled with unease as she uttered, It's only 2 o'clock, Aziraphale. Why is it so dark already? Aziraphale lifted his focus from the books he was carefully restacking, his somber expression reflecting the enormity of their immediate concerns as a faint tremor rumbled beneath their feet. Time, he responded, his words laden with unease, is running out, I'm afraid. We must act swiftly if we are to stave off this impending catastrophe. His posture seemed to sigh in sympathy with the gravity of his pronouncement. The tinkling of the bookshop's bell announced Crowley's return, snapping Aziraphale from his grave contemplation. His arrival brought with it a sense of urgency that matched the foreboding outside. "Can't linger, Angel," he announced pithily, glancing at Aziraphale with a meaningful look. "The changing skies out there have stirred up quite a kerfuffle with the higher-ups. I've a hunch it won't be long before even Satan himself gets wind of it. The sands of time are slipping away pretty quickly." Aziraphale nodded, his features etched with a profound sense of duty. "Time is a luxury we can no longer afford." Muriel, her gaze still fixated on the tempestuous skies, murmured, "No. I don't think anyone has much time left." She turned her attention back to the gathering in the shop and spread their research over the desk. With a sense of urgency, she began recounting their findings once more, each revelation pouring forth in a rapid succession of murmurs, nods, and repetitive inquiries that had already danced through their collective minds countless times before. As another profound silence settled upon the room, Muriel ruminated aloud, "It seems that as we have the key, all we need to do is activate it. But the question remains," Crowley mused, "how can we make the key work?" His brow furrowed as he began pacing, extending a lean finger with each pronouncement as if checking off points from his mental list of thoughts. The scroll made it abundantly clear that human touch wouldn't activate it. "Our suspicions point to Raphael probably performing a miracle to make it work the last time." Resting his pacing, a glint of optimism brightened his serpentine eyes as he focused on Aziraphale. During the he gestured vaguely with his hand to coax the memory forward. "When we performed that half-miracle together last year, didn't you mention that your lot registered a total of 25 Lazari?" He leaned in, seeking a response from his angelic counterpart. "That's more powerful than a single archangel. What if, just what if, it would simply take both of us performing a miracle together to trigger it? Maybe we don't need Raphael. After all, we did manage to successfully conceal Gabriel from both heaven and hell's detection when we performed that miracle together." Aziraphale's countenance suddenly brightened with a glimmer of enlightenment. "Just as Muriel deliberated, we do indeed hold the key, and all that remains is to unlock it." He knit his eyebrows in concentration, pondering the intricacies of the situation. "Well, I suppose it is worth a try." His eyes flickered through unseen complexities before finally resting resolutely on the unassuming figurine. Their unspoken agreement settled, they stood to attention, assuming positions in the center of the shop akin to athletes poised for a race. Holding the effigy between them in outstretched hands, they exchanged glances of unwavering determination. "Ready, Angel?" Crowley inquired. "On 3, Aziraphale affirmed. They counted, 1, 2, 3, but alas, nothing transpired. Muriel, her hope undiminished, gazed between them eagerly. "How will we know if it worked?" Crowley offered a sardonic grin. "I'm inclined to believe it wouldn't continue to resemble a chewed-up piece of rock. And, just for the sake of argument, I suspect the sky wouldn't persist in looking like the harbinger of doom about to obliterate all of humanity." Aziraphale cast him a reproachful glance. "I believe it's safe to say our attempt fell short." Muriel interjected with a pensive tone, "Is it possible that we need an archangel, any archangel, to unlock the key?" She quickly backtracked, a hint of concern in her voice. "No offense intended, Aziraphale. It just seems, from what you've described, that maybe it's possible that Gabriel might have acted as some sort of conduit during your miracle last time." Aziraphale offered a reassuring smile as he replied, "None taken, my dear. While I may have the mantle of archangel bestowed upon me by the Metatron, I must admit my abilities hardly measure up to those of my esteemed peers." He contemplated her words for a moment before continuing, "It's a plausible theory, Muriel. Perhaps it was the combined power of all three of us that created such an exceptional outcome on that occasion. But given our current circumstances, finding another willing archangel," his words trailed off, leaving the unspoken challenges hanging heavily in the air. Crowley sighed wryly. "Which brings us back to the conundrum of finding Raphael." Despair weighed heavily on Aziraphale's features. "Indeed," he agreed, bobbing in harmony with the group's collective sense of despondency, "indeed." As he mulled their situation, A faint glimmer of hope stirred within. What if we could locate Gabriel? I fear, Crowley muttered with a resigned tone, that finding Gabriel will prove as likely as catching a malignant spirit with a fishing net. Remember, he learned from us. He's more than adept at concealing himself. He would have made sure that heaven and hell are entirely blind to his presence. Our chances of tracking him are slimmer than something very slim. Raphael, on the other hand. Aziraphale completed Crowley's thought in a despondent tone. I agree, my dear. Raphael remains our best, albeit uncertain hope. Yet, even in that pursuit, we find ourselves caught in a maddening loop, like passengers on an eternal merry-go-round, spinning endlessly without respite. That's the sum of what we've got, though, Muriel admitted with a weary shrug, her exhaustion evident as she added, I don't think there's anything more we can get from this. Her hand swept over the cluttered desk, indicating the disarray of scattered notes and papers. Aziraphale concluded with a contemplative tone, indeed, for the moment, our best course is to maintain appearances and persist in the search for Raphael. There are undoubtedly stones yet unturned. I have a few ideas left to explore. Time is what we need, my dear friends. As the ground trembled once more, papers scattered from the desk, and a fresh cloud of dust swirled around them, Crowley's voice took on a somber and ominous tone. Time, he muttered, is a resource we're desperately short of. A silent exchange of meaningful glances unfolded between them, their eyes conveying volumes of unspoken thoughts. The evening's revelations had left them with more questions than answers. Yet, following a period of introspection and a recapitulation of the afternoon's revelations, their conversation swiftly dwindled, reminiscent of the fading embers of a dying fire. It was clear that Aziraphale had to return to heaven to avoid arousing suspicion among the heavens, and Crowley had similar obligations in hell. They knew that they had to play their roles convincingly to buy more time and continue their quest. Meanwhile, Muriel was left behind on Earth once again, burdened with a sense of impending doom, the weight of uncertainty pressing in from all sides. In the radiant vastness of the heavens, a sense of eager anticipation buzzed through the ethereal expanse where all the angels gathered, poised for the closing address of the morning's celestial meeting. The Metatron, radiant and majestic, stepped forward to address the heavenly congregation. Their voice resonated through the celestial chamber. Michael, we are grateful for the wisdom you have shared in your presentation. The Metatron begun, their tone imbued with a commanding serenity. As we prepare to draw the veil upon this sacred gathering, let us all remember that we stand but hours away from fulfilling our roles within the grand design. I have watched the story of humanity unfold, and I must confess, it has left me with a heavy heart. The Metatron paused for a moment, allowing the gravity of the words to sink in before continuing. Our duty as angels has always been to nurture and protect humanity. We once observed their journey, celebrated their kindness and love, but now, we find ourselves struggling to ignore the darkness that taints their very being. The Metatron's gaze swept over the angelic assembly, their expressions reflecting the shared concern. Cruelty and malice are all too common in the human world, causing pain and suffering through wars, greed, and hatred. The cries of the innocent and the tears of the oppressed echo throughout the terrestrial realm. We have come to the point where we cannot continue to turn a blind eye to the evil that dwells within the hearts of many. Evil has embedded itself in every corner of the world, woven into human society's very fabric, the Metatron asserted, their voice unwavering. As it has been foretold in the Almighty's great plan, the time has come for judgment, not in anger or vengeance but with deep sorrow for the path humanity has chosen. It is time to reveal the truth of their actions and consequences, to awaken self-awareness within their hearts. With a sweeping gesture toward the celestial expanse beyond, the Metatron continued in a resonant cadence. The second coming of Christ shall rightfully usher in the peace and harmony we have tirelessly sought throughout the millennia, ultimately succeeding in purging this world once and for all of the malevolence that stains the Almighty's creation. A sense of solemn determination filled the air as the assembled angels nodded in unison. Leaning casually on the lectern, posture as natural as the ingredients listed on a child's cereal box, the Metatron resumed after a deliberate pause. And now, my brethren, I am pleased to announce that all preparations are in place. The celestial gears are turning, and the appointed hour draws near. It is time for us to take our positions and ready ourselves for the culmination of our sacred duty in the great plan. Snapping back into a commanding stance, they raised their arms in a decisive gesture and proclaimed, their voice austere and formidable, "Now, go forth, and make your closing preparations, in these final hours." With those final words, the Metatron's speech concluded, and the angels graciously applauded before dispersing, each one going to their designated stations. Aziraphale, however, remained at the back of the chamber, nodding politely as his celestial associates filed past. Catching the Metatron's gaze amongst the departing throng whilst almost hovering on the tips of his toes, Aziraphale ventured nervously, Metatron, might I trouble you for a moment?" The Metatron paused, an air of irritation about them. "Yes, Aziraphale, I have a multitude of heavenly tasks to attend to." "What is it that you require?" "I trust everything is in order." "Oh, indeed, Your Grace," Aziraphale replied with gentle deference, acutely aware of the Metatron's mounting impatience. "It's only that, well, I appear to have rather lost track of Raphael. No one seems to be able to locate the Archangel." He punctuated the admission with an apologetic flutter of his hands and an almost helpless shrug, "Quite gone, it seems." A fleeting shadow of annoyance danced across the Metatron's countenance before diverting their gaze to the folds in their robes. After a moment of reflection, they met Aziraphale's optimistically quizzical scrutiny before inquiring with feigned sincerity, "Ah, you're looking for Raphael, are you?" The response was as transparent as a player sacrificing a pawn to buy a few more moves on the board. Nevertheless, Aziraphale maintained his composure. "Why yes, of course," he replied with an air of beseeching earnestness. "It would be most prudent to have all our celestial forces ready and in their appointed places. I only thought that if anyone were privy to Raphael's whereabouts, it would surely be you, Your Grace. After all, we should assemble our best to command the front lines, should we not?" Metatron appeared momentarily deflated, as if outmaneuvered by Aziraphale's logic. "Very well, Aziraphale. You make a valid point." They conceded, their tone thoughtful, distracted even, as if weighing the consequences of their exchange. Then, a smile crept across their lips, one that hovered dangerously close to a sneer. "I believe that Raphael is currently residing in the hidden kingdom of Upper Mustang, Nepal." "Yes, indeed," their expression darkened with a flicker of glee. "Perhaps it would be best if you embarked on a journey there yourself and brought him back," they added, raising a finger as though punctuating a stroke of strategic brilliance. "As you rightfully pointed out, Raphael is of utmost importance. It would be wise for you to collect him personally." With a self-satisfied nod, the Metatron turned and departed, leaving Aziraphale nodding politely in their wake. As they vanished from view, a gratified smile curled upon their lips, quietly relishing their own cunning. Hope swelled in his heart, and Aziraphale nearly jumped with triumph at the news. However, the moment was fleeting. A sudden realization descended, casting a heavy shadow over his thoughts. The clock was ticking, relentlessly, toward the second coming. Every passing moment was precious, and slipping away. He began to pace restlessly, pressing his fingers to his lips, his expression darkening in a storm of uncertainty. How in the heavenly realms was he meant to journey to Nepal and return in time? Thoughts swirled in a tempestuous frenzy as he made his way swiftly back to his office. With the rest of heaven immersed in their sacred tasks, he was confident that no one would notice a discreet divine act at such a critical hour. Without hesitation, he opened a channel of communication with Muriel. "Oh good, you're there," Aziraphale sighed with relief as he connected with Muriel. "I believe I've found Raphael." Muriel beamed at the news. "Oh, that's brilliant news, Aziraphale." But there's a hitch," he replied anxiously, his expression growing troubled. "Raphael is in Nepal, you see. I simply cannot fathom how I could make the journey there and back in time. Perhaps, if I set out immediately. Why don't you ask a messenger?" Muriel cut in eagerly. "If anyone came to the archives for up-to-date information that hadn't been filed yet, that's what I'd do." She shrugged earnestly. "Although, The Metatron might notice you're looking for Raphael, if you do. Aziraphale's face lit up with newfound hope. No need to fret, Muriel, that's truly a brilliant idea. Thank you. He gave a grateful nod. As it happens, it was the Metatron whom I obtained the information from, so if they notice I've sent an emissary, well, it won't seem suspicious. Muriel froze, seemingly momentarily taken aback by the revelation. Aziraphale offered a conciliatory shrug. Time is of the essence, he offered, his voice stealing with resolve. I shall ask the Seraphim to retrieve Raphael. In the meantime, call Crowley and inform him of the situation. You'll find a number taped under the telephone. Key it into the machine, and he should answer. Ask him to meet us at the bookshop as soon as possible. I'll join you there shortly. Muriel nodded briskly. Right, got it. I'll take care of it. Thank you, Muriel, Aziraphale concluded with a warm smile. I'll be with you as soon as I hear anything. He ended the connection and moved swiftly into action. Crowley lounged languidly on the leather sofa in his appointed Mayfair flat, a glass of good Merlot in one hand, a cigarette smouldering in the other, and the sound of a Lou Reed record floating through the air. A terse rapping interjected, accompanied by a cry that unmistakably resembled Crowley, disrupting his languid repose. With an incensed huff, he reluctantly set down his wine glass and nonchalantly placed his cigarette into a nearby ashtray. He ambled over to the door, snatched it from its frame, and leaned a shoulder against the wall as he greeted the demon. A perfect day indeed, he quipped, a devilish smirk dancing on his lips. Slinking back into an erect stance and turning on his heel, Crowley sauntered back into the lounge, effortlessly reclaiming the cigarette en route. What brings you to my humble abode, Furfur? His voice carried that familiar blend of nonchalance and intrigue. What are you playing at? The demon demanded, exasperation lacing his words. More to the point, what are you playing me for? Whatever do you mean? Crowley drawled, pouring himself another glass of wine. Furfur raised the copper peg, surmounted by a bull standing in a reed marsh, that Crowley had handed him at the British Museum. This isn't the key, is it? He exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Crowley took a self-satisfied sip from his glass and replied dryly, well, you tell me. It was only a hunch, you know. Strength and fertility, represented by a bull, amongst a collection of artifacts from the Indus region, of the appropriate age, and it, he eyed the object inquisitively. Appears to be a key, wouldn't you say? It's a blimmin' peg for hell's sake, Crowley, just a peg. Furfur exclaimed, near hysterically. We've had every demonic analyst on it, whole department. Poking, prodding, throwing every infernal right we've got at it for days, and nothing. Crowley sighed, allowing a flicker of smug irritation to surface. Yes, hence the discretion. I wasn't about to drag hell into a wild goose chase unless, I was sure. That's why I refrained from involving you lot. I needed to ascertain whether it truly was the key before. Crowley raised an accusing eyebrow, embarrassing myself. He left a pregnant pause before delivering the final blow. I wouldn't call your little museum invasion a model of subtlety. And may I add, that little fiasco cost us any chance we might have had in extracting any more information from those bothersome angels. Furfur hesitated, chastened. His grip tightened around the artifact, and awkwardly repocketed it with a grunt that might have passed for an apology if one were feeling generous. But after a brief moment, his eyes flicked up. The momentary humiliation cooled into calculation. Well then, he drawled, smoothing his lapels as he recovered his poise. That raises a different question, doesn't it? Crowley raised an eyebrow. Furfur leaned in, voice lowering. We've heard whispers, Crowley, that you have been maintaining certain company. He let the implication hang, heavy in the air. Heavenly company. Crowley met him with a flat stare, swirling his wine with pointed boredom. Furfur's eyes narrowed, the accusation glinting sharply. So, any revelations on your end? Anything you want to share with the class? Or should we assume that you are, in fact, in league with that angel? Crowley assumed a feigned expression of disbelief. In league. He arched an incredulous eyebrow. Cooperating with the Celestials who are teetering on the brink of obliterating the entire infernal realm, and poised to erase me from existence. Silence followed. Crowley let it stretch, watching Furfur's bluster shrink. The demon's shoulders deflated slightly as the contradiction in his accusation took root. Crowley seized the moment to counter the point as he shifted his weight, voice low and dry as ash. Really, Furfur. If anyone should be asking questions, it's me. Perhaps I should be the one asking what in the world, or indeed the netherworld for that matter, is hell up to. Sending half-witted hit squads, stirring up angelic interest, nearly blowing our cover. With uncertainty creeping into his expression, Furfur shifted uncomfortably, his demeanor rife with challenge. Yes, well, he began, I'm relieved to hear you've retained a morsel of self-preservation. Naturally, we've had to relay this to Satan himself. His eyes locked with Crowley's, searching for any infernal chinks between the metaphorical scales of the demon. Crowley offered nothing but a slow, serpentine smirk. Furfur pressed on, we're rallying the legions. Preparing for what's coming, of course. Of course, Crowley agreed, sipping his wine in a lazy toast. Furfur's tone sharpened, edged with pointed intent. Will you be aligning yourself with us, Crowley? Taking your place in the ranks? Or are you planning something else entirely? A sneer tugged at his lips, laced with devilish anticipation. Word is, you've grown rather fond of celestial company, that your loyalties might already lie with them. The desperation to find some foothold in the interrogation bled through, barely masked beneath the challenge. Coming perilously close to projecting his wine in an indignant spray, Crowley's face contorted in sheer disgust. Dispensing with any need for subterfuge, he responded in a voice thick with incredulity, with them, you say? Truly. What fantastical notion has led you to believe that I harbor any inkling of desire to embark on an everlasting serenade of celestial harmonies? The idea of such an unsavory fate left Crowley awash with revulsion. As the words escaped his lips, the grim prospect of such a destiny felt lodged in his throat, an idea too repugnant to fully accept. Furfur's glare faltered as the intense blow of Crowley's reaction knocked the wind out of his accusation. He glanced away, jaw tightening as he recalibrated. With a touch less venom and a flicker of weariness, he returned to the point. Then, what is your plan, Crowley? The question slipped out with a mix of frustration and reluctant concession, a final attempt to prise any true intentions lingering beneath the surface. Are you returning with me? Perhaps preparing for the upcoming battle? Or are you just going to keep slinking about up here until it's too late? The air between them thinned, tense with expectation. Crowley allowed a wry smile to dance upon his lips as he fixed Furfur with an unwavering stare. I'll be lingering here for a while longer. His voice was calm, razor-sharp with intent, and, I intend to extract every morsel of information from those angels to thwart this before I descend back down there. Furfur's gaze sharpened. Fire flicked behind narrowed eyes as he took in the words. He took a step closer, holding Crowley's gaze, tone edged with challenge. Just remember, time runs differently down there. We'll be waiting among the infernal ranks, eagerly waiting your return and whatever precious insights you manage to scrape together. Crowley didn't flinch. His presence radiated diabolical certainty, his unyielding resolve etched into every line of his stance. Furfur gave a stiff nod, more warning than agreement. Then, with a sharp tug, he seized the edges of his coat and yanked them into place, the motion tight and furious. Without another word, he turned on his heel and strode into the shadows, forcefully slamming the door behind him with theatrical finality, leaving Crowley to his smoky room. Crowley raised an unimpressed eyebrow at the display. Before he could reflect further on Furfur's flair for dramatic exits, or delve any deeper into the recent conversation that preceded it, the telephone rang with its annoying shrill. Blast it, what now? Crowley muttered under his breath, casting a disgruntled glance at the infernal device. With an exasperated sigh, he sauntered over and plucked the receiver from its cradle, grumbling, "Who in hell's name is calling me?" As he held the phone to his ear, he heard a voice on the other end, one that was unmistakably angelic, though perhaps a tad nervous. Crowley rolled his eyes, though he couldn't help but smirk. Well, is Aziraphale teaching you to use the telephone now? Leaning casually against the console table, A shadow of concern passed over Crowley's face as he listened intently to Muriel's account of what Aziraphale had disclosed. "I'm on my way," he snapped as he abruptly hung up the phone, not bothering with formalities or goodbyes. With a swiftness that defied his demonic nature, he darted for the door, snatching up his jacket and sunglasses as he went. Meanwhile, as Aziraphale sat in his celestial office, the weight of the situation pressed upon him. With a heavy heart, he gently released the communication channel with the seraphim, the words of their conversation echoing in his mind. Transfixed by the revelations and consequences revealed in those few minutes, he lingered as a phantom in the ethereal sanctum. Easing himself backwards into the chair, he softly closed his eyes to shield himself from the overwhelming brilliance of the heavenly space that appeared to twirl around him like a nightmarish fairground scene. A shiver coursed through him, and a chilling, queasy feeling of dread began to churn in the pit of his stomach. He steadied his breath as he reached out for the edge of his desk with trembling fingers, and with a profound, heavy sigh, he mustered the will to force himself to his feet. Regaining his composure, Aziraphale drew in a deep, calming breath and centered himself to quell the rising panic within. He knew he had to reach Crowley and Muriel without delay, and so with a steely determination, he left his office and headed back out into the ethereal halls. Concealing the turmoil that raged beneath the surface, he moved gracefully among his celestial acquaintances, and set forth toward the bookshop. Aziraphale swept into the bookshop, his countenance marred by an uncharacteristic agitation, a whirlwind of disquiet swirling about him. As his gaze landed upon Crowley, sat ensconced amidst the musty tomes alongside Muriel, a sense of relief washed over him. He exhaled a breath that he hadn't realized he'd been holding, his hurried steps slowing to a measured stroll as he approached them. As another deafening clap of thunder tore through the skies and a violent rumble sent a book crashing to the floor, Crowley glanced up, an exaggerated look of surprise on his face. "Angel, what brings you back so soon from your heavenly vacation?" Ignoring the sarcasm, Aziraphale wasted no time. "Crowley, we've been deceived. Raphael isn't in Nepal, nor has he ever been." Crowley raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is he not? Fancy that." Aziraphale began pacing anxiously, wringing his hands. "This is hardly a laughing matter, my dear. I received a report from the seraphim." He stopped to face Crowley. "They're quite certain Raphael is not only not there, but that he has, in fact, never even set foot in Nepal." Crowley leaned forward, intrigue sharpening his tone. "Well, we did suspect the Metatron's hand in this. I think that little deception seems to confirm it, doesn't it?" "I concur," Aziraphale replied, scanning the bookshop anxiously. "Where are Nina and Maggie?" Crowley slid his sunglasses down just enough to reveal a glint of serpentine eyes. "Let's just say I may have mentioned Raphael's imminent arrival." Feeling out of step, Aziraphale probed. "You told them Raphael is en route here?" Languidly sliding his glasses off, Crowley drawled, "On my way here, I may have stopped off at the coffee shop and said something." He began, twirling his glasses as if coaxing the words forward in mock thought. "Something along the lines of, 'No need to worry, Raphael will handle everything.'" Fixing Aziraphale with a pointed look and a casual shrug as he muttered, "And, well, I might have added, best stay where you are." Realization dawned on Aziraphale. "Ah, I see." His eyes widened as he deciphered the subtext. "Quite right. We must keep the humans out of this mess, best we can. But we still haven't managed to get hold of Raphael," Crowley pointed out as he sank back into his chair. Setting his glasses aside in quiet resignation, he glanced out at the tumultuous sky. "Time is running out, Angel, and we have precious little of it left." A heavy silence settled around them. The weight of the world's impending doom seemed to press on the very fabric of the shop, restricting the space they occupied. It was Muriel who finally broke their dark reverie, her voice filled with a desperate plea. "Surely there's something we can do?" Her appeal hung in the air as she searched their faces, hoping for a flicker of reassurance. Crowley only sighed in mordant agreement, his lips curling into a sardonic smile as he reached for a bottle with casual defeat. "Yes," he agreed, the word heavy with irony, toast the end of the world. He poured a glass for each of them. Defeated, and trapped in a world teetering on the brink of oblivion, they settled in their seats amidst the musty bookshop's eclectic collection. Outside the tranquility of the bookshop, the heavens continued to roar menacingly, offering a somber dissonance to the occasion. The intermittent tremors caused the shop's lights to flicker, casting eerie shadows across the walls. Their ghostly gesticulations appeared to ridicule the trio's stillness, deepening the already portentous atmosphere. Muriel's voice quaked with the weight of desperation. "I've only been here on Earth for a few minutes, and it's been brilliant." Her gaze swept across the shelves filled with knowledge and wonder. "There's so much more to see and do that I haven't seen. Surely, there must be something we can try?" Searching for a breadcrumb of hope, she offered, "Is it worth trying the key again?" The question hung there, fragile. Observing the weight of doubt settling upon them, she felt compelled to press the notion further. "The half-miracle you performed with Gabriel was incredibly powerful, more powerful than the highest of archangels. So, surely," she paused tentatively, "surely, it should work again?" Aziraphale looked up from the untouched glass nestled in his hand, his expression contemplative yet tinged with doubt. "Yes, in theory, but we've tried. To no avail." He exhaled, reaching out to the figurine, tracing patterns absent-mindedly on the weather-beaten surface with his fingers. "Raphael is a formidable archangel in his own right. He would have been well-versed and instructed when he orchestrated that miracle. As for us, we're merely left to speculate." Crowley remained silent for a moment, golden eyes locked with Aziraphale's, searching for answers his optimistic heart could not bear to relinquish. Sitting his glass aside, Crowley shifted his frame forward, forearms resting on his knees, poised as if undecided whether to dive into the carpet or utter a fervent prayer. Finally, he offered, "Do you reckon it had anything to do with us?" His voice held a rare vulnerability. "We're not quite the duo we were before all this, not really. Do you think that's why the miracle didn't work? Maybe we're not in harmony like before?" Aziraphale's response came swiftly, his voice carrying a soothing assurance as he gently shook his head. "No, my dear. Surely not. We've forgiven one another. We've moved forward. I don't believe there's anything more we could do." He continued to roll the artifact contemplatively in his palm as he sank back in the plush armchair. Weariness etched lines into his face, as he let his feet take center stage of his unfocused gaze. After a moment's pause, the shadows lifted from Aziraphale's countenance. He leaned forward sharply, the motion nearly thrusting him to the edge of his seat as if the urgency of his thoughts propelled him. His eyes alight with a newfound determination. "What is it?" Crowley inquired, his head tilting with a curious inclination. Aziraphale rose with newfound resolve, his posture exuding determination. Crowley followed suit, mirroring his actions, his inquisitive gaze unmasked as he searched Aziraphale for the significance behind their sudden flurry of activity. "I don't think I ever truly forgave," Aziraphale hesitated, as if questioning the validity of his own words, "myself." "Forgave?" Crowley echoed, his voice curling like a wisp of smoke, skepticism etched across his face as he arched an incredulous eyebrow. But as he studied Aziraphale's expression, the bite softened. Before he could utter another word, Aziraphale stepped forward, his movements unwavering as he drew in, pausing only when their breath combined in the intimate space. Their eyes locked as Aziraphale reached out, fingertips brushing the demon's cheek, a soft, trembling touch, featherlight with hesitation. And in the quiet that followed, Aziraphale leaned into Crowley, tentatively touching their lips together in invitation, searching for something deeper, before they finally met in a kiss that bore the weight of longing and discovery. The world around them seemed to melt into insignificance, but when they finally parted, their breaths trembling, they found solace in the ensuing silence within their relaxed embrace. A soft, enigmatic smile graced Aziraphale's lips as he whispered, "I love you," his words a tender embrace, "for everything you are, for all you've been and will be, I love you. And I forgive myself for the times I failed to honor that simple truth." Crowley shifted back just enough to take him in fully, lips parting as if words had abandoned him entirely, his serpent eyes sparkling with a raw mixture of surprise and longing. Well, he began slowly, his voice delicately weaving through the charged moment, that was, quite the declaration. He lingered on the silence between them, eyes searching Aziraphale's face as if assessing the situation with great care, until a smile tugged the edges of his lips. Leaning in again, he lowered his voice to a velvet murmur, conspiratorial and tinged with mischief. So, shall we, he gestured to the figurine in Aziraphale's hand, give that another go? Still breathless, Aziraphale extended the figurine he held in his hand, silently inviting Crowley to join him. Side by side, they locked their eyes on the small, unassuming key in their grasp, burdened as though the fate of the world rested upon their shoulders. The certainty of it all compounded the weight of gravity in this moment, forcing their knees to soften as they planted their feet on the time-worn carpet. Aziraphale whispered, "Do you think this is going to work?" "No idea, Angel. But we're about to find out." Crowley purred, exuding an aura of confidence. "If it doesn't, at least we'll go down in a blaze of impractical optimism." Muriel held her breath in anticipation whilst Crowley and Aziraphale began the miracle with a determined resolve, fingers brushing against the effigy's surface as they poured all their energy and hope into the ancient artifact. As they held their concentration, the skies above continued to darken, and the ground sustained its trembling protest. But as they persisted, they could sense that this time, something was different. The artifact, once lifeless and cold, started to come alive in their hands, glowing as if infused with divine power. Sparks of light began to dance along its surface, and the air around them crackled with an otherworldly energy. As they maintained their concentration, the effigy's radiance intensified, exploding with light as a blinding brilliance erupted from the stone figurine. In that blinding moment, the once foreboding firmament that reverberated with deafening portents moments ago, gave way to blue skies, and the trembling earth grew still to a deafening peacefulness. Once past its zenith, the artifact's illumination gradually subsided, restoring the vision of the bookshop and its appurtenances. As they reconnected with their surroundings, they witnessed a tall and radiant figure emerge before them. With silvery, dove-grey wings, unmistakable feline protrusions resting against his full, dark lips, and a dancer's grace in his deportment, it was undeniably Raphael who stood before them. Exchanging astonished glances, their voices momentarily hushed in bewilderment as they beheld the archangel before them. Crowley raised an eyebrow. "Well, there's a face I didn't expect." Aziraphale inched forward, uncertain whether what he saw was real. His voice was hushed, trembling with disbelief. "Raphael. Good heavens, we've been looking everywhere for you." His eyes searched the archangel's face, gentle and beseeching. "I must admit, I never imagined this." With a deep sigh, Raphael inclined his head. "I didst go forth into that grievous hour resolved to yield mine own power, if such were needful, to heal the wrong and stay the second coming. The key, discerning the truth of mine intent, did take my very being as its due, and did bind me within its depths." He moved with such grace and remarkable lightness in his step that he appeared to glide among them. "Yet the miracle I wrought on that occasion was not sufficient to achieve its intended end. The effigy, in its insatiable thirst for power, didst engulf my entire being." His gaze softened briefly, then sharpened again as it fell upon the ethereal icon that had absorbed his strength and bound him to this mortal realm. "Yet the deed which ye have now wrought, to still the dread event once more, must needs have been wrought at great cost. Such joined mighteth loosed the key's hold upon me. Few among the host could have so prevailed, and fewer still would dare the price." Having regained his composure after this lament and the unsettling return from his confinement, Raphael fixed an unwavering gaze on the trio before him, his eyes alight with unyielding determination. With a furrowed brow, he embarked on a relentless interrogation, demanding clarity on recent affairs and their part in hastening the arrival of the second coming. After hearing their account thus far, Raphael's countenance grew troubled, his gaze drifting momentarily to the floor as though attempting to untangle his knotted thoughts. When at last his eyes returned to them, they held both perplexity and quiet reproach. "And yet," he pressed, "did we not learn in that first grievous hour, the cause of mine absence, that to set in motion the second coming without the Almighty's behest is to invite calamity upon all realms? For what cause, then, hath it been stirred anew?" Aziraphale shifted uncomfortably, offering a faint, apologetic smile. Well, we were given to understand that you had chosen to walk amongst the humans, continuing your work as a healer. And, we had no inkling that a second coming, he winced faintly at the phrase, had truly taken place. All records had been erased from the heavenly archives. He stepped forward and cleared his throat, his hands clasping together with quiet resolve. It pains me to say, he concluded hesitantly, but I fear the Metatron may be behind all of this. Raphael inclined his head inquisitively. The Metatron, he mused, hath ever been entrusted with the divine plan. But to quicken the second coming, to disturb the natural order, there must be a cause. His words held a subtle undercurrent of concern. Aziraphale nodded, his expression grave. Quite so, Raphael. I rather worry that the Metatron's intentions may not entirely coincide with the ineffable plan. The bookshop filled with a solemn tension as Raphael's stance shifted, his presence radiating an imposing air of great authority. Verily, it is of utmost importance, he declared, that we do unveil the veracity of the Metatron's intentions and take action, if it be requisite. For the destiny of heaven and earth doth sway in precarious balance, and it is our sacred duty to safeguard the hallowed order of creation. With a graceful pivot towards a void in their assembly, Raphael commenced a deft and authoritative motion, raising his outstretched hand in a fluid, artistic flourish. The air crackled with divine energy as he summoned the Metatron. In an instant, the Metatron appeared before the archangel, the normally composed countenance replaced by an expression of shock and awe. The Metatron knelt before Raphael in a respectful greeting, unable to meet the archangel's piercing gaze. As the Metatron regained his stance, Raphael's voice, commanding and unyielding, rang out. Expound thyself, he demanded. Why have you set in motion the second coming? What doth grant thee the authority to pass judgment upon mankind? The very weight of his words resonated through the room. A great deal of time has passed since your disappearance, Raphael, the Metatron began, their voice laced with celestial authority and conviction. In this time, we have witnessed the mounting imperfections of humanity, a surging darkness that lurks within the human soul. If we continued to turn a blind eye to the evil that exists within their kind, we'd be assisting in perpetuating the cycle of suffering. Only through self-reflection and a genuine desire for change can humans hope to rise above the darkness that threatens to consume them, and it is only by initiating the second coming that this can be set into motion. Raphael's eyes bore into the Metatron. Heaven on earth, thou dost proclaim? His voice resonated with a stern command as he continued, it was never meant to be so. The balance must be upheld. Earth is a realm for humans to craft their own choices, to learn, and to grow. Though still unsettled by Raphael's appearance, the Metatron stood their ground. It was a grave mistake to halt proceedings eons ago, they confessed, eyes piercing darkly into Raphael with determination. We now find ourselves at an inexorable crossroads in human history, a precipice from which we must find the strength to confront the shadows and strive for a world where love and compassion prevail. We can no longer sit idly by. Action must be taken to awaken the dormant light within their hearts and once again prove that humanity can be worthy of the divine grace that surrounds them. The Metatron paused with a glare consumed with bitterness and regret. It should never had gotten this far. A profound understanding sparked in Raphael's eyes, as the weight of the Metatron's inadvertent admission hung in the air with palpable menace. He confronted the Metatron with an inauspicious aura that eclipsed his former calm demeanor. Dost thou verily proclaim thyself the author of the occurrences in the land of Indus? His words dripped with accusation as he infused a steely edge into his tone. Didst thou bear the guilt for the souls departed? Didst thou hold the key to mine incarceration within yon effigy for countless millennia? Everyone in the room, even the Metatron, seemed to recoil from the ominous shift in atmosphere, as if the very air had grown too thick to comfortably breathe. Realizing the gravity of the indictment, the Metatron shrank away from Raphael's visage, shedding the usual aura of dominating authority, and pleaded, it was necessary. The Almighty was displeased with the wicked behavior of the humans. I couldn't stand by. Raphael cut off the Metatron with a thunderous response. Didst thou deem it thy providence to mend the wounds? He paused, allowing the words to settle, as all present recognized his reputation as a skilled healer, which was encapsulated by the very meaning of his name, God's healer. His tone dripped with a righteous fury as he continued, "Thy providence, thou didst believe." He reiterated, his words reverberated through the room, causing the walls to shudder in response. "And pray, for what reason dost thou now assume the mantle to herald the second coming? By what divine authority dost thou claim this right?" Metatron, despite the mounting pressure, clung to their cause with unyielding determination. "But there's so much suffering, so much chaos. We are only trying to bring order and harmony to this world." Aziraphale couldn't help but interject to pierce the mounting enmity, his voice low but urgent. "But, at what cost, Metatron? Free will, well, it's meant to be a gift, isn't it? Without it, what's left of humanity? You can't just go around imposing your will on people," Crowley affirmed coolly, stepping beside Aziraphale, his eyes firmly locked onto the Metatron. "It's against the rules, even for angels." With accusations cast from all directions in the room, the Metatron's resolve seemed to waver, a flicker of doubt dancing across their features. After a moment's hesitation, their determination solidified as they refuted, "It's the only way to ensure a better future. Humans can no longer be trusted to make the right choices. Thou hast strayed from thy true purpose," Raphael declared with profound sadness. "The essence of heaven is not to govern, but to lead, to kindle, and to proffer love and hope. Thou hast deviated from the divine path." Raphael's countenance transformed to a stern resolve as he continued, "Thou hast no jurisdiction to summon forth such a course of action. Thou shalt be sent to the Empyrean and judged in the presence of the Almighty for thy transgressions against his creation." Though the Metatron attempted to voice their protest, a simple gesture from Raphael transported them back to heaven in a fleeting flash of light. With the imminent peril expunged, Raphael turned his attention back to Crowley and Aziraphale, his gaze once filled with urgency, now softened, brimming with gratitude, and his tone reverted to its characteristic soothing purr. "I thank thee for thy valor in unveiling the truth. I shall ensure that the balance is restored. Pray, is there aught thou dost require of me ere I take my leave?" Crowley remarked insolently, "I'd rather fancy being left alone, if it's all the same to you." He slipped his hands in his pockets, adopting his usual devil-may-care attitude in an artful portrayal of rebellious indifference. Raphael responded to Crowley's defiant remark with a calming smile, acknowledging the demon's directness, before elegantly shifting his gaze to Aziraphale. "And what is it, dear Aziraphale," he inquired with a softness, "that thou dost yearn for?" Aziraphale's cheeks flushed slightly. "Well," and he replied a little sheepishly, "the Metatron did appoint me Supreme Archangel." Raphael's eyes held a gentle warmth as he prompted with a tender, "Nevertheless?" Aziraphale hesitated before quietly admitting, "Honestly, I'd rather have my bookshop. And the life I've made. With my friends. He trailed off, but the meaning hung heavy in the air. With an acknowledging smile, Raphael turned his attention to Muriel, his demeanor filled with genteel curiosity as he conveyed a silent invitation for her to share her thoughts. "Well, I'd like to stay here as well." Muriel glanced tentatively at Aziraphale as she answered, "If that's okay?" Raphael's raised eyebrows silently invited Aziraphale to comment. With a warm smile, Aziraphale replied, "Of course, Muriel. I would be quite fortunate to have you here." Satisfied with their answers, Raphael nodded. "Verily, that doth sound most auspicious. I discern no cause to meddle with this tranquil equilibrium at this time," he declared amiably. "I deem I have much toil afore me. I shall bid thee good day for the nonce." And with those parting words, he eased into a soft plie before transforming into a radiant stream of light, ascending back to the celestial realms. Crowley, Aziraphale, and Muriel stood quietly in the bookshop. The sudden return of tranquility and the disappearance of the celestial presence left them momentarily speechless. The once tumultuous atmosphere had given way to an almost overwhelming quietude, and they stood there, frozen in its embrace. "Well," Aziraphale sighed softly, breaking the silence, "it seems he has a considerable measure of catching up to do. Dothn't he just?" Agreed Crowley dryly as he stood sentinel at the bookshop's window, his eyes locked on the distant horizon. It was as if he were methodically consigning the evening's tumultuous events to some far-off, ethereal ledger, meticulously checking each worry into the custody of an unseen force as he relinquished his concerns. "Angel!" he called out in a distracted murmur. Bemused, Aziraphale responded, his voice soft and tinged with a hint of concern. "Yes, my dear, what's troubling you?" Crowley turned to face Aziraphale, his expression pensive as he stroked his chin, as though wrestling with his thoughts. "We've been talking about the icon, the figurine, as the key, haven't we? The scroll used those terms interchangeably, didn't it?" Aziraphale's eyes brightened with interest. "Yes, indeed. But what if the key and the icon were in fact," Crowley tentatively suggested, "two entirely separate things?" Aziraphale's features shadowed, uncertainty playing across his face as he tried to grasp this notion. His countenance shifted as the idea caught in his mind. Wrestling with the implications, his brow furrowed before refocusing on Crowley, his tone tinged with curiosity. "What are you suggesting?" "Well, Raphael sacrificed himself when he engaged the artifact." He stared poignantly at Aziraphale, waiting for confirmation to continue. "Yes, quite," Aziraphale replied softly. "Raphael did mention he lacked sufficient power, that's why it consumed him." "True. But I'm not entirely sure that makes sense." Crowley nodded, punctuating his uncertainty with a yes-but gesture, his finger poised in a quizzical manner. "He's not just any celestial being, he's exceptionally gifted. Maybe not a linguistic virtuoso, but still, undeniably powerful. So, what if the artifact is the artifact, but the real key is the act of sacrifice? What if key, being a term for unlocking, should have been translated as something more like payment?" he suggested, adding, "Just throwing it out there. For the sake of a hypothetical discussion." Aziraphale raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Crowley flashed a wicked grin. "Humor me," he retorted with a theatrical shrug. Aziraphale's visage brightened with realization as an understanding washed over him. Yet, his enlightenment faltered as he inquired, "Ah, my dear friend, but if it were so, surely, we would have consumed on our first attempt. Besides, I'm quite certain we were not subjected to any sacrificial proceedings." Crowley hesitated, an uncharacteristic note of sheepishness in his voice. "Maybe we were," he murmured. "I was holding the artifact in the vault, you know, when we were at the museum." His voice faltered. Aziraphale completed Crowley's thought, a warm smile playing at his lips. "You performed a sacrificial act yourself, offering your own safety to protect me when you tried to stop Shax's attack." "Sure," Crowley replied casually, pausing thoughtfully before continuing. "The first time we gave that key a go, it's possible the payment wasn't entirely settled, stalling it from working." He glanced briefly at Aziraphale, who was attentively focused on Crowley, encouraging him to continue. "But then, after we tried to use the icon. After that. You were holding that thing when you made a kind of sacrifice, you know? When you proclaimed." Crowley's words stumbled as he trailed off. "You angels might call it a selfless act, bearing your feelings. There was a price for us, in a way, when you said." His voice faltered again, his eyes darting around the room as if searching for the right words. "That I love you," Aziraphale confirmed tenderly, noticing Crowley's struggle. He stepped closer, resting a hand on the demon's chest. "It's quite possible, my dear, that there's some veracity in that theory." Crowley paused, his gaze lingering on Aziraphale's hand, savoring the warmth of the touch. With a playful glint, he placed his own hand atop before slowly withdrawing, a subtle smile tugging at his lips. Seeing Crowley's tension ease, Aziraphale turned to Muriel with renewed resolve, holding the ancient artifact aloft. "We ought to locate a safe place for this, my dear. Wouldn't it be safer to return it to Raphael?" Muriel suggested. "Good thinking, Muriel," Aziraphale concluded with a nod of approval. "Perhaps we should tuck this away in your hiding place for the time being." As Aziraphale carefully closed the hidden cupboard door, the mechanism clicking securely into place, Crowley's gaze ignited with a mischievous spark. "I dare say," he drawled in his unmistakable manner, "this calls for an exceptionally alcoholic breakfast at the Ritz." Aziraphale's eyes twinkled with delight. Oh, that does sound utterly divine. Muriel, who had lingered quietly in the corner, chimed in with tentative enthusiasm. Breakfast, huh? Great. Crowley's head snapped toward her with abrupt irritation, his expression twisting into an exasperated snarl. Then, with a resigned wave of his hand, he muttered, "Fine, fine," and begrudgingly extended the invitation. "You as well, then. Let's go." With their reluctant agreement secured, the trio departed from the bookshop. Crowley, muttering under his breath as he draped an arm around Muriel, his demeanor oddly resembling that of an exasperated elder sibling guiding a wayward younger one. As they exited the bookshop, Aziraphale rewarded Crowley with a gentle, approving smile while locking the door, a silent nod to Crowley's unexpected kindness toward Muriel. The gesture did not go unnoticed and was met with a theatrically disgusted snarl. Despite his grumbling protests, his arm remained firmly draped around Muriel's shoulders as they made their way along the streets of London. Having left behind the intoxicating aroma of the Ritz, Aziraphale made his way leisurely back to his bookshop. With each step he felt a peculiar blend of contentment and purpose wash over him. The celestial gears of the divine plan had indeed been set into motion once more, and that in itself was a reassuring thought. The bell above the door jingled softly as he entered, the sound soothing in its familiarity. The shelves of books, ancient and new, stood sentinel, each tome a repository of knowledge and wisdom. Aziraphale couldn't help but feel a deep affection for these silent companions. Nestling into his favorite chair with a cup of cocoa cradled in his hand, he sank into the welcoming embrace of his bookshop. As he seated himself, his gaze fell naturally upon an unexpected intrusion amongst the well-ordered items resting upon his desk, a box, weathered by time, but all too familiar with its unassuming facade, marred only by a faded approved stamp. A warm smile graced his lips as he greeted this cherished keepsake. Gently cupping his hand over the box, he leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes in silent reverie. After what seemed like only a few minutes, the bell above the door jingled once more, the delicate chime stirring Aziraphale from the depths of his contemplation. Expecting the interruption to herald Muriel's early arrival, he retained his relaxed repose, allowing just his eyes to flutter open as he inquired, "That was a rather short sojourn, is there something awry?" His words lingered in the air like a delicate particle dancing in the dappled light of the bookshop. The momentary silence forced his gaze to shift from its unfocused surrender to the doorway. Where, to his astonishment, it wasn't Muriel who met his gaze, but Crowley who stood before him, wearing an uncharacteristic expression. "Hello," Crowley drawled, his voice tinged with an unusual weight. A poignant pause lingered, heavy with uncertainty, leaving Aziraphale increasingly uneasy. He rose from his chair, his heart stubbornly sinking back to the seat as he stood. "What troubles you?" The dread that filled his soul began to rapidly drain vitality from his countenance. He brought a trembling hand to his face, as a gasp escaped his lips. "Oh heavens, I nearly forgot. Satan himself will not be pleased with any of this. I should have known retribution was inevitable." "What has?" Observing the soaring worry in his friend, Crowley waved it off with a nonchalant gesture. "Don't worry, it's not quite like that," he replied with a doubtful nod as if searching for the right words. "Well, not as such." He continued, "Satan's not going to be disappointed that the second coming got derailed. But Shax and Furfur will be in a spot of bother with the Dark Council. They'll be occupied for some time, both literally and figuratively. As for me," he paused, adopting a diplomatic tone. "I've been wandering about, and honestly, haven't seen a peep of any demonic presence, yet." He offered a nearly imperceptible shrug. "We can't be entirely certain of anything, of course. The one thing we can say with some confidence is that I've likely shot straight back to the top of the public enemy #1 list again. Their intelligence might be questionable, but they're smart enough to know I was working with you. And duping Murmucks would be taken as an affront to hell. So, I'm not entirely convinced that heading back to my flat is the smartest move, just yet." Indeed, Aziraphale replied, nodding thoughtfully. But, he paused, a burgeoning thought delicately flickering behind his angelic eyes, you must know, you're always welcome here. This bookshop remains under our celestial protection, no demon can cross its hallowed threshold. He added tentatively as if unsure of his own audacity, as a matter of fact, we do have spare rooms upstairs. Clearing his throat, his gaze momentarily flickered away, as if a breath of doubt teased the flame of this notion. Yet he quickly met Crowley's eyes again, bracing the offer, if you'd like to stay, I mean. I'd be more than delighted to have you here. Crowley, taken aback from the impromptu invitation, surveyed their surroundings with a mix of curiosity and sardonic amusement. Here, he repeated, as if testing the idea. You mean, you and I, right here? Aziraphale nodded earnestly. Yes, precisely. I can't see any reason why not, he ventured, delicately examining the tips of his fingers as if searching for some secret of the universe hidden in their lines. His expression a masterclass of diplomacy, poised and determined as he faced the question, remaining resolute in his proposal, our talents, considering recent events, could perhaps be synergistically combined in some fashion. One might say, collaborate. Don't you think? A sly grin spread across Crowley's face. Are you suggesting, Angel, that we establish some sort of celestial internal affairs investigative team? His tone held a playful hint, the corners of his mouth curling mischievously. Momentarily caught off guard, Aziraphale stumbled over his words like a scholar attempting to decipher an arcane text. Well, you see, he stammered, I'm not certain I'd phrase it quite like that. Crowley couldn't resist a teasing retort. Perhaps an ineffable suggestion box then? Well, I suppose, in essence, he paused, weighing his words carefully, perchance I am indeed suggesting something of the sort. Gathering his thoughts further, he added with a resigned shrug, I dare say Raphael, at least, might be rather amenable to such a proposal, considering everything that transpired of late. Crowley's laughter burst forth, causing his body to sway backward as he surrendered to the sheer ridiculousness of the moment. When he finally regained his composure, he locked eyes with Aziraphale. His voice tinged with an affectionate jest as he finally replied, possibly one of the most absurd ideas you've ever proposed, he admitted, his eyes still twinkling with amusement. Observing the solemnity in Aziraphale's expression, the playful glimmer in his own began to soften, and with a sigh that carried more fondness than defeat, he conceded, well then, purring with playful enthusiasm as he extended a hand, the Avengers, here we come. Aziraphale chuckled softly. Your references do elude me at times, he remarked as he extended his own hand, briefly clasping Crowley's in agreement. But it should be quite the intriguing endeavor. Crowley, raising his shoulders in a playful shrug, proffered, Sherlock and Watson, it is then, eliciting an ironic smirk from Aziraphale. After a brief pause, Crowley proclaimed with frankness, I'm Sherlock, earning an exasperated yet affectionate glance from his celestial companion. Appearing absorbed in contemplation, Aziraphale traversed the edges of the nearby cabinet before settling upon it, hands tucked into his pockets. Bending forward in his stance, he muttered to his shoes, Abbott and Costello, his lips barely containing a burgeoning grin. A shared chuckle lingered between them, the weight of their responsibilities momentarily lifted. Crowley deftly drew his forefinger and thumb to the corners of his mouth, as though attempting to erase his amused agreement with a magician's flourish. Aziraphale tilted his head, peering at Crowley with a quizzical expression, this would truly sever your connections with hell, would it not? Crowley considered the question, his eyes flickering with a wry glint. I don't suppose they're already severed. Fool them twice, and... He paused for effect, a sly grin dancing on his lips. Well, I could probably fool them many more times. They're not exactly the brightest sparks in the infernal furnace. He chuckled softly before growing more serious. But they're hardly renowned for their forgiving nature. Aziraphale nodded in agreement. I dare say not, he remarked, his tone tinged with a knowing sadness. Adopting a stance that reflected his internal surrender, Crowley leaned back on a bookshelf, the wood sympathetically creaking in what seemed like solidarity. I think that bridge is well and truly burnt, my dear. Doesn't matter what I do next. A faint smirk tugged at his lips, the irony of burnt wasn't lost on him. Crowley's eyes roved with curiosity around the bookshop in quiet contemplation. "You do have a penchant for order, Angel," he remarked, his tone tinged with uncertainty. "I'm not entirely sure how I'd fit into this place." Crowley, who had always found solace in his solitude and the expanse of his bachelor's quarters, recognized a similar trait in his friend. He arched an inquisitive brow, his eyes, serpent-like and inscrutable, studied Aziraphale with a hint of skepticism. "And what about Muriel?" he inquired. "It might be a tad cozy in here, don't you think? You've always liked having the place to yourself." Aziraphale waved away Crowley's concern with an airy grace. "Oh, my dear friend," he reassured. "I must admit, I am beginning to appreciate the joys of company. And as for Muriel, well, she's quite the independent spirit. In due course, she shall forge her own path. Besides, we have an entire realm of possibilities waiting upstairs, brimming with untapped potential." Crowley considered Aziraphale's words, his eyes betraying a flicker of uncertainty before settling into something more guarded. In this peculiar arrangement of theirs, forged in defiance of heaven and hell, there had been numerous unexpected twists and turns. And perhaps sharing a space, even with an effervescent houseguest, might hold its own peculiar charm. He arched an eyebrow, shoulders lifting in a non-committal shrug as though still weighing the idea. Finally, with dry amusement, he concluded, "Well, I suppose we'll have to see how this little experiment unfolds." Aziraphale let out a soft chuckle in response. "Indeed, my dear. Life is full of surprises. Perhaps we've stumbled upon one of its more delightful inscrutabilities." Crowley fixed his gaze on Aziraphale, as if reweighing their conversation once more. A fleeting pause lingered, an interlude of reflection where his features contorted, mirroring an episode of conflicting internal accord. Then, with a hint of wryness dancing in his eyes, he inquired, "A grand adventure, is it then?" Aziraphale offered a warm, if faintly admonishing smile. "Well, I should rather hope for a peaceful one. There's no need to go looking for trouble, is there?" "Oh, of course not," Crowley teased with a wink as he settled into a nearby chair. "To another chapter," he declared, mimicking a raised, invisible toast to their unexpected partnership. It appeared that the divine plan had a sense of humor that danced at the edges of their comprehension, and in their unexpected alliance, it had discovered a newfound equilibrium.